Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Brother is always hungry. Brother always wants to eat rice. Brother always wants to eat big pork bone ramen. I want 10 bowls, Chiba City General Affairs High School. At the beginning of autumn, it rains heavily. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky, causing it to be only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And there was an illusion that it was about to enter day and night. Bai He sits in the last row of the classroom. Next to the window, his long black hair covered his eyes, and his delicate and handsome face in this slightly noisy classroom seems very inconspicuous. With his slender and white left hand, he gently dragged his chin, and his eyes hidden under his long hair quietly looked at the pouring rain outside on Sabuhai's playground. Then he looked at the message sent by his mobile phone. He couldn't help but smile. 10 bowls of ramen. Brother Mora, I have a day off today, that's all. That's right. The existence that is chatting with Bai He's mobile phone. It is the giant monster with super ancient origins and powerful destructive power, Gamora. Certainly, it's just a sissy version of the lowly brother Mora. As for why does Bai He raise a girly version of his little brother Mura? That has to start when he traveled to this everyday world 3 years ago. That's right, Bai He is also an ordinary time traveler. One night 3 years ago, I inexplicably traveled to a rental house near Sabuhai in Chiba City. He just carried a little bit of neon cash and neon ID cards. Correct. There is also a useless Reblondo gene and the ability to summon big monsters. It is said that as long as the monster summoned by Bai He destroys a certain level of buildings and facilities, he can continue to randomly summon new monsters. Subsequently, he openly treated Gamora as a novice gift bag and sent it directly to him. Only this Gamora is a girly version of Loli Gomora, and thieves can eat it. Speaking of this Reblondo gene and the ability to summon big monsters, there is also the setting of destroying the world and randomly summoning new monsters. Bai He really wanted to complain. The world he traveled to is an ordinary daily world of comics. The wind is calm and the sea is calm. The kind that is suitable for lying down for the elderly. This kind of world for Bai He. A salted fish who wants to lie flat and rot. This is a dream world, what a waste, moreover. A effeminate lowly Gamora destroys the world and so on. No matter how you think about it, it feels so inconsistent. And Bai He still found many familiar names in this world. Not to mention far away, just the one he currently attends. Sabo High School in Chiba City. There are many extremely familiar existences, for example, Yukinashita Yukaino, a famous cold and beautiful girl from Class J of the 2nd year who is famous throughout the school. There is also Maharu Sha, who is in the same class with him and is also very popular in the school and is called an angel. And the Danzi from Class F of a certain 2nd year, etc. In Bai He's memory of his previous life, these heroines should have only existed in anime. They all really live in this world, to be honest. Bai He was very excited at first, but after observing from a distance for more than a year, this feeling of excitement gradually faded away. It is undeniable that these girls are very cute, and each has their own beautiful characteristics. But too tiring to be exposed to, it's not easy to live a new life. And it's still in a relaxing high school like Neon. So why don't you put this aside and enjoy this hard-won second youthful life? So in the end, Bai He chose to let nature take its course and started his current life of going to school every day and going home immediately after school to entertain little Loli Gomora. And this swing, it just broke for more than 3 years. By the way, bring some snacks for little Gamora. It seems that the food at home is running out. So I'll buy some on the way, walk out of school. Looking at the convenience store not far away, Bai He thought for a moment and walked in quickly. When coming out, he was already carrying a bag full of things. Humming an unknown ditty and walked towards home. The place where Bai He lives is still in the rental house at the beginning of the time travel. After all, I have lived here for 3 years. It's more or less emotional. Open the door. Bai He came to the kitchen with ease and started making ramen. This pork bone ramen. It's little brother Mora's favorite food and ignores everything else. This makes Bai He feel the urge to raise a child by himself from time to time. Soon, when the pork bone ramen was ready, Bai He called home. Brother's dinner is ready, bangs. As Bai He finished speaking, there was a sound of hard objects hitting the wall from the innermost part of the rental house. Immediately afterwards, a little Loli with short gray hair, petite body, and crescent-shaped horns on her head that looked like a headband, rushed out with excitement on her face. Let's eat. Let's eat, okay. Brother Mora is extremely fast and powerful, but when approaching Bai He, they all forcibly stopped their strength and speed, and stopped obediently in front of him. Gamora, have you gone low and sabotaged again? Bai He looked at the very well-behaved Gamora in front of him. Subsequently, his eyes stayed on his small white hands filled with soil. He couldn't help but frowned, and Gamora frowned when he saw Bai He. Immediately his little head shrank, showing a flattering and coquettish expression. Brother can't control his destructive instinct. I'm sorry, Bai He. Gamora felt aggrieved. You really can't blame her. As a monster born for destruction, she just gets pierced every day. So she already restrains herself. And this destructive instinct is still growing day by day. If you don't vent it, you will feel suffocated. Well, no need to apologize, let's go eat first, Bai He sighed. He also understands the situation of little brother Mora. But it is such a peaceful, everyday world. I want to vent my destructive instinct. It's really troublesome after all. If Gamora really destroys the city happily, then Bai He and little Gamora will live a peaceful life in the future. But it will really be over. But just when Bai He was troubled, a crisp electronic sound resounded clearly in his ears. Welcome to join All Heavens and Worlds chat group. You are already a member of the group. You have 0 mutual friends in this group. Please start chatting. This familiar penguin group chat has been upgraded. It's weird, Bai He was stunned. There are no overly exaggerated emotions after all. The last time he saw his little brother Mora and the time travel, he had already become immune to this kind of thing. Familiar of 0, Miss Pink-haired Tablet. You're stealing the mission again, ah. Bangtai Silver Wolf, I saw Louise going crazy as soon as I entered the group. Welcome the newcomers, continue playing the game. And say goodbye. 0's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady, Mujisai. Silver Wolf, even you bully me. Marvel's Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider. This is Peter Parker tilde, welcome to the newcomers. Get out of class has just ended and the group is still lively. The people here are nice to talk to, I like it here very much. Bone King Flying Squirrel, at Silverwolf. It's a pity that my game is about to close down. And my friends in it are also separate dollars tilde. Bangtai Silver Wolf, I understand and express my sympathy. Good brother. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, hello everyone. My name is Suzayarali. And my biggest ideal is to find a stalwart real man. This group chat panel is actually floating. Could it be that Suzaya Ali's golden finger has finally arrived? In a rental house, Suzaya Ali, who had just finished the live broadcast, had big eyes shining with excitement. It turned out to be the Myriad Realms chat group. She had read similar online novels and knew that this thing was a treasure. And she knew several of the people who just spoke inside. Suzaya Ali took a deep breath, did not expect. In such a miserable life, she can still encounter such a golden finger that belongs to the protagonist. Really, Thai pants are hot. Familiar of 0, Miss Pink-haired Tablet, you have adapted to the chat group so quickly. It seems that you are a newcomer with high technology in the world. Bangtai Silver Wolf, please with a little common sense. You can get started quickly. Okay, I forgot, Louise, you are a magician. Remember to send me the basics when you have time. Read the magic book. The familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired tablet, please. Please, I will give it to you. Why did you just attack me? Bangtai Silver Wolf, laugh to death if you don't give it. I won't give it, disdain. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, the newcomer is quite interesting. He can actually say such words directly. Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, I will always like MJ. I will not participate in the discussion of this thing. Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, speaking of which. The other newcomer hasn't spoken. Could it be that he hasn't recovered yet? Bone King Flying Squirrel, probably. I guess the other newcomer's world is not high-tech. So he should still be studying chat groups, right? Bone King Flying Squirrel, the name is a certain ultra blue and white alien. Isn't it human super god sad fairy little fox, aliens? There is a big hole in the sky over here. I heard that aliens will appear in it. What are these points used for? Come on, great explanation. Suzayarali is almost always on the internet. So although in reality he is a bit submissive, but on the internet he is definitely full of flirty words. Marvel Spider-Man the Assembly Line Spider, at present. The points are only used to strengthen oneself and open the world portal of the group of friends. Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, but opening the world portal for group friends is very expensive. It requires 1,000 points at a time. And you can only stay for 1 day. It's not cost-effective at all. Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, if there are aliens in your world. It is recommended to strengthen your body to protect yourself. Su Zayali in the rental house nodded. There is a commotion online at Zuijio. I heard that someone was hacked by aliens yesterday. So it is better to strengthen myself. Congratulations to the sad little fox, 10 points for signing in. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, it took 10 points. This enhancement is so powerful. I just cracked the floor with 1 punch. And it seems that some kind of gene has been awakened. Suzayali looked at her white and tender hands and felt a burst of excitement. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired tablet, why? I still can't use magic after I strengthened it. Louise felt jaded. Bangtai Silver Wolf, laughing to death. I guess it has strengthened the power of the explosion after your failure. This chat group understands you. Zero's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady, gooey. Louise felt the deep malice from Silver Wolf. Isn't it just that magic often fails? It will always succeed, don't look down on people. In the daily world of comprehensive comics, Bai He silently peered at the screen and quickly figured out the Wanji chat group. What the hell is this in short? This seems to be a rogue software that is randomly pulled into the group. Plus the ability to travel through the world and strengthen. Put aside the enhanced abilities for now. Regarding this so-called function of traveling to the world of group friends, Bai He's eyes lit up. This is an everyday world for me. But the world for my friends is not everyday life. There are even some very dangerous worlds. Hey, isn't this a great place for little brother Mora to act up? This chat group came just in time. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. I finally found a way to let my little brother Mora vent. Finally, you don't have to worry about little brother Mora holding it back. Think of this. Bai He also took a deep breath and began to speak in the group. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, thank you for the invitation. I'm not an alien. Just an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. Bone King Flying Squirrel, good guy. The rookie has finally spoken. You are the longest rookie I've ever seen to join the group and start diving. Bone King Flying Squirrel, it's really an everyday world. I'm curious. You are just an ordinary high school student. Could it be that you have obtained such a magical thing? Shouldn't it be exciting and thrilling? Bone King Flying Squirrel, so calm. I'm afraid you have quit smoking before it. In a somewhat dark cabin, Suzuki Satoru was really curious. Think back to the beginning when I joined this chat group. I was so excited that I couldn't fall asleep for several days. I'm afraid this thing is an illusion. Daily a certain blue-white alien, it's normal, right? Maybe it's because I've traveled through it once. Super God, sorrowful reminder to the little fox. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox. You are a time traveler, no, if you are a time traveler. Shouldn't you try your best to hide yourself? And then pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Super God, sad fairy little fox, you kid. I'm afraid you're not a fake time traveler, are you? Bangtai silver wolf, traveling through dimensions. Isn't that very simple? It seems that the Ether engine can edit reality, right? Super God, sad fairy little fox, hey. Is this the boss in the chat group? He can edit reality at his fingertips, is he so perverted? The familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired tablet, at Silverwolf. Stop bragging, come to my world and beat me up if you can. Humph Bangti Silver Wolf. Bangtai Silver Wolf, I am the smart module friend. And we are destined to meet each other. My friend, the Silver Wolf you called has been offline. Please call again later, Tilda. Zero's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady. Did you see it? He ran away again. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired tablet, at some ultimate blue and white alien. How did you travel through time? Tell me in detail. Louise has been influenced by the group chat for the past few days. She also knows a lot of new terms and things in. I have seen the time traveler from the online novel sent by Silver Wolf. It is said to be a story about traveling from an ordinary world to a new fantasy world and taking off. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, let me think about it. Daily life, a certain blue and white alien. You can understand that I have traveled from an ordinary world to a two-dimensional manga where there are many beautiful girls, Tilda. Bai He didn't hide anything, after all. He doesn't need to hide being a magic stick or something. No need. Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, damn. Is it so cool, brother? Can you still enter the comprehensive world of animation? Isn't this directly utopia? Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, brother. If you have a chance, you must let me go to your world to see. Forget it, I have MJ, farewell. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox, damn. How can you not have Yukino, Mai, and Zionia Yuliushua? Damn it, you are too cool, right? Super God, sad fairy little fox, let's discuss it. Good brothers, if I have the chance. I will definitely go to your world at my own expense. Not for anything else, just to realize my dream. Bone King Mamonga, plus 10086. A certain ultimate blue and white alien, huh? Do you still know Yukino, Mai, and Rika? You are not simple either, Bai He was a little surprised. This Super God world should be the Super God Academy. And the sad fairy fox is easy to guess. And I like tall and real men at the beginning. It's definitely that Su Xiaoli's little fox that didn't run away. Did not expect in the world of Super Seminary. There is actually information about comprehensive comics. But that's normal. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, what do you think? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I'm in a technological age after all. There are stories like Marvel's Spider-Man or Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba and the Familiar of Zero. Right. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, but I still envy you so much. You can actually go to the second dimension. But I can only live broadcast every day and I am exhausted. Bone King Mamonga, I'm envious. Aren't you so happy every day? You're so damn good. Marvel's Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, at Pathetiself Little Fox. Wait a minute, what the hell is this Marvel story? Am I also a character in the story? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, what a panic. You have developed a multiverse over there. Isn't it normal to know that you are a story character? Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, damn. Multiverse, is it so scary? This doesn't look normal, right, in group chat. Suddenly Peter Parker started to make a fuss, but soon. The chat group suddenly sent out a full-screen emergency announcement, completely attracting everyone's attention, ding. Demon Slayer detected Butterfly House 1 Sama, suffered a fatal and dangerous attack. Hereby releases the first mission, Help Sister Butterfly House escape from fatal danger. Reward 500 points. Tip: this mission is the first mission, so there are hidden missions. Tip: there are reward points for hidden tasks. Please explore freely. The situation is urgent. Please sign up to participate in the task immediately. Transmit after 10 seconds. Number of people, 0/2. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired Tablet. Canny is in mortal danger. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-haired Tablet. No wonder you didn't speak just now. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. No. Is now the time to talk about this. The big guys in the group should save people quickly. Bone King Mamonga. I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary person. In Canny's world full of ghosts, I'm afraid I have to be held back in the past. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Zero's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady. Time passed little by little. Finally, 10 seconds passed quietly. The chat group also announced the results of this task selection. In the dark, in a small town that looked a little desolate and dilapidated, Butterfly Canny was frantically dodging in embarrassment. And the ghost-killing team uniform she was wearing had also become embarrassing and filthy. Almost all of them were scratched to pieces with various sharp weapons. And around Butterfly Canny's, there are several corpses also wearing the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad. And his death was miserable. Second winding, a hum. Tong Mo. Butterfly Canny tightly held the orange sun wheel knife in her hand, while vigilantly looking at the smiling ghost on the opposite side. To be honest, she really didn't expect it. This is a very simple and ordinary task of killing ghosts. To be able to meet an evil ghost, Tong Mo, who lives in the second place of the upper string. And the strength gap is still so big. She has almost no room to fight back and attack. So she can only dodge in embarrassment all the time in order to keep going. What a kind and cute girl, Tilda, honestly. I really want you to be free and enjoy bliss with me. Opposite Butterfly Canny, a young man with colorful pupils and short white hair was smiling with pity. It is the biggest crisis Butterfly Canny is currently facing. The second quarter of the 12 ghost moons, Tongmo. Extremely powerful. There is no existence that Butterfly Canny can compete with. That's really a pity. But I don't mean anything to the world of bliss you mentioned. Butterfly Canny took a deep breath. The breath of flower started to run crazily again. And the orange sun wheel knife in his hand made a chuckle sound. Taking advantage of the gaps, he mercilessly beheaded the opposite Tong Mo, although Butterfly Canny knew that this blow might not have the slightest effect. But this is all she can do now. Why? The human body and emotions are such a shame. Why don't you want to go to bliss with me? Tong Mo casually caught the slash from Canny, the seriously injured butterfly, as if he was teasing her intentionally. He directly knocked it away again, to be honest. Tong Mo has always had a contempt for human beings. And what he said about going to the paradise of paradise with him is also after eating all the Butterfly Canny. Become one with him, this is the real paradise. Such perverted and twisted words made even Butterfly Canny frown at this moment. Then his eyes became heavy. She knows. Facing such a perverted and powerful Shanxian or Tongmo, she might not be able to continue living. Suddenly, Butterfly Canny called out her sister Butterfly Ninja. And Kurihana Rakanahu. Finally, I inexplicably thought of that weird and magical chat group. If it weren't for the chat group's points enhancement in the past few days, I'm afraid the time she would have to fight against Tong Mo would be shorter. Calm Butterfly Canny slowly exhaled. Although the injuries on his body are gradually getting worse, there is no retreat. I have no choice but to get on it. Now there are white fish bellies on the horizon, which means that the sun is getting closer to dawn. In other words, if Butterfly Canny continues to hold on until dawn, she might survive, it seems. You want to wait until the sun comes up. What a pity, Tong Mo still smiled. But the golden fan in his hand was waving even more vigorously. I can tell this is the real action for Tong Mo. Vampire technique Lotus Ice Leaf. Suddenly, Tong Mo suddenly waved his hand and hit the golden fan. And then the extremely cold ice crystals stabbed madly towards the butterfly Canny opposite. Originally, Butterfly Canny was seriously injured and was a little exhausted. Now facing these attacking ice crystals, I managed to dodge dozens of them finally. She could only watch with helplessness and despair as the last dozen or so ice crystals headed towards her stab. If these ice crystals sting, even if I survive until dawn, I'm afraid there will be no possibility of living, but it's at this moment when it seems like there's no end. A small black figure suddenly appeared in front of Butterfly Canny at an extremely strange speed. Then I saw this black shadow as if it were eating candy. His figure expanded slightly, and he swallowed all the ice crystals that Tong Mo waved at him. No taste, it still tastes a bit unpalatable. Bai He, you are lying, you are a puppy. Such a shocking scene. It made Butterfly Canny stunned for several seconds even. Not only Butterfly Canny was stunned but Tong Mo, who was always smiling opposite, frowned at this moment. Staring at the sudden black shadow, be cautious. Okay, I'll go back later and give you some ice cream, right? Yes, I want 10, okay. In the surprised eyes of Tong Mo and Butterfly Canny, Bai He and a girl with the same small stature, long pink hair, brown eyes and delicate face, slowly walked out of the darkness immediately. Bai He also rubbed Gomora's little head and said as if an old father was coaxing his child. Immediately afterwards, he smiled again and looked at the Butterfly Canny beside him. First meet on Sister Butterfly house finished. Bai He looked at Louise with long pink hair on the other side, who was also a sinister person. And our pink-haired flat lady, Louise. Don't call such a shameful online name directly in real life. Are you an idiot? Louise suddenly felt her face flush. What kind of bullshit is this pink-haired young lady? Why does she sound so ashamed at the same time? That's when they met. The voice of the chat group slowly sounded again. All group members are present. The live broadcast permission is being opened for the first time. All group members can participate in watching the live broadcast. With the opening of this authority, the group members who were a little worried at first also immediately entered the live broadcast room. Marvel's Spider-Man, the Assembly Line Spider, joins the live broadcast room. Bone King Flying Squirrel joins the live broadcast room. Bangtai Silver Wolf joined the live broadcast room. The Super God the Sad Fairy Fox joins the live broadcast room. Just join the live broadcast room. All the members of the chat group started the barrage. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, no. Didn't you say that you are just an ordinary 18-year-old high school student? How dare you accept this kind of mission of destroying ghosts in the world? Marvel Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, indeed. This is a bit irrational, according to my estimation. The evil ghosts in Demon Slayer world are as powerful as some powerful monsters. Bone King Mamonga, alas. This kid younger than me dares to sign up to travel through such a dangerous world in order to save people. I'd Bangtai Silver Wolf, look what I'm doing. Watch the live broadcast, Ghost Destroys the World. Bai He also received the news that the chat group opened a live broadcast room. But he didn't really care anyway. The main purpose of his coming to Demon Slayer this time, besides saving the Butterfly Canny, was to vent his anger with his little brother Mora. There is something to say. Infinite City is nothing more than a toilet. Hey, don't worry, it's just a screen name. If you dare to use it, you can't let people yell at you. You say. The eldest sister of Butterfly House has no reaction at all. Let's learn from others. Tilda, the pink-haired flat lady Tilda. Bai He didn't feel nervous at all, and responded to Louise while teasing the little brother Mura next to him. Wulusai, didn't they react yet? Louise complained angrily, and at this moment Butterfly Canny finally recovered. Some ultimate blue and white alien, pink-haired lady. Are you the people in the group chat before? Butterfly Canny looked at Bai He and Louise somewhat surprised. She really didn't expect it. I will actually be able to meet the group friends in that mysterious chat group in my lifetime. Don't call me that name again. This nickname is automatically generated by the chat group and cannot be changed. Louise felt like she was being persecuted again. Yes. I accepted the mission and just finished eating. I came here to rescue people and take a walk. Is this the world of Demon Slayer? There are really some old and dilapidated buildings. Bai He looked around curiously. Then she responded to Butterfly Canny's words. After dinner, take a walk. A big question mark appeared on Butterfly Canny's head. What the hell is a walk? Come for a walk in front of such a dangerous winding machine. If I remember correctly, the group friend in front of me, nicknamed a certain ultimate blue and white alien, seems to claim to be an ordinary high school student aged 18. In other words, they are ordinary people, but is this really an ordinary person? Butterfly Canny glanced at the little brother Mora, who was enjoying Bai He's head touch, devouring ice crystals created by vampire magic. I'm afraid this is not something ordinary people can do. Right, all right. You are quite seriously injured now. Please lie down for a while, leave this place to me and Lou. The pink-haired flat lady, Bai He didn't explain much. Anyway, when little brother Mora takes action, everything will become clear. Hey. Did you just call me by my name? You definitely called me by my name, right, you dog? Louise gritted her teeth angrily. But she also knew that the battle was about to begin now. And this was no time for joking. Then he stopped talking. The magic in his hand began to outline. Although it cannot be released correctly, it depends on the blasting ability after the failure. Go. See, Louise threw out an attack. Then, without any hesitation, he pulled Butterfly Canny and Bai He and hurriedly took a few steps back. It seems like he is avoiding something. Immediately afterwards, in the curious eyes of Butterfly Canny, a violent explosion suddenly exploded on Tong Mo. This explosive ability is very powerful, but for an evil spirit like Tong Mo, that's all bells. The smoke from the explosion dissipated. Tong Mo was a little embarrassed but still intact, which made Louise frown. It completely made the members in the chat group worried. Super God, sad fairy little fox, it's over. Louise's magic explosion can't hurt Tong Mo at all. So I'm afraid I can only wait to die. Bone King Mamonga, how about? Let's pool the points together. Try asking Peter or Silver Wolf to come over and help. Marvel's Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider, I think it's okay. If you run out of points, you can earn them again. And the group members will still be saved. Bangtai Silver Wolf, I don't have any objection. But I have very few points and may not be able to save enough. For a while the chat group fell into silence. But just then, the Bai He in the Demon Slayer world was in turmoil. Demon Slayer's evil spirit is thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Your explosion will probably only scratch his itch. Go and rest, leave this to little brother Mora. Bai He put his hand on Louise's shoulder and pulled her directly next to Butterfly Canny. For a while, Louise looked at the scarred Butterfly Canny beside her, feeling somewhat inexplicably guilty but waiting to see Bai He also sat down. Louise, no. You just leave the whole battle to that little sister. Yuma and Bai He rolled his eyes, ignoring Louise's stuttering words. Subsequently, he looked directly at brother Mora and said, go vent. Brother, after killing the white hair on the other side, start destroying it. Great, Baimao. I always come to play with you. After hearing Bai He's words, little brother Mura immediately became full of energy. Earth-shattering changes began to occur rapidly. Originally, the temperament of little brother Mora was a lively feeling of an energetic Loli. But now little brother Mora's aura has a ferocious and fierce feeling. This moment it's not just Tongmo across the street. Even Butterfly Canny and Louise. They couldn't help but look at the back of little brother Mora and shuddered suddenly. Well, next. Then I saw little brother Mora disappear in an instant, and at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He came directly behind Tong Mo. So fast is this speed. Really human? Tong Mo was suddenly shocked. At this speed even he couldn't react at all. Come and play with me, brother Mora said excitedly. Next, he just raised his white and tender little fist and struck directly at Tong Mo, Candit just looks harmless to humans and animals. As if any adult human can casually follow up with a small fist. When it hits Tongmo's body, direct penetration even. After piercing Tongmo's body, the power of that little fist remained unabated. Until it touches the ground. There were bursts of violent roaring and explosion sounds. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, then it slowly stopped. As the splashing smoke dissipates, Tongmo's lower body had been completely shattered. And even the ground collapsed crazily with it as the center. It's like a meteorite just fell. A huge deep pit slowly came into everyone's eyes. Marvel's Spider-Man assembly line spider, wow wow. Damn it, isn't this a special effect? One punch makes a crater. Why does this horse feel stronger than the Hulk? Said he must be a Dutch boy, Bone King Mamonga. Is this the power that a little girl can punch with one punch? At some ultimate blue and white alien. What did your little sister eat to grow up? She is really an alien. Bangtai's Silver Wolf, you're laughing so hard. Is this the legendary ordinary 18-year-old high school student? Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, Turtles and Turtles all joined the group at the same time. Am I the only one who is a real waste? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I knew it. You the time traveler definitely has a golden finger. Such a scary little girl. Is your golden finger not the system, for a while? The entire chat group was still very tense just now. The moment Brother Mora casually punched it. It completely dissipated. Nervous, how nervous you are. After being hit by such a punch, the lower body was completely shattered. Looking at it, riding a horse looks a bit pitiful. Ghost destroys the world. In the crater where he was punched out by little Brother Mo, Tongmo was stunned for several seconds before looking at his lower body, which was completely bloody. His face was full of disbelief. This power. Are you a ghost or am I a ghost? Come on, come on. How about you take care of this evil spirit, you? You are definitely not human. You are definitely not human. Although Tongmo has no emotions. But after seeing this extreme disparity in power, I instinctively felt a sense of physical fear. This feeling comes from his body, causing him to stutter a little when he speaks now. Why brother is not humans? Brother is always a big monster from ancient times. Brother Mura tilted her head and answered Tongmo's words seriously. That way it means being as polite as possible, but this kind of politeness after directly beating the opponent to a disability is more or less rude. The ancient monster. This thing still existed in ancient times. Tongmo is confused. His eyes were fixed on the little Brother Mora opposite him, as if he was trying to memorize his appearance. Yes, it is. Let's keep playing. You recover so quickly. Speaking of which, you are the first person to be able to quickly repair yourself to intact condition after being randomly punched by me. My brother, not bad. I'm always satisfied. Brother Mora put her hands on her hips. He nodded with great satisfaction, to be honest. With the terrifying power of the Gamora monster. If Tongmo didn't have the terrifying recovery ability, it is estimated that one punch will completely destroy him. And the little Brother Mora's character belongs to the vitality type. So when it comes to enemies, as long as he doesn't touch the bottom line, they are all smiling, said. Then the figure disappeared again and suddenly bombarded Tongmo. The moves are simple and unpretentious but very useful. At this time, Tongmo looked at the excited smile on his little Brother Mora's face. Do not know why. Suddenly, I understood how those weak humans felt when they saw me killing with a smile. For a while, Tongmo doesn't dare to be careless anymore. All kinds of vampire magic were used crazily, just to slow down little Brother Mora, but little Brother Mora is the most resistant monster. Just this little bit of ice slag from Tongmo can hardly do any harm to little Brother Mora's white and tender skin that looks like it can be broken. Not even a single red mark left. It's totally possible to say this battle is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. It was the kind of one-sided massacre. And this kind of massacre, this lasted until the sun slowly rose in the sky. As the sun shines, the 12 ghost moons of a generation are completely wiped out by the ravages of little brother Mora and the burning of the sun. On this way, although Tongmo had no fear or emotion of death, he was still tortured enough even. Bai He had a strange feeling when he looked at the blood all over his little brother Mola's body. Hiss, why do you feel like a yandir? Is there no more? What a pity, but it's really fun, Bai He Bai He. I'm always sleepy, let's go to bed first, see you soon Tilda. The little brother Mora saw Tongmo being burned to death by the sun. He pouted somewhat reluctantly, subsequently. He jumped up to Bai He, wiped his little hands on his clothes, and then said with his head held high. Bai He looked at the dirty brothers. After a moment of silence, go back and wash your clothes yourself. Otherwise you won't have food to eat for the whole day. Brother Mora Yadis no knows pity. Brother Mora hasn't finished speaking yet. Bai He took out the primary Leonix fighting instrument from his pocket and took little brother Mora in without any objection. Subsequently, at the moment when little brother Mora took back the fighting device, the ability to summon big monsters that had been dormant for a long time has become active again. Congratulations on completing interdimensional destruction, 100% completion. Gamora growth rate increased 30%. Gamora's current growth rate is 40%. Gamora can evolve into the next stage, Fierce Gamora sister form. Congratulations on completing the destruction for the first time. Reward Monster Girl with 1 lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to use it now? No, Bai He chose no directly without thinking. This thing should wait until we return to the daily world. Let's do the lottery again, but this ferocious royal sister's state is quite interesting, Bai He admitted. He is just a bad old pervert. He is really interested in this new form that is very likely to be delivered to his door in the future. To be honest, until now, Butterfly Canny is still a little confused. Especially when I saw the ground not far away. It looked like it had been destroyed by some huge monster, with giant pits everywhere. I couldn't help but be a little confused. Tongmo is dead on the second string, he died like that. Butterfly Canny didn't care about her injuries at all and murmured. She really didn't expect it. It turned out that the powerful evil ghost was killed. Can it be that simple? And this evil spirit was always in a situation of being absolutely crushed during the battle. This kind of fighting power. Butterfly Canny glanced at Bai He silently. Take a deep breath, standing up somewhat staggeringly. And with Louise's help, he came to Bai He's side. Then he said solemnly, thanks. During these 100 years, the evil ghosts on the string are so powerful that the Demon Slayer squad has almost never killed even one. We can only let these evil ghosts kill wantonly. But there is nothing we can do. Estimate. If it hadn't been for the mysterious and powerful group of friends in front of her, I'm afraid even she would have died here tonight. This is life-saving kindness, must thank, hear this. Bai He took a deep look at Butterfly Canny's whole body. His eyes narrowed, got a bold idea, but just as he was about to respond, the Wanji chat group also heard a notification sound again. Emergency mission completed. You can stay in this world for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, you will be forced to return to the original world. Chat group live broadcast room closed, hear this beep. Louise looked deeply at Bai He. Although you are a bit of a dog, you are very strong. This time, thank you. Louise knew that little brother Mora was one of Bai He's powers. At the same time, also know clearly. If Bai He hadn't participated in the mission this time, she would probably have to explain it here. But who is Louise? Hey, pink-haired tablet lady, therefore. When he said the last 2 words, thank you, the voice was almost inaudible, and, after saying that, he quickly said goodbye to Butterfly Canny. Just choose to return for a while. Only Bai He and Butterfly Chain were left, staying where they were. And Butterfly Canny also noticed Bai He's eyes that looked at her quietly. This time a lonely man and a widow. The unfolding of a certain color instantly sounded in Butterfly Canny's mind. Certainly, this is not what Butterfly Canny thinks too much. After all, she is just a little girl at this time. Coupled with the chaos and limitations of this era, it is inevitable to consider all aspects. But Bai He didn't think so much. Looking at Butterfly Canny, who was a little nervous opposite, she smiled and shook her head. Be prepared to crack a random joke. Then withdraw immediately. If you want to express your gratitude, why don't you give me some benefits that can make people blush and make their heart beat? Butterfly Canny took a deep breath. Although she doesn't understand what this benefit is, she does understand what it is that makes people blush. Really, that's what he wants, that. As time passes little by little, just when Bai He finished his excitement and was about to leave, Butterfly Canny seemed to have finally made up her mind, and said in a small voice, well then take a deep breath. Just as 30 seconds are about to arrive, he suddenly came to Bai He's face, and directly held Bai He's big hand with both hands, as if he was willing to risk everything. It was just a matter of pressing a fingerprint. Bai He was confused after feeling a hint of calm softness. He completely disappeared and returned to the rental house in the daily world. No. Bai He blinked and took a deep look at his right hand. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. I just wanted to get high, but I didn't expect it to be really beneficial. To be honest, Bai He really has a different kind of feeling for Butterfly Canny, who he called his wife in his previous life. This is what caused him to get excited just now. But he really didn't expect that it would really succeed. Finally, Bai He took a quick shower, then finally returned to the living room refreshed and opened the chat group. Get ready to see what these dog friends have to talk about. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, Bubble Patrol. Ing Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, the boss is online. Please help me boss, hey. Bone King Flying Squirrel, the boss is online. Boss, please take me with you, hey. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider. The boss is online, boss, please lead me, hey. Bangtai Silver Wolf, the boss is online. Boss, please guide me, oh, what the hell. I choose to break the replay. Bone King Mamonga, now I know, boss. Why are you not excited about getting a chat group plugin in the daily world? You are really a boss. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, to be honest. When I look at the daily world with your nickname boss, it's more or less dazzling. Bangti Silver Wolf, dazzling +1. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, no. Am I the only one who is curious about what that girl is? With that power just now, I'm afraid the Hulk will have to suffer even if he comes. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, my name is Mr. Brother. It's a little Lolita again, be good this. Some ultimate blue and white alien. Boss, you the plugin is a monster girl. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, wait a minute. This nickname hiss. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, the ultimate blue and white alien. Boss, you are not Ray Brando, are you? Super God the Sad Fairy Fox. F asterisk K F asterisk K F asterisk K. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Is this level of existence really possible in the everyday world? Bone King Flying Squirrel, Lebrando, no. Is this really an alien? Bone King Fong Squirrel, and from your tone, you seem pretty powerful. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Super God Sorrowful Fairy Little Fox, awesome. The ultimate life form that once ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years. Controlled endless monsters and conquered everything. Super God Sorrowful reminder to the Fairy Little Fox, what do you call this? How powerful is it? Well, in a somewhat dim rental house, Suzuki Satoru, who was still lying on the bed just no set up straight, ruling the universe for tens of thousands of years. The members of this group, are they also terrifying? To be honest, Suzuki Satoru was also one of the first group members to join the Wanji chat group. Therefore, most of them know the strength of other group members in the group. Probably on what standard, the strongest of them all. It should be Spider-Man Peter, who has tens to dozens of tons of power. And then there is the more special and mysterious Silver Wolf. Who has the weird ability to break virtual reality, finally. There are Miss Butterfly House and Miss Fen Mauping, but in this case, suddenly, an ultimate life form that seems to have ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years entered the group. Is there something wrong with this? Are you sure you didn't come to the fish pond to fry fish? What? Bang Tai Silver Wolf. I used to rule the entire universe for tens of thousands of years. It seems that it has the power to rival the star god. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, not sure after all. Star god involves concepts. On a certain planet in the Bangti universe, Silver Wolf put down the game console in his hand and took a deep look at the messages in the chat group. After thinking twice, choose to give up thinking. Die laughing, no matter if he can compete with the star god. He can just continue playing games. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, Universe. What is the universe? But it can rule for tens of thousands of years. It does feel so strong, Butterfly Channy this will be. Finally calmed down the feeling of confusion in my heart. So as soon as I opened the chat group, I saw someone discussing Bai He's power, so I also replied. After all, at her times, she really didn't know what the universe was. And she even had a vague understanding of the planet beneath her feet. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, turtle. Rule the universe. Are all the group members who come in now so unfaithful? The group status is again. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider at Butterfly House Sister. This is easy to explain. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider. It can be said that the world you are in is a planet. And the universe is infinite. And there are almost countless planets that are as big as your world. Or even bigger than your world. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, and this boss at a certain ultimate blue and white alien, seems to have ruled everything in this universe. Seems to have ruled for tens of thousands of years. Peter Parker also knows something about the universe. And the more you understand, then the awe for Bai He will be even greater. To rule the entire universe is as outrageous as it gets. In the everyday world, Bai He looked at the discussion messages in the chat group that were flooding the screen like crazy. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. No. I didn't even say I was Lebrondo when I was riding a horse. Right. I'm really just an ordinary human being with no power and at most a monster girl. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, stop bragging. I'm really just an ordinary 18-year-old high school student who wants to mess up. Ghosts have ruled the universe for tens of thousands of years. What? Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Silverwolf. Don't brag, Shin Ma is on par with Star God. Maybe the peak Ray Brando should be able to do it, but I can't. I'm really an ordinary person, B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Then you can summon monsters and have a Leonix fighting instrument. Right. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, right. What next, Bai He said. Not only does he have the Leonix fighting instrument, he even has the status of being the successor of Ray Brando. This thing is much better than ordinary Leonix, but Bai He has no interest in this, he just wanted to lie flat. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, that's right. You can summon monsters and have the power of Thunderbrand, as long as you are careful not to be taken away from you in the future. Then you will definitely be invincible. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, brother, take care of me. I also want to rule the universe with you in the future. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien. What? Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, okay. From now on, Blue Star will let you rule it. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, really? Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what the hell? Is there such a good thing? Take me one by one. Take me one by one, Bone King Flying Squirrel. Take me one by one, take me one by ones. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, okay. Everything is fine. Daily life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, but I was recently killed by an adulterer. And now I have no choice but to live in Blue Star Neon. So now I only need you to V me for 50. And wait for me to make a comeback in the future. I will call you Blue Star King of. Super God sorrowful reminder to the little fox. Super God sad fairy little fox, gooey. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, really no. This horse-riding world is different. It's a F asterisk 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 G50. Bone King flying squirrel, there is no 50. But there are 50 good ones, cough cough cough. Take me with you. Demon Slayer butterfly house sister, what's so good? Can you show it to me? Super God sad fairy little fox, at Dudajasada, run. Don't be led astray by this pervert, chat privately. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at flying squirrel. What a boy, I think you are the most promising. Chat privately for a while. The chat group fell silent after a while. Bai He quit the chat group in disappointment. This stupid Wanji chat group doesn't support sending red envelopes to seeds. What a hot chicken, wait a minute. Why is it so dark outside? It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, suddenly. Bai He discovered the sun that was slowly setting outside. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If feelings go to other worlds, time will still pass by the same way. Bai He complained while complaining. While silently turning on the phone. Looking at the contact marked Jing Qi. I made a dozen missed calls 5 hours ago. Bai He couldn't help but feel suffocated, quiet and cute. It's Shizuka Hiratsuka, the teacher character in Harmono. Very lucky Bai He was assigned to his class. So he saw Hikigaya still nestling in the corner and Tatsuka Yaka, who painted a girl and insisted on being a boy. And they got to know each other because of a chance encounter with Shizuka Hiratsuka after a failed blind date. Never mind. Let's put it on display and wait until tomorrow tilde. After half a sound, Bai He chose to give up the struggle and silently communicated to summon the big monster. Use monster girl summon counter. The monster girl is being drawn for the first time. The draw is successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the space monster King Ary Infancy, lowly version. Name King Ary growth, infancy height 53 m. Weight 25,000 tons. Skills Crescent Light Blade Melee Electric Shock Lightning Ray. Introduction, a monster wandering from the universe does not have much desire for destruction. But after being bound to Leonix, it has an irrepressible desire for destruction. Ended with a cold voice. Bai He rubbed his hands somewhat excitedly even though he wanted to lie down quietly. But what if there was an extra beautiful girl in the house? Just imagine that, as long as it's a normal LSP. It shouldn't be rejected, right? And now that I have joined this Wanji chat group, the monsters with so many powerful powers will also have more self-protection power. After all, even lying flat requires capital, ha tilde. First time meeting, my name is King Ary tilde. Is there any water? I'm so thirsty, so thirsty, so thirsty. Oh, suddenly, a mysterious space door slowly appeared in front of Bai He. And one slowly walked out of it. A little Loli who is a head shorter than her little brother Mora. The little Loli has short blonde hair, blue pupils, and pointed ears just like a dull elf. Wearing a small black and white skirt with uneven distribution and knee-high socks. She looks even more cute. Water. Bai He was stunned. He paused his plan to continue sizing up the little King Ary, and then went straight to get a large basin of tap water. After all, according to the little monster girl's food intake, this large basin of water may not be enough to fill the gap between the teeth. But in King Ary in his childhood, it should be able to relax a little bit, right? Just when Bai He was thinking, little King Ary had already started drinking. It wasn't until he drank all the large basin of tap water that he lay down on the ground comfortably and without any image. Ha tilde come to life tilde. After floating in the universe for so long, I finally got a sip of water, really not bad, said. Little King Ary looked at Bai He opposite again. The blue pupils flickered immediately. Little King Ary began to move slowly, approaching Bai He little by little, as if he was testing something. And Bai He was also a little curious about what the little King Ary wanted to do. Therefore no action is taken, just watch quietly. Until a moment later. Little King Ary finally approached Bai He and carefully stretched out his slender index finger and lightly poked Bai He's arm. "I am electric, Bai He," and Bai He was stunned. Instantly, he felt a tingling current rush into his arm. In an instant, I gave him an immediate numbing effect. Certainly, not only is he physically numb, but his spirit is also a little numb now, ha 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 ha. What a nice reaction, Bai He. As expected of the person who can fish me out of the universe. Haha, just call me Little Ary from now on. Looking at Bai He's confused look, Little King Ary seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. With his hands on his hips and his little head held up proudly. "Don't play with the electronics." Bai He finally reacted. He stood up suddenly and placed the Little King Ary on his lap. Pa tilde. Bai He is directly facing the bottom of its slender black and white tail. He just slapped it down with a sudden slap, have to say. The feel is quite flexible, King Ary, ah. Little King Ary felt the burning pain coming from behind. Subconsciously I wanted to struggle, but suddenly realized there is no way to break free this. Right, even if she is still in her infancy. She is still a big monster from the universe. A very fierce one. How come you can't even break free from a human's arm, Zand? It still hurts from being beaten. King Ary expressed that he was really confused, then. This confused feeling lasted for several minutes. Only then did Bai He put down his raised slap with satisfaction. "Are you convinced? Are you going to play with electricians again in the future?" No, just don't use electricity. Let me go quickly, you hantai." While Little King Ary was feeling the burning sensation on his back, his little face was already extremely red with embarrassment. Good guy. Think of her as a giant Ary king monster who dominates the universe. There were times when someone hit that place, really. What a shame, hey. Don't let this hantai bark randomly. Bai He made a move and was about to slap the palm of fate again. The little Ary king was so scared that he quickly shrank. See this scene, Bai He also smiled helplessly, and then relaxed the hand that had just held down the Little King Ary, and put it on the ground. Good chance I'm on fire. I just don't accept it. The corners of Little Ay's mouth raised, and he struck out suddenly, and another wave of subtle electric shock poured into Bai He's body. But under the deliberate control of Little King Ary, this electric knockout did not cause much harm. It was just a joke at most, then. Such a person and a monster quickly became familiar with each other because of the friendship between the electric shock and the slap of fate. An hour and a half later, Little King Ary gasped, lying on the ground without any image, and gave a thumbs up to Bai He. Not bad, Bai He. You haven't been electrocuted by me yet. You're not bad at all. You've been slapped so many times and you're not swollen at all. You have a monster physique. Bai He expressed his sincere admiration for this monster-like physique. Of course, he's a ghost. The monster's physique will cry when it hears you say that. Little King Ary complained. I'm afraid only Hantai can use his powerful monster physique for fighting. As expected of you, then let it cry a little longer. It's getting late. What would you like to eat this afternoon? Bai He stretched, looking at the cloudy weather outside, with a slight drizzle already falling. I couldn't help but shake my head. It seems to be raining in Chiba these 2 days. And they are not small. Little Ary, I want to eat seafood. Lots and lots of big seafood, talking about food. Little King Ary's eyes suddenly lit up, it is clear. This is another foodie monster like little brother Mora. Okay, then come back and make sashimi for you. Bai He nodded. Then he took out the Leonix fighting instrument and directly released the little brother Mora who was sleeping soundly and dirty, and silently looked at the Little King Ary on the side. Little Ary, after I leave I always wake up brother Jiang. This kid still has a pile of clothes that haven't been washed. Wash them as soon as you wake up, just say. You are not allowed to cook until you have finished washing. Finished. Bai He just waved his hand, took an umbrella and went out. Brother's good. Little King Ary poked his little brother Mora's chubby little face. He raised his little hands above his head like a child and responded loudly. On the other side, after Bai He quickly bought the required ingredients. He was about to go home and cook while passing by a park. A figure that caught his eye. The figure had long flaxen hair and dull eyes, letting the cold rain wet his clothes. It seemed that his whole person revealed a deep sense of loneliness. Now the weather seemed particularly gloomy, and thunder seemed to be rumbling among the dark clouds. When the strong wind passed by, there seemed to be an inexplicable sad and throbbing feeling. And a young girl sat quietly on a swing in an empty park in such weather. The school uniform she was wearing had already been wet by the rain, and her long flaxen hair looked very messy, giving her a rather pitiful feeling. The girl's eyes were dull, like an abandoned kitten sitting quietly. Maharu Bai He, who was holding an umbrella and carrying a lot of ingredients in the distance, also noticed this girl watch closely for a moment. Bai He immediately recognized the girl's identity. Maharu Sha. She is also a heroine from an anime in her previous life. She is also a familiar stranger, think of this. Bai He stared at Maharu quietly for a moment, and finally shook his head with a smile. I met a lost beautiful girl sitting on a swing in the rain. There's really no way to leave it alone. Lying flat means lying flat. But the opportunity to meet the perfect anime character from the past life could be so easy. Bai He is not a gay man, so how could he miss it so easily? It would be rude to miss it, moreover. A lost beautiful girl is waiting for you to help. Will you help or not? Result obvious, here take it. The rain is probably going to get heavier. If you sit down, you will easily faint and be picked up. Bai He came to Maharu, looking at the girl who was still in a daze. She directly handed over the umbrella in her hand. Anyway, it's not far from his apartment. Maharu was stunned for a moment, just about to raise his head and reject the young man in front of him. But when she came to her senses, she only saw Bai He's figure walking away in the rain. For a while, Maharu Shiana's original lonely and silent mood was also affected by Bai He's unexpected umbrella. It was interrupted forcefully, go home after a while. Maharu shuddered slightly, and with her pale golden eyes, she looked deeply at the direction Bai He left, as if to remember it immediately afterwards. Then he subconsciously clenched the umbrella in his hand and walked step by step into the heavy rain. And a few minutes after Maharu left, a boy with slightly long black hair also slowly passed by holding an umbrella. He paused slightly at his spot in the park. Then he shook his head, leave slowly. As among the apartments, Bai He inserted the key and opened the door. Immediately afterwards, I saw two little ones who were washing clothes obediently. Bai He was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that little King Ary would also help little brother Mora wash clothes. For a while, there was an inexplicable difference between the slightly warm environment inside the house and the cold weather outside with heavy clouds and strong winds. This difference also made Bai He smile. A smile that comes from within perhaps. This makes it feel like home, finally. Bai He ignored the two little ones who were washing clothes and chatting randomly. Instead, he slowly walked into the kitchen with the ingredients. Quietly start preparing for tonight's dinner. While waiting for cooking, Bai He also casually opened the Wanji chat group. I want to see what these dog pack members are talking about. Super God sad fairy little fox, it's not good bankers. I just saw the city center here, and it seems that there are really newcomers coming down from the hole in the sky. What? Super God sad fairy little fox, it looks like two things covered in white armor came down. They also shot a policewoman with a laser. Super God sad fairy little fox, wait a minute. This video is gone. It must have been blocked by the official. It seems to be true. I'm afraid my world is not simple. At this moment, Suzairali did not broadcast live, instead. He huddled under the quilts, chatting in the Wanji chat group while looking for the touty arrival video that had just been officially blocked. But Suzairali suddenly discovered it. This chat group can actually transfer the images and information in her mind to the folder. She was immediately delighted and uploaded what she had just seen and heard. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Upload alien invasion clip video to save in a folder. Silver Wolf download and watch. Flying Squirrel download and watch. Sister Butterfly House download and watch. Mass-produced Spider download and watch. A certain ultimate blue and white alien download and watch. The chat group was silent for a moment subsequently. The silence was broken instantly. Bangtai Silver Wolf, although the video quality is at a total loss level. Based on the technological level of the ordinary humans and the blue and white mecha in the video, it is basically certain that they are aliens. Bangtai Silver Wolf. And what is certain is that the technological level of this man in blue and white armor crushes the current surface technology of mankind. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, this feels a bit like the Chitauri army. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider. Has it become a trend for aliens to invade Blue Star now? I just finished the invasion here and almost didn't fight it. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider. Upload 3 pictures named post-war New York. Bone King Mamonga, almost every part of New York is intact. The alien invasion is really terrifying. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, is this alien technology? Just looking at the situation after the war, you can guess how tragic it was. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, at mass-produced Spider. Damn it, is it really so scary? No. I don't want to stay in this Juxia city for a moment anymore. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, it's such a miserable situation. We have to move out tomorrow, we must move out tomorrow. Bai He saw this, he also nodded thoughtfully, it seems. Nowadays, the plot of Super God should be at the beginning stage. It is estimated that it will be quite some time before the giant battle. Think of this, Bai He replied directly. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, no need to run away. When the gluttony of your world comes to the world, there will be no point in runnings. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, besides. In your world later Blue Star, there will be the arrival of the gods of the universe. And there is even a monkey who is greedy for your body. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, Big Brother. Please take care of me. Bai He knows the situation in his own world. Suzioli knew this after seeing the chat message sent by Bai He. But she wasn't too alarmed after all, even Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Demon Slayer, and the characters in the game chatted with her as if they were flesh and blood. Who can say that they must not exist? If the story of your own world spreads to other worlds and is accidentally recorded by someone, it's not too outrageous only. The story isn't outrageous though. But the setting of this world is a bit outrageous and explosive. Suzioli thought to herself. She is just a small website anchor. Chatting live and chatting every day. Living an ordinary life that is not too miserable, but you suddenly told me. There are gods in the universe of this world. And they will all come to Blue Star in a while. Frog fun. Why? Do you want to be so outrageous? Bone King Flying Squirrel, good guy. The gods of the universe have descended on the Blue Star. Tusk living in such an outrageous world. And then having to be greedy by a monkey. It's not easy for you either at pathetic fairy little fox. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, gods of the universe. I do know a Thor. But I don't know if it is different from the gods of the universe that the boss said. Bangtai Silver Wolf, huh. I hope it's not at the Star God level, if the Star God comes. Then you can basically choose to lie down and die. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, at Flying Squirrel. That's right, I'm just an ordinary person. Why can't I be F*** ed to ashes in minutes by the aftermath? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, at Silverwolf. I have always been a little curious. What exactly is the Star God in your mouth? Bangtai Silver Wolf, Bangtai Silver Wolf, it's not easy to explain. You just understand it as a god who can play with the entire universe in the palm of his hand. Right, Bangtai Yinlang, I'm not sure after all. Not many people have faced the Star God directly. But it's not much different. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, hey. After such a comparison, I suddenly feel that this alien coming to Blue Star is quite good. What? Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox. At least you don't have to worry about waking up one day and the universe will turn into ashes. What? Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien. It's not that exaggerated. The gods of your world can at most destroy a planet or ignite a sun. What? Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien. This level is completely different from that of a star god who is close to a conceptual nature. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, thank you. It makes me even more desperate. God can only destroy a F***G planet and ignite a sun. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, this is too perverted. Suddenly at this moment, a reminder message flashed in the chat group. Big Sister Butterfly House, sign in successfully, get 10 points. With the appearance of this prompt, everyone in the chat group seemed to have woken up from a dream and immediately chose to sign in. After all, so many great things happened today first. He traveled across the world to save the group members. And then aliens invaded Blue Star. As a result, everyone subconsciously ignored signing in. Flying Squirrel sign in successfully, earn 8 points. Silver Wolf sign in successfully, get 5 points. Mass-produced Spider sign in successfully, earn 6 points. A certain ultimate blue and white alien signed in successfully, received 10 points. Pink-haired Tablet Lady sign in successfully, earn 8 points. Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, I just woke up. And I saw you guys talking about destroying planets. Zero's familiar Miss Pink Hair Flat Panel, what is a planet? Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, at Chinese letter ha 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 ha. Today is the non-chieftain in a luxurious mansion. Louise tidied up her messy long pink hair to be honest. For her, this kind of traveling through different worlds and killing evil spirits is such a magical and terrifying thing. Still somewhat tired therefore. After Louise returned to her original world, she took a quick shower and slept till now. This made me feel much better. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, don't call. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, the planet is the world you are in. Be careful, I will throw a god from the super god world. And it will blow up your worlds. Silver Wolf put down the game console. The corners of the mouth raised slightly. And the somewhat black-bellied began to threaten Louise. Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping. Destroy the world, is it true? Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, wait for me to look through the records. Zero's familiar the pink-haired Tablet Lady. Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-haired Tablet, I just took a nap. What? Why did the group start discussing dominating the universe and destroying the world? Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, you guys. Louise felt like her little head was buzzing, obviously. In the chat group a few days ago, they were still discussing specialties and interesting things in their respective worlds. As a result, she woke up after sleeping in the chat group. The topic directly involved ruling the universe and destroying the world. Know how presumptuous for a while. Louise was really a little panicked. Daily a certain blue and white alien, it's all right Silver Wolf, don't scare people. Daily a certain blue and white alien. Don't panic, it's all a small scene. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Pathetisil Little Fox. Don't panic, you have the genes of a super soldier in your body. Plus the strengthening of the chat group. You can also take off in the future. After finishing speaking, Bai He went offline directly. Want to ask why that's the cooked food, by the way. While cooking, Bai He also checked the usefulness of the chat group points. Strengthen the body. Or randomly draw the ability in the world of group members. The lottery function is 300 points once. Strengthening the body seems to be strengthening in all aspects, and as the number of uses increases, the points required will also increase. Then let's try strengthening our bodies first. Bai He touched his chin. Although his own monster mother is powerful, his own ability is still at the level of a normal person. If we go to other worlds in the future, when you meet an enemy with a better brains, give him a wave of decapitation, that would be the end of it. So it is good to rely on the combat power of the monster girl. But it cannot be overly relied on. When you are strong, that is true strength after all. It feels like the punch hits the flesh and the sword sparks. It's really cool instruction confirmation. A certain ultimate blue and white alien begins to strengthen his body for the first time. Detecting the inherited person, Reblondo. Start targeted reinforcement strengthening success. Points deducted 100 remaining points, 410. Your body enters the first stage of Blue Star Leonix. Next stage, Leonix Battle Form mode will be opened. Leonix's fighting instrument is sublimated, and the soul-saving mode is enabled. Pay points your soul can be reshaped into your body. For details, please refer to Raymond Tilda suddenly. The moment the prompt tone fell in the chat group, Bai He felt it clearly. It was as if something that had been buried in his body was suddenly awakened. Crack next moment. The glass Bai He originally held in his hand. It suddenly exploded. It's like being crushed to pieces by a powerful force. Is this the power of Leonix in the first stage? It feels a little safer. Bai He took a deep breath. He now only feels as light as a swallow. He feels as comfortable as in a martial arts novel when the protagonist suddenly gets the marrow cleansing pill and has just been cleansed by the I Ching. Did not expect. The physical enhancement of the chat group is actually the ability to strengthen itself in a targeted manner. Oh, this saves me the trouble of thinking of ways to develop the Reblondo inheritance. But the data for the first stage of strengthening should be improved according to Raymond's data in the Big Monster Showdown. Right. Bai He clenched his fists. I just feel like there is explosive power in my hands, but compared to this power, the density and defense of his body have improved, making the blessing even more terrifying. Next, Bai He took a long time to adapt. Only then did he finally control the gradually unfolding power of Leonix and have a general understanding. Leonix's first stage should mainly strengthen his speed and physique, while strength and the like will be improved along the way. It seems it's not unreasonable for Raymond to be so strong in the big monster battle. Think of this. Bai He also smiled and shook his head. Immediately, he looked at the chat group again, preparing to take a look at the points Leonix needed to improve in the next stage. His 8,000, isn't this Tama a profiteer? Wrong. The next stage of Leonix's fighting instrument is sublimated, and the soul preservation mode is activated. In this case, the 8,000 points. It's not that expensive anymore. Bai He exhaled slowly. I agree with the chat group's pricing, which is like a profiteer's soul-saving mode. This thing is a very buggy ability in the big monster battle. After Leonix dies, his soul will be temporarily preserved in the Leonix fighting instrument and has the ability to resurrect his physical body. But Raymond in the plot is reborn through the call of his companions. Now Bai He only needs enough points to be resurrected on the spot. Wonderful Tilda. It seems that earning points and starting the second stage of Leonix will have to be put on the agenda in the future. It's even more exciting to hold resurrection in your hand and lie down like this. Next, it's the lottery function of the group friend world. 300 points once. Just enough to try taking a shot. Bai He nodded. The cooked meal is in hand and served to the table smoothly and quickly. He glanced at the other side. Little King Ary and Mr. G were still doing laundry and chatting enthusiastically with each other. Let's eat and stop pretending to do laundry there. Those clothes are almost torn to pieces by you and will make you cry. Okay. Bai He glanced at it. Those shirts had already been washed and turned white. The corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. But in view of the good performance of his younger brother Mara in Demon Slayer World, he didn't say anything else. Brother's ice cream is in the refrigerator. Brother, please come back. Eat after you finish your meal. While Bai He was placing the dishes and chopsticks, he directly pulled back the little brother Mura, who rushed to the refrigerator and tapped him lightly on the head. Ice cream. Little King Ary tilted his little head curiously and looked at his little brother Mara next to him in confusion. Very delicious, icy, cool, sour and sweet in a moment. I will give you half of the total points, little Ary. Brother Mura pretended to be covering his head, as if he was really hurt by Bai He's beating, by the way. He also explained it to the confused little King Ary. Oh, great. Although little King Ary doesn't know what ice cream is. But he seems to agree with what little brother Mora said. Anyway, just give it a try soon, immediately. He also joined the ranks of the rice beasts and quickly eliminated all the seafood sashimi in front of him. Tasty, amazing. Little King Ary seemed to be amazed by Bai He's craftsmanship. While eating, don't forget to give Bai He another thumbs up. Don't know why. Little King Ary seems to like the thumbs up gesture. Perhaps it's because the hands of King Ary's monster form look like giving a thumbs up. Bai He sits across the table while sucking the ramen. He quietly looked at the two little ones who had a good relationship. Also smiled slightly. He really likes this feeling of quiet time and the development of a Lolita. Speaking of in the big monster battle, Raymond's two monsters are Gamora and King Ary. Bai He murmured at that times. He quite liked the combination of Gamora and King Ary in the plot. Did not expect after this time travel. On the contrary, it was a small dream come true. After eating, little King Ary and his little brother Mora went to share ice cream and watch TV. And Bai He is after washing the dishes. He also sat on the sofa, nestled between little brother Mora and little King Ary, feeling hugged from left to right. Little King Ary is quite familiar with Bai He because of the afternoon play and the hard work. Therefore, it was natural to lean on Bai He's side. And little brother Mora's naturally. He had already chosen a comfortable position, skillfully held Bai He's other arm, and continued watching TV. Everything seemed very warm. See this? Bai He didn't move either. Instead, he silently opened the chat group again. All right, it's time to have a lottery. Let's see if I am a non-chief or a European emperor. The group friend world lottery begins. Congratulations on getting group member world lottery. No guarantee. There are no restrictions on the lottery items. It may be the most common toilet paper or it may be the top skill. Do you confirm the draw? Not guaranteed yet. You seem to be darker than a penguin. Bai He pinched the bridge of his nose. After Wei complained. He finally clicked to confirm the draw after all. Extracting things from the world of group members is currently the fastest way to improve your own strength. None of them after all. Bai He is currently in the everyday world. Start extraction suddenly. The interface of the chat group suddenly transformed into a large airdrop box. Immediately an airdrop of virtual light. Then he slowly landed in front of Bai He. Reward drawn successfully opening. Congratulations, you have obtained Zero's familiar worldview skill, Gundaruf God's left hand. Skill category Gundaruf. Improvement category, a weapon that can hold everything in your hand. Quickly become proficient thus a very high base limit. And at the same time has high proficiency and attack bonuses for other skills that rely on weapons. Hidden type, Gundaruf has the power to rival 1,000 armies. The Shield of the Ancestral. The user's mood becomes more and more intense. And the power it unleashes will become even more powerful. Tip, this skill has been synchronized with Wanji. Haha, this is a good thing. It can quickly increase the lower limit of my combat power, so that I will not have the strong physical fitness of Leonix in the first stage without skill control. Even reading the introduction can increase the upper limit of combat power in the future. Nice skill, Bai He nodded with satisfaction after all. He knew clearly. Most of my future abilities will come from various worlds in the chat group. And skills that can only be activated using weapons are definitely one of them. So this base has the ability to raise the upper and lower limits. This is the real snake oil. With the ability to draw this level. I wonder if it counts as the European Emperor in the chat group. At this point, Bai He is really not sure after all. The chat group has extremely high limit worlds. 3 in total: Marvel, where Spider-Man is. The Star Dome Railway, where Silver Wolf is located, collapses the universe. There is also the Super God universe, where Suzaya Ali lives. With these 3 big heads, it is possible to draw any kind of abnormal ability. Think of this, Bai He directly opened the chat group, ready to test the European style of these dog group members. If high, then suck it like crazy. If low, then be ecstatic. No, it's observation and comfort with sympathy, but just when Bai He opened the chat group, but they found that the conspicuous person Suzyali had already started chatting about this lottery function. See this? Bai He chose to take a peek at the screen silently, just in case you fail to show off and get slapped in the face instead. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, by the way. The group member world lottery function of that chat group. Have any of you used it? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, how's the explosion rate? Has anyone drawn anything good? Suzyali has been really panicking recently, after all. Who knew that there would be so many perverted and supernormal characters in their world in the future? Wouldn't they be panicking so? Not wanting to sit still and wait for death. Suzyali chose to look for ways to become stronger in the chat group. But it took her less than 24 hours to join the chat group. And she only had so few points for signing in. So she couldn't experience these attractive features at all. What a pity. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider Group World Lottery. That thing costs 300 points at a time, it's so expensive. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, but I seem to have drawn something. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, upload picture of mass-produced Spider, named Super Soldier Serum. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, it seems to be something from the Marvel Universe. But this thing won't improve me much. I might as well choose to strengthen my body. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, dislike. The most active in the chat group, this is Peter Parker. The Spider-Man who spends his free time wandering around high-rise buildings in New York. Therefore, after Suzyali raised the question, he also responded immediately. Bangtai Silver Wolf, I drew a piece of rubbish from the Marvel worldview. It's too heavy, I might as well play a game. Bangtai Silver Wolf, this explosion rate makes dogs shake their heads. Bangtai Yinlang uploaded the picture named Broken Arm Boy. Bangtai Silver Wolf, this is a ghost power. Can you separate your arms and turn them into two arms to attack the enemy? Bangtai Yinlang, I'm afraid this is not going to make the other party laugh to death. Silver Wolf expressed his anger by the way. I subconsciously imagined a scene in my mind where I separated my arms and went to fight the enemy. Suddenly I felt a chill. Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-Haired Tablet, become a two-armed person. It's you, Silver Wolf. Even the winner of a prize can be so original. Bangtai Silver Wolf, you're laughing. You've got a hair removal cream from your own world. Don't think no one knows. Zero's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady. Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-Haired Tablet. That's better than turning into a head with two arms, right? Louise looked at the brand new bottle of hair removal cream placed on her bedside. His face darkened involuntarily mainly. She doesn't need this thing. And she doesn't need to take it off. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, I drew something with the Bone King's worldview. Is this thing good? Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister uploaded a picture, named it Life Restoration Potion. Bone King Mamonga, what the hells? Why didn't I know there was such a magical thing in my world? Bone King Mamonga, haze, it looks familiar. Isn't this something from my game that is about to be shut down? Bone King Mamonga, can this thing be taken out? Bone King Mamonga, then why did I spend 300 points to get osteosclerosis? Can this be considered a reward? Bone King Mamonga, is this chat group poisonous? Suzuki Satoru felt like his head was full of black lines. Originally, he thought that everyone in the group was a non-chief. Did not expect just yourself and that pink hair. What a trap, Bai He, who had been silently peeping at the screen, was also amused by Suzuki Satoru's confused words. It seems the Gundam ability he drew should be pretty good, then. Bai He raised the corners of his mouth and sent it directly. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, it's my turn. Is this a good thing? Daily, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture named God's Left Hand Gundaruf. And with that, Bai He made this speech at Versailles. The entire chat group exploded instantly. Super God, sorrowful reminder to the little fox. Super God, sorrowful reminder to the little fox. Can you get this thing? Super God, sorrowful reminder of the goblin little fox. At Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. I'm afraid your kid is not a dog care invited by the chat group. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox. At Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. This ability is rubbish. It is recommended to throw it away. Otherwise, I will be jealous. Suzai stared at the picture sent by Bai He in disbelief. The above is an introduction to Gundaruf's abilities. Certainly, actually don't read the introduction. Suzai knew the abnormal ability of Gundaruf after all. She had also watched the series The Familiar of Zero. And at that time she paid special attention to the appearance and ability of Gundaruf. This is an outrageous skill that allows ordinary people to gradually reach the point where they can challenge an army of tens of thousands of people. Think so. If this was used by the powerful physique of the ultimate life form like Reblondo, I'm afraid it would be even more terrifying. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, automatically proficient in the weapons you hold. And as your emotions rise, your abilities will also increase. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what kind of magical skill is this? Peter Parker has a very high IQ therefore in an instant. I thought of the powerful blessing that Gundaruf could bring to the user in the future. It's simply an enviable scalp numbness. Bangtai Silver Wolf, increasing the upper and lower limits is really a good ability. At least it's better than one with 2 arms. Silver Wolf said he was not envious. Absolutely not envious, absolutely. What a fart. Why did she get such a funny skill with 1 head and 2 arms? What? Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, a powerful skill. If this is used in breathing swordsmanship, it may get terrifying blessings. Butterfly Canny's eyes twinkled. The Demon Slayers mainly fight with the Nikarin sword, a weapon that waits for the power of the sun. If only I could have this ability of God's left hand. That will definitely receive terrifying blessings. Have no ideas if only he learned the breathing methods. Coupled with that little girl's physical strength, maybe she can really kill Musen Kibutsuji suddenly. Butterfly Canny's beautiful purple eyes brightened. Maybe it's because of what happened last time, as a result. She inexplicably adds a strange filter to everything Bai He does. But I don't seem to even know his name. Butterfly Canny recalled the previous scene in her mind. Then his face turned red. Zero's familiar Miss Pink-haired tablet, Gundaluf. God's left hand. So is there such a powerful ability in this world? Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-haired tablet, forget it. I use magic. This kind of melee attack is not suitable tilde. Louise was not envious at all after Alan her world. Magic is the standard equipment for nobles. And only commoners can attack in close combat with swords. And also suffered discrimination from the nobles. Certainly Louise was always kind-hearted. But after joining the chat groups, her horizons broadened a lot, therefore. There will be no discrimination against people who do not know magic. After all, just relying on the magical breathing swordsmanship of Butterfly Canny in the chat group is extremely terrifying. In the everyday world, Bai He looked at the response from the group with satisfaction. Right, it's this sour feeling of envy. This is also a part of the experience that veteran card draws must enjoy after drawing top-notch cards. If you don't go out and enjoy it, it feels like life has lost its meaning after. Bai He quarreled with Suzai and others in the group until 12 o'clock in the morning. 0001 minutes, sign in, go to bed after signing. If you don't go tomorrow, Jing's lovely little iron fist will come. Bai He directly chooses to sign in, but he found out. My hand speed is still a step slower. Sad Little Fairy Fox successful sign-in earned 8 points. Silver Wolf sign-in successfully get 5 points. Mass-produced Spider sign-in successfully earned 6 points. A certain Ultimate Blue and White Alien signed in successfully received 8 points. Flying Squirrel sign-in successfully gained 3 points. Pink-haired Tablet Lady sign-in successfully earn 8 points. Big Sister Butterfly House sign-in successfully get 4 points. I'm looking at the screen when I'm in love. Bai He twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at Su Xiaoli, who was the first in the group to laugh at the flying rat for signing in with 3 points. After saying this, he directly took little King Ary and little brother Mora with him. Go inside and sleep, Tilda, the bed is a bit small. I have to find a way to get some money to buy a bigger house. The next morning, after Bai He got up, he washed himself skillfully. The new little King Ary was slowly taught how to wash by his little brother, who looked like a little adult. See this. Bai He patted brother Mura on the head to encourage him. Then he went straight out and headed to Sabu High School, which was not far away. Is this a new neighbor coming? After going out, Bai He glanced at the large and small bags piled at the door next to his house. He couldn't help but murmur at the same time in mind. I also subconsciously flashed to Maharu Sha, who helped me in the rain last night. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Finally, Bai He shook his head and continued to rush to school. As an ultimate social worker who dropped out of school to work in his previous life, he came to Neon to experience the leisure time of high school in this life. It's also a good disposal option, so even though Bai He had great strengths, he never thought about not going to school or anything. After all, if you don't go to school, you won't be able to experience the leisure time in high school. And you won't be able to appreciate those beautiful girls who were familiar yet unfamiliar in your previous life. Tud. Not seeing young and beautiful girls every day is really a great loss in life. On the way to school, Bai He also saw many students from other schools in. There is one. A straight black girl wearing a light yellow top, a light blue skirt, calf socks, and small leather shoes. The girl looked depressed all the time. It's like seeing something bad, somewhat familiar when Bai He passed by this girl. Just feel. This girl's dress and appearance are very similar to the heroine of a TV series in her previous life. I remembered, isn't this Sieg Gianzi, Sigu Gianzai? Isn't this world a daily comic book world, suddenly? Bai He was stunned. His eyes widened in confusion, and he turned to look at where Sieg Miko left. Now, Bai He felt that he had been deeply deceived. Oh, deceit from the world, 4 ancient friends. It comes from a TV series called Seeing Miko in a Previous Life, in which she is the heroine with yin and yang eyes. Shikamiko can see the aboriginal people everywhere in this world. That is ghosts or gods, eye blanche. This is not something that can be seen every day, is it? If the 4 ancient seeds exist, does that mean that in this so-called daily comic world, there are existences that are beyond common sense? This is getting more and more outrageous. Bai He exhaled slowly. I glanced around subconsciously. It seemed like everything was normal in this world. But there are evil ghosts and divine spirits that wander around all the time. Can't help it, Bai He only felt a chill all over his body. It seems the choice to use the chat group to improve your own abilities is absolutely correct. This world of daily comics is not safe either. Finally, Bai Huho had seen a lot of the world. Took a moment to calm down at the intersection. He then recovered and continued walking towards Sabutaka. After all, isn't this just the evil spirits and gods flying all over the sky? If in the future, a group member comes into the chat group who can cause harm and destruction to spiritual bodies, there is still a high chance, when the time comes to develop the ability to kill evil spirits, wouldn't it be within reach? So, the daily routine should continue, just get used to it, Tilda. Total Military High, the full name is Sabu High School. There are many familiar characters Bai He has seen in his previous life. There are even some characters who are not Sabugao, such as Chitanda Urutsuchima Mi and the like. Therefore, Bai He would wander around the school and look at beautiful girls when he had nothing to do. It will make him feel better. Bai He. Walking in the school, Bai He was in a good mood because he saw the beautiful girl. After hearing this crisp voice with anger, immediately, subconsciously turned to one side. Immediately afterwards, then you can see it clearly. A lady with a delicate face, wearing a slender white coat with a black suit lining, punched him hard. Hey. It's wrong to punish students corporally. Bai He hid aside, looking at Sister Yu with a smile. Her punch missed. And this lady was none other than Hiratsuka Shizuka, who called him more than a dozen times yesterday. You kid are still hiding. I missed school for no reason yesterday and didn't answer the phone. How brave I am. Hiratsuka Shizu frowned beautifully. She was really anxious yesterday, afraid that something would happen to Bai He after all. Although Bai He is usually not very popular, he will not disappear suddenly and not answer the phone. Sorry, my brother was sick yesterday. I was a little anxious, so I took my brother to the hospital. So I didn't call him back, but I remember I texted you back, right? Bai He scratched his head. He has a good relationship with Shizuka Hiratsuka. After all, we met Shizuka Hiratsuka through his embarrassing blind date. So there was a feeling of sharing the same hardships. In addition, Hiratsuka Shizuka learned that Bai He had no relatives and was alone with a younger sister. He is also very good to Bai He. Are you sick? Are you okay? Really, don't deal with this kind of thing alone. Just say hello to me. Hiratsuka Shizu facepalmed. But I can understand Bai He, after all. If my younger sister is sick, she will naturally be very anxious, okay? Next time you encounter something like this, remember to say hello. I can also help, understand? Understand. Bai He silently said sorry to his little brother Mora. And get ready after school today. Buy some more snacks to reward the little brother Mora who sacrificed his life. And Bai He didn't dare to chat on this topic for a long time, for fear that some flaws would appear and it would be over. Okay. And your kid usually keeps to himself and doesn't sign up for a club. Sooner or later there will be problems. Wait until your sister gets better tomorrow. Don't leave after school, kid. Wait until I take you to a good place. Speaking of Bai He, Hiratsuka Shizu really had a headache. As her confidant big sister outside the school and the head teacher inside the school, she was really worried about his mental state. Going home as soon as school is over. The class is nestled in the corner, and those with low sense of presence are often ignored. If this continues, I'm afraid I might have autism. Hiratsuka Shizu finished speaking. Ignore Bai He's answer. He just flicked his white coat, turned around and walked towards the building. Not. Bai He's eyes twitched. These familiar words, this familiar unfolding. The good stuff in Hiratsuka Shizuka's mouth. I'm afraid it wasn't Yuka Nishida who caused the service department. Right, never mind. Let's talk about this kind of thing tomorrow. I seem to be late for class 2. Bai He shook his head. I chose to take it one step at a time after all. It was enough for him to take a break today to meet Sig Jianzi. An existence beyond the daily life. Sabu High School doesn't have a lot of coursework. In addition to Bai He's strong learning ability due to time travel, it naturally belongs to the kind of classroom that fishes in troubled waters. A good student who is ignored by teachers until noon. Only then did Bai He stretch out comfortably and got up from the table. He glanced around the class. Hikigaya is still hanging up and seems to be unfamiliar with Tatsuka Ayaka. Yes, Hanji people and others are present, but each has its own small group. This thing is one of Neon's school features. Students who are not integrated into small groups in the class will automatically be defined as withdrawn. And it is also the first choice for people who are very likely to suffer from bullying. But Bai He didn't care about this after all. His sense of existence is pitifully low. And even many classmates may not remember his name. Let's go to the rooftop for lunch today, Tilda. One of the great benefits of Neon School. The roof is a good place with a wide view and fresh air. So you can go up there for. Bai He likes to eat on the rooftop with the breeze only. This time after arriving at the rooftop, Bai He was looking for a place to sit down and was preparing for a casual chat group when he was doing lunch, but suddenly I discovered a bunny girl right in front of him wandering casually. Bai He was stunned by the clothes that seemed to be full of H. Bai He's bunny girls dress very boldly, and the girl wearing the bunny girl costume is also extremely beautiful. The girl has waist-length black hair, dotted with a pink bunny hairpins, and her figure is as slender as a model. A girl with such looks and figure, if she were wearing a bunny girl costume and appeared in the crowd like this, that would definitely cause an uproar, but at this time, the bustling boys and girls on the Sabu High rooftop seemed to be unable to see the bunny girls. They were all minding their own business, joking with friends and eating in silence while watching the scenery. Even this bunny girl stretched out her hand very arrogantly and waved it in front of a female classmate. After discovering that the female classmate still didn't respond, then he slowly left finally. Walk straight towards the rooftop entrance where Bai He is. Look at this situation. He should be getting ready to leave the rooftop, hiss. For a while Bai He is basically confirmed. The bunny girl in front of me should be my Sakurajima. And look at this situation. The supernatural symptoms of puberty syndrome should have already begun. To be honest, if this thing had been placed a day ago, Bai He might have been surprised, but after traveling through the worlds through the chat group and the appearance of Yoko Miko, Bai He feels that he is somewhat used to it. Then Bai He, who is used to it, looking at my Sakurajima's sexy clothes and figure, I couldn't help but have a bold idea. Just do it. Bai He took a deep breath, pretended not to see my Sakurajima, and stood blankly at the door of the rooftop. It just stopped him from leaving the rooftop. My Sakurajima frowned and prepared to bypass Bai He and walk towards the rooftop exit again. But just then Bai He was moved. Everything seemed to be very smooth. Bai He seemed to see something the moment Sakurajima Mai was about to avoid him. Also following the position of Sakurajima Mai, she moved suddenly. Just my Sakurajima didn't have time to react. It hit him directly. It hurts. My Sakurajima covered her head in pain, her blue eyes immediately staring at Bai He. Can you see me? Bai He answered without hesitation, can't see. My Sakurajima. Sakurajima Mai's blue eyes widened, and she looked at Bai He in front of her in disbelief. She really didn't expect it, the young man in front of me, who looks a little gloomy and has long hair, can be so shameless. This is simply telling lies with your eyes open. Think of this. My Sakurajima took a deep breath. He quickly calmed down his somewhat panicked state of mind. His expression calmed down again. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Anyway, I'll still forget it later, said. My Sakurajima was ready to leave directly after all. Judging from her own situation, the boy in front of me, I guess I just saw it by chance. I'm afraid it won't be long before this young man, like the people around him, will forget her existence. So my Sakurajima wasn't angry at all. I'll give you a piece of advice. Forget what you saw today. Also, never have anything to do with me. If you understand, say yes. My Sakurajima calmed down completely, and her blue eyes seemed to reveal coldness and a hint of loss. Okay, but Sakurajima-senpai, you may not be the only one to possess this extraordinary medium. Bai He stretched. It's enough to meet and eat some tofu with the beautiful girl he liked in his previous life. But he won't have to lick her hard immediately. Bai He also stretched out his hand seemingly casually. In Sakurajima Mai's shocked eyes, she saw the pure iron door handle of the Sabu High rooftop gate tear off easily. Then he directly kneaded it into a very round little iron ball like kneading tofu, and directly threw the round little iron ball to my Sakurajima, who was still a little distracted. That's it, gonna goodbye. Bai He stopped thinking about eating on the rooftop, waved his hand, turned around and left the rooftop. That's how big Sabugao is. We will always meet you in the future, then. Let's wait until the next time we meet to discuss everything tilde. Yeah. It took a long time after Bai He left. Sakurajima Mai finally recovered from the shock and felt the heavy little iron ball in her hand. He took a deep look at the rooftop iron door that was missing a small hole. He swallowed involuntarily such power. It's definitely not something humans can have anymore. Right. Just like kneading tofu, you can freely shape the steel. The power of extraordinary media, and... You know my name, Senior, Mai Sakurajima murmured. She knew it clearly. The strange phenomena and abilities that happened to him are definitely not things that should exist in the ordinary world. And Mai Sakurajima can feel it even more clearly. Her sense of existence seems to be disappearing little by little. It started out as a class, but now the whole school can't even see her. If this continues, maybe the whole world will completely forget me. Sakurajima Mai's eyes twinkled. She was just an ordinary high school girl with at least some acting experience. After something like this happened that transcended the ordinary worldview, she was very happy at first after all. No one bothered her anymore, but as time passes little by little, Mai Sakurajima doesn't know why. I'm starting to regret it. He can say something about extraordinary media so confidently. Maybe after thinking for a long time, Sakurajima Mai raised her head, wanting to find Bai He and ask but waiting for her to come to her senses. But he found that Bai He was no longer in front of him. The other side, Bai He found a place to finish his lunch. Then began the short lying down time in the afternoon, accompanied by the final bells. Following the mediocre crowds, they walked towards the gate of Sabo High School. Buy ingredients skillfully go home, Bai He, who was bored on the way, did not forget to open the Wanji chat group. Get ready to see these canine friends. What kind of dirty work are they doing behind his back? Is this a new person here? Hiss. This name looks familiar, Angel Kesha, I blanch it. Super God, sorrowful little fairy fox, welcome newcomers to the group. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, welcome. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, at pathetiself little fox. No he do I feel like you have more time than me. It feels like you live directly in the chat group. Honkai Silver Wolf, indeed. I can see her every time I go online. Silver Wolf's warm reminder. Excessive surfing on the internet can cause damage to your eyes. Bone King Flying Squirrel, die laughing Silver Wolf. You spend more than 12 hours playing games a day. What a ghost. Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, welcome newcomers. Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Newcomers can go to the group announcement to learn more about this group chat. Hint, Miss Fenmao Pingping completes the task of mentoring newcomers, acquires 30 points. Zero's familiar Miss Fenmao Pingping, good. I finally got the mission. Super God Angel Kesha, a chat group that travels through all worlds. Is there already such a level of technology in the universe? Miro Homeland, the era of Heavenly Palace Order. Kesha looked at the virtual screen in front of her with a serious and curious expression. She didn't fully detail the so-called Myriad Realms chat group. I'm afraid it's something created by Huayi's group of dogs. After all, it's not easy for her to hide around with a group of female angels. So everything has to be treated with caution. Super God, sorrowful reminder to the goblin little fox, I'm Zhuo. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, you are also from the world of super gods. Good sister hug. Suzai excitedly looked at the world in front of the angel Kesha's name. Suddenly, a feeling of intimacy arises spontaneously. Did not expect. This 10,000 Realms chat group can continuously pull people from one world into the group. She really didn't expect it, certainly. This is the most important thing. Suzai noticed the angel in the name of Angel Kesha, and the girl with snow-white wings in the frame of her profile picture. Are you really an angel? Hiss. If you hug your thighs tightly, then wouldn't it be safer to face the gods descending on Blue Star? Well, think of this. Suzai eyes sparkled with excitement. Look at my Sue asterisk licking dog Zyoli online. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, at Angel Kesha. Good sisters, if you don't believe in this chat group, you can try to sign in and get the points. Super God Sorrowful Reminder to the Little Fox, or I will send you an ordinary red envelope, and you accept it to prove it. Suzyali looked very eager at this moment, after all. This person in front of me is an angel. If this thigh is hugged tightly, maybe the future will be more nourishing, think of this. Suzyali thought for a moment. So he directly put his small pale white watch into the red envelope function of the chat group and sent it directly to the group. Angel Kesha successfully grabbing the red envelope. The number of red envelopes this time is 1. Angel Kesha is the king of luck tilde. Angel Kesha subconsciously accepted Suzyali's red envelope. But just got it, Angel Kesha regretted it. She was afraid that this was a location search device created by Huayi. But until a pale white iron watch quietly fell into Kesha's hand. Feeling the backwardness and handicrafts that do not belong to the Merlot homeland at all. As well as the inexplicable power that just fell out of the watch. Angel Kesha finally took a deep breath and started to believe in this so-called chat group of all worlds. Super God Angel Kesha, thank you at Pathetice Little Fox. Super God Angel Kesha, you. Are you really not created by Huayi? Under the cruel order of heavens, the female angel's fear of Huayi and other male angels is truly genuine. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, Huayi, what is that? Is it your friend Super God Angel Kesha? No. That's a scumbag scum eye. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I'm sorry, don't get excited. It seems I said the wrong thing, I'm really sorry. Yeah. Bai He, who has been peeking on the screen until now. I read all the chat messages of Angel Kesha carefully. After thinking for a moment, and finally came to a conclusion, Angel Kesha should be the young Kesha who is still in the era of order in the Heavenly Palace. Look at this situation. Kesha at this time seems to have never seen that beast Huayi. Bai He nodded thoughtfully, right. If Kesha joined the group chat in the later period, then she would probably have been given a name by the chat group. Maybe it's the Skyblade King or the Holy Kesha. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Pathetice Little Fox. This is indeed a big thick leg. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, the supreme leader of the future angel civilization. One of the holders of the 3 sacred bodies in the known universe. Holy Kesha, the Sky Blade King. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. It can be considered one of the gods that will come to Blue Star in the future. And it can be considered as an existence at its peak stage. Bai He has no ill feelings towards Holy Kesha. Although its righteous order is indeed a bit paranoid. It has truly saved the Blue Star and many living planets in the super god world. And he also somewhat admired this Heavenly Blade King. When the order of Hua Heavenly Palace almost enveloped the entire Milo homeland, he could lead a group of female angels to launch a counterattack and successfully win the battle in the end. Expel all male angels and Huayi, and rebuild the new Merlot heaven and create a righteous order in the known universe. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, what the hell? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, the supreme leader of the angelic civilization and one of the holders of the 3 sacred bodies in the known universe. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, they are still the top gods who will come to Blue Star in the future. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, at ANGLKSA. Sister, please take me to fly, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Suzyali is excited. She really didn't expect that she would lick it casually. Just lick the god-level combat power of the future. Even though Suzyali didn't know the strength of this angelic civilization, nor what this sacred body meant, but just based on Bai He's words, she knew it. You licked it right, Super God Angel Kesha, me. Super God Angel Kesha, the supreme leader of the future angel civilization. Super God Angel Kesha, king of heavenly blades. To be honest, Angel Kesha never thought about becoming the king or becoming the supreme leader of the future angel civilization. What she is thinking now. She simply wanted to lead a group of female angels to overthrow the brutal Tiangong order and get rid of that beast Hua Yi. Could it be? The members of this Myriad Realms chat group. Can you still know what happened in the future? Angel Kesha looked thoughtful. It's not impossible. In the cognition of the known universe, it is feasible to deduce the future. So, in the future, it is very possible for me to overthrow the tyranny of Hua Yi, fundamentally change angelic civilization, justice and order, Merlot Heaven, King of Heavenly Blades. Angel Kesha always feels that she is very familiar with these three unfamiliar terms, as if they are born to be their own. Super God Angel Kesha, the order in Tiangong is cruel and ruthless. If I have the chance, I will definitely try my best to overthrow it in the future. Daily a certain blue and white alien, then do you want to know your future? Don't tell me, I really do. Bai He walked towards the direction of his apartment rental house, one corner of his mouth raised, watching Kesha's speech in the group with great interest. Super God Angel Kesha, if I can save some tragedies that will inevitably happen in the future, then I will need it, Super God Angel Kesha, but the general direction doesn't need to be revealed. Super God Angel Kesha, if I can really change the angel civilization in the future and become the supreme leader of the entire angels, then all the setbacks will recast my wings. Angel Kesha was never a feminine cherub. In the future, it can become the master of the top angel civilization. Then how can you be lonely now? Super God sorrowful reminder to the fairy little fox, my good sister. Take me if you need help, just tell me. If you can, I will help. Just based on what the Angel Kesha said just now, Suzayali already believed very much that he definitely had a big thick leg this time. But at present, it seems that she really can't provide anything substantive to Angel Kesha. But it was at the moment when Suzayali finished sending the message. The Wanji chat group, which had been silent for a long time, rang again. Detected that the number of people in the Wanji chat group is sufficient, 7 people. The first upgrade of Wanji chat group in progress. Estimated duration 10 minutes, please wait. Number of chat group upgrades for the next time 14 people. Suddenly a prompt box pops up above the chat group. It clearly shows the update progress of the chat group. This prompt box is not big and will not affect the normal chatting of the chat group. But Bai He, however, went offline directly after taking a deep look at the update notification box. I hope this chat group will be updated. Can you add a little more ways to get points? Single-digit sign-in points every day. Only in the year of the monkey can you upgrade to the second stage of Leonix. Bai He shook his head. He found himself downstairs in the apartment then. Then he walked directly upstairs. Just arrived on the second floor, Bai He saw it again. The door of the room next to his house was open, as if someone was moving in and out to move things inside. Assorted girls' toiletries. I hope the one who moved in next to me is a beautiful girl, Tilda. Bai He murmured with a smile. Didn't pay much attention to this new neighbor after all. Although beautiful girls are very fragrant. But my own little monster girl is even better. Bai He, you are finally back, puff. Bai He just walked in. I just found that there were no lights on in the whole room and it looked dark. Immediately, there is another small figure. It seemed to be squeezed crawling towards him bit by bit. Little Ary, what's going on with you? A little closer. Bai He finally saw this little figure clearly. It was the little King Ary who just arrived yesterday. Only at this moment, little King Ary's long golden hair was messy, and his expression was even more dull. And seeing Bai He is like seeing a savior, Bai He. You are finally back, woohoo, Gamora. Gamora is so perverted ever since you left. She has been dragging me to play games until now. Even if I don't want to fight, you still have to force me to fight, ooh. Little King Ary doesn't hate games. But I don't like her to the point where I'm as crazy as little brother Mora. A whole few hours. They are all playing the same 2-player fighting game. The main thing is, Little King Ary couldn't beat his little brother Mora in the games. So he was tortured until he collapsed, but in reality, he also couldn't beat Mora, the little brother who had improved his strength once before in Demon Slayer world. For a while, little King Ary is really hopeless even. I miss Bai He's return very much, brother. Come out and explain what is going on. Bai He looked at the little King Ary who was clinging to him, and he felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Isn't this just a game? It feels like little brother Mora almost killed little King Ary. Bai He, you are back, brothers. Don't you want to help little Ary learn more about the culture of this world? That's why I took little Ary to play games. Brother, I promise. I have absolutely no intention of bullying little Ary. The little brother Mola also had an innocent look on his face, raising his little head and looking at Bai He even. It still feels like Gamora has been wronged. You're lying. You obviously want to fight with me after you win the game. You obviously know that I have never played games. Woo 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 woo, little King Ary was crying so miserably, yes. The monsters summoned by Bai He will become more fond of destruction and fighting because of Reblondo's intervention. But this horse has been hung up and beaten all afternoon. Who can hold on? Little Ary originally thought that her brother Mora's strength was about the same as hers. So he agreed to this request. But this little brother Mora is actually the sixth child. Okay, brother, come here. Bai He couldn't help but smile and shook his head after listening to both sides of the story. Finally, he came to the conclusion that little Ary, who was inexperienced in the world, was betrayed by his slightly sinister brother. Taught the first lesson in the life of a monster. Never trust anyone, including your own monsters. And little King Ary was not injured at all. The look he looked like just now was purely caused by his tiredness. It can be seen from this, brother Mora is also measured. State after Mr. Brother approached. Bai He flicked bang bang twice directly on the foreheads of brother Zong and Zio Ai, very evenly covered with rain and dew. It doesn't take much strength, but it's a small punishment but a big warning. Well, little Gamora seemed to have gotten used to it, and started pretending to put his head on his back and squatted down, looking like it was in pain. Why? Little King Ary was stunned for a moment, but he didn't choose to crouch down like little brother Mora. Instead, he tightened his grip on Bai He's clothes. As a result, it hung on Bai He's body more firmly. Brothers, little Aries, I will always treat you as a family. So I also hope that this family can be consistent with the outside world. It's okay to fight and fight, as long as you don't really do it in the end, understand? Bai He is telling the truth. After he traveled to this so-called daily life world, he has always been in a state of no relatives and no reason. Only the summoned monster girl can be absolutely trusted and accompanied forever. Therefore, Bai He will treat every summoned little monster girl with sincerity. Brother Ryu came to this world before little King Ary, and you will be stronger than her. So take good care of little Ary, may I? Bai He doesn't want any gap between the monster girls then. He took the little hand of the little Gamora and said with serious eyes, Little Gamora's personality is originally sunny and cheerful, but because of her childish nature, she might be a bit bearish sometimes, but it is enough to correct and recognize mistakes in time. See this? Bai He gently placed the little King Ary, who was a cat, in his arms beside the little Gamora. He also held his little hand, little Ai. You just came to this world yesterday, and you are not familiar with everything here. So you have to talk to Brother Boss more after that. Certainly, if Brother always bullies you again, you can also come to me to complain. Instead, I'll give you some of Largo's snacks. Speaking of which, Bai He seemed to realize something was wrong. So he turned his head and looked at the little brother Mora, who was a little anxious. Of course, the elder brother can also come to Sue, and the treatment is the same as that of Zio Ai. Actually, Bai He believes in the innate kindness of monster mothers towards their companions. Such a small means. It's just to make the house more lively in the future and resolve conflicts when they arise. I'll think of this. Bai He ignored the two little ones and got up directly to go to the kitchen to cook. Only little brother Mora and little King Ary were left. Looking at me and me looking at you in embarrassment, but the two little monster girls are still in the state of little girls. Therefore, after Bai He was busy in the kitchen for a few minutes, he heard the laughter of little brother Mora and little King Ary lay playing with each other again. See this, Bai He also smiled, then he started cooking some Huxia delicacies. Bai He hummed as he took out the prepared ingredients and arranged them neatly. As he was checking the internet, he was looking for ways to make beef noodles. Little by little I started adding noodles, various garlic sprouts, and the fragrant beef soup that I had cooked long ago. At last, drizzle with bright red chili oil as a garnish. Showdown. A bowl of authentic beef noodles is easy and quick to prepare. Smell this familiar smell. Bai He couldn't help but swallowed, it seems. I can study more Huxia dishes from now on, this is life. Time passed little by little. Soon Bai He was ready with enough food for two little ones. Let's eat. Bai He smiled and put 3 bowls of noodles on the table. In fact, the two little ones were attracted by the fragrant smell of beef noodles and sat down at the table very obediently. As soon as I put down the noodle bowl, I couldn't wait to start working. What a great time. Brother Mora's eyes lit up in the past 3 years. She almost vomited from eating neon ramen. But she wanted to save money and have enough food for Bai He. I can only keep eating in silence, but the moment I eat beef noodles again, Brother Mora feels like her life has been wasted in the past 3 years. Ah, brother, please bleed some for me, Bai He. Brother, she is bullying again, certainly. This complaint is just a joke, little King Ary said, grabbing the remaining noodles and soup without any slowness in his hands. Finally, the dinner ended with the two beasts patting their bellies comfortably and sitting on the sofa watching TV. Bai He, I will still eat tomorrow, I want it too. I want it too, little Ary and Mr. G each held one of Bai He's arms and said coquettishly, since you can't destroy it wantonly, then put your extra energy into enjoying delicious food. Good, be obedient at home and don't cause trouble. I'll cook delicious food for you every day from now on. Bai He enjoys such a peaceful daily life. But this kind of life still needs strong enough strength to guarantee it, so that it can proceed in an orderly manner. Think of this. Bai He stood up silently, went to the balcony to get some fresh air, and opened the updated chat group to take a look. The two little ones were still lying on the sofa, watching TV obediently. Bai He felt the breeze blowing at night and couldn't help but squinted his eyes comfortably. Then the chat group was opened. The Wanji chat group has been upgraded successfully. New features are as follows. Group members who change the main plot and character fate of their current world will receive certain points as rewards. Points reward level judged according to the intensity of changing the main plot and the fate of the characters. New chat group malfunction. The products are immediately refreshed to all items in the group member world. Products are refreshed once every 10 days. Bai He saw this, his eyes lit up immediately. You can directly gain points by changing the world's main plot and the fate of the characters. It's a very good function. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. He is in this daily world of comics. So if you want to change the main plot or the fate of the characters, isn't it easy? And just as Bai He was thinking, the notification tone of the chat group sounded again. Detected that you have changed several major world plots and character fate trajectories. Details are as follows. Change Maharu Sha's slight fate trajectory and the main plot of the world reward points, 800. Change Shizuka Hiratsuka's minor fate trajectory and the main plot of the world reward points, 200. Change Sakurajima Mai's slight fate trajectory and the main plot of the world reward points, 600. Continue to make changes, you will continue to receive points rewards. Settlement points, 1600. 1,600 points directly. It's really cool, hiss. Do you want to draw 2 prizes with 600 points? So tangled after Bai He read the credit details. Take a deep breath. Began to hesitate whether to be a gambling dog, but Just as Bai He was thinking, in front of him a rope slowly stretched down. Immediately afterwards, in Bai He's dull gaze, a pair of little feet wearing lace-trimmed black knee-high socks slowly descended along the rope. And these little feet seemed to have miscalculated the height of the balcony. When I found that there was no landing spot, I started to explore around eagerly. Bai He. Rika, are you running around in the middle of the night again? Be careful, I'm going to report to your sister right now. Bai He took a deep breath after looking at the little black lace knee-high stocking feet in front of me and completely trampling them. He said with a dark look on his face, that's right. The girl in front of her looked small with short black hair, a white eye patch on her right eyes, and her skin looked extremely white under the moonlight. She was the heroine from a drama in his previous life. Birds swim among 6 flowers and Bai He actually got to know the neighbors 2 years ago. He already knew that 2 sisters, Katori Yurika and Katori Yushika, lived upstairs. But jumping around to show the character of a bad person, Bai He did not take the initiative to make contact with the evil king's true eye. But now feel sorry, I really need those points. So go and sacrifice at the same time. Bai He's words also made the little bird Yu Liuhua tremble, who had just stood firm. Daba said, is ready to start running away, but who is Bai He? Do you really think that the first stage of evolution of Leonix was in vain? I see. Bai He casually turned on his phone and sent a message to Shihua upstairs. With one hand and the other hand, he directly lifted up the little bird Yu Liuhua, who was about to run downstairs, and choked the back of Fate's neck instantly. It felt like catching a kitten. Bai He. Can't you let me go? You are the running dog of the holy conditioner. Bai He of God steps on the horse and the dog. Is this kind of word that can be said indiscriminately? Didn't I just help Toka and ruin your secondary plan dozens of times? Is it necessary for the running dogs to come out? But after Rika finished shouting, she seemed to realize that her title was a bit inappropriate. Think quickly for a moment. After muttering sorry to Bai He in a low voice, the momentum is majestic again, then. That is also the accomplice of the holy adjuster. You are not a good person. Liuhua began to bark her teeth at Bai He. This scene really looks a bit like a kitten with fierce breasts. But Bai He didn't care because he had already heard the sweet prompt tone of the chat group of all worlds. Change the slight fate trajectory and the main plot of the world in Birdie Rika, reward points, 600. Although I don't know what this 10,000 Realms chat group is based on to determine the changing destiny trajectory and the main plot points of the world. But this directly earned 600 points for nothing. It's so cool at the same time. Just when Xiao Xiao Yulihua was still speaking ill of Bai He angrily, a girl with an expressionless face, crisp short hair, and red eyes came silently behind Bai He and quietly looked at Rika's ferocious appearance. Finally, the spoon in the girl's hand suddenly hit Rika's head. The sound is very crisp even. This attracted the 2 little ones who were watching TV in the living room. Little King Ary and little brother Moras, who quietly poked their heads out. Get ready to see what happens. Good start. What sounds good is a good head. Bai He gloated and clapped on the side. Just when Xiao Yuliuhua was about to fight back, he also discovered Xiao Yuliuhua standing behind Bai He. The momentum faded instantly. Finally, after Toka's care from her sister, Xiao Xiao Yulihua is no longer as arrogant as before. He sat obediently on his knees in the living room, as if he was very obedient. Sorry for disturbing you, Rika. The reward will be delivered tomorrow, that's it. Farewell. Shihua is also very familiar with Bai He. After nodding in greetings, he dragged Rika directly upstairs. Okay. You still get paid, youth, in the corridor. The sad voice of Katori Yurika echoed until it completely dissipated when we returned upstairs. Okay, there will be delicious food tomorrow too. Following the bird tour, Liuhua was taken away by Shihua. Bai He didn't say anything yet. Brother Mora raised her white and tender right arm first, looking extremely happy. She knew what Bai He and the elder sister just said was the reward. Don't think it's so mysterious, in fact. Bai He helped catch the escaped Rika, and Toka would prepare a sumptuous dinner as reward. And Shihua's profession is the chef of a high-end restaurant. Therefore, little brother Mora likes to eat it, okay? It's getting late, little brother Mora. Take little Ary to bed first, I'll be there in a minute. Besides, you're not allowed to bully little Ary. Do you understand? Bai He looked at the happy little brother Mura. I couldn't help but smile. He is now going to join the 10,000 Realms chat group and become a big dog. At least 3 draws, of course he wouldn't just go to sleep. Oh good night, Bai He's. Brother Mora said obediently, holding her head high. The little King Ary next to him was stunned for a moment. And then he also shouted a little unskilledly. Good night, Bai He, immediately afterwards. Little King Ary was taken to the bedroom by his younger brother Mora. En route. Brother Mora was also very interested in telling little Ary how delicious the food cooked by the big sister, who just came downstairs, was. Hearing this, little King Ary became a little excited and looked forward to tomorrow even more. After seeing the 2 little ones go to sleep obediently, Bai He also sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and casually opened the chat group. Excuse me. There's quite a lot of news out there, all 99 plus directly. Bai He murmured, while starting to look through the chat history. To be honest, as an old friend who has been in the VX and Penguin chat groups all year round, he really likes the feeling of slowly flipping through the chat history. I can't tell where this feeling comes from, but just and like it seems to be a subconscious action. Finally, after watching Bai He for several minutes, he had a rough idea of what the dog pack members were talking about behind his back. They all seem to be talking about the points they have earned. Suzairali hasn't changed anything, he's still a poor man. That guy Mamonga plays games all day long, cherishing the last moments with his guild brothers. He doesn't get any points, he's still a poor guy. Louise got 500 points because of her last mission to the Demon Slayer world. She is considered a little rich woman. Silver Wolf is still playing games. Angel Kesha is still a newbie. She just signed up for 6 points, which is extremely pitiful. The richest one is Butterfly Canny. Bai He was stunned. Butterfly Canny was directly awarded 0 points for changing the major event of her own death. She has become the top rich woman in the chat group of all worlds. Change the fact of your own death and directly reward 4,000 points. The points I got are really unenviable. Bai He smiled and shook his head just in time. I also saw Suzairali, who is usually the most active, at himself like crazy. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, at some ultimate blue and white alien. Stop diving, boss. The only thing missing is how many points you can get by not exploding. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. The laxatives only cost 11 points in total, which is still very little. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Suzairali's eyes widened even though she knew that Bai He was in the daily world of variety comics and wanted to change the direction of the future plot or something. It can be said to be a breeze. But it's a guess. When she really heard that there were so many points, Suzairali's little heart couldn't help but speed up the points. She admits it, she is envious. 2,001 points. This can lead to 7 draws in a row. It's so cool. But Suzairali didn't like Bai He either, so she took a deep breath. Replied stiffly, Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, it's really very few. Only a little more than half of Canny's. Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, at some ultimate blue and white alien. You still need to work hard to lead me, pat on the shoulder. See this, Bai He also laughed, the great Onmyoji. Startup. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, yes. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. I just hang out with those 2-dimensional beauties every day. And I just get so few points. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white aliens. Oh. Chatting with this 2-dimensional beautiful girl is also very tiring. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Pathetisil Flittle Fox. Don't you think so, Puffs? What are you barking at? Suzayali felt like she had received a 10. 0-point critical blow in her heart, damn it. Just by chatting with various two-dimensional beauties every day. You can earn such a large amount of points, finally. Suzayali chose to skip this topic that made her sad. Bangtai Silver Wolf, Daily Persecution of Suzayali complete. Marvel's Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider. You can get thousands of points by chatting with a beautiful girl. What a magical day it is to ride a horse. Marvel's Spider-Man Assembly Line Spider. I seem to be in such a world too. Peter Parker was partly joking though, but if there really is such a paradise-like world, he really wants to go. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at mass-produced spider. Are you sure? Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. My daily life here is not simple either, tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, for example. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. The whole world is filled with invisible evil spirits and gods, as well as weird things like puberty syndrome. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, and the most outrageous thing. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, look what I found. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. I actually discovered the SOS Club created by Haruhi Suzumiya. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. It's really dangerous to step on a horse. Bai He took a deep breath. This is what he found different in school today. It's always been displayed badly before, and I really didn't pay attention to it. Until I met Shigmiko this morning and heard Jing Kei mention the good things. Bai He just paid a little attention to Sabu Hai's club. Finally, he found such a big treasure sauce department. Horse riding super god sad fairy little fox, what? Haruhi Suzumiya. Super god sad fairy little fox. Suddenly I'm not so envious anymore. Super god sad fairy little fox, there must be something wrong with your daily life. There are evil ghosts and gods all over the sky. And there is also puberty syndrome. Super god sad fairy little fox, please allow me to observe 3 seconds of silence for you. Suzayali's delicate body trembled, good guy. The evil ghost that Shikimiko saw and Mai Senpai's puberty syndrome were okay to say the least. But a little weird and perverted at best, but Haruhi Suzumiya, this kind of existence. Like a bug in the world appears in the daily world. This is somewhat outrageous. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, who is Haruhi Suzumiya? She looks very powerful. Peter Parker was a little confused. Super god sad fairy little fox, nothing, just a false god. Super god sad fairy little fox has the ability to unconsciously change the entire universe. But it cannot be determined and cannot be taken away. So it is a mystery. Suzayali has seen Suzumiya Haruhi's melancholy, but she doesn't really like Suzumiya Haruhi's personality. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, excuse me. Farewell, good guy. Gods who can change the universe according to their own subconscious have emerged. Doesn't this everyday world feel right? Bone King Flying Squirrel, plus 10086. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, is this such a scary world? Butterfly Canny's eyes twinkled drearily. How could the world he lived in be so simple, but this can change the world according to your subconscious mind. It's indeed a bit perverted. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-Haired Tablet, 2 seconds of silence for you. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-Haired Tablet, by the way. The familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-Haired Tablet. I just drew a reward and got something like this. Is it useful? Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-Haired Tablet. Miss Pink-Haired Tablet sent a picture named Breath of Demon Slayer. Chat with people. They also saw the meaning of Louise changing the subject. Then they all tacitly ignored what Bai He just said. After all this kind of thing, there is no way that little Karami like them can get involved. Rather than creating anxiety here, it's better to liven up the atmosphere. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, sure enough. It's the damn European emperor who is riding a horse again. Super God sad fairy little fox, you have to ask Canny about this. This thing is from her world. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister. The breath of water is very strong. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister. Butterfly House Sister uploaded a video named Breathing of Water. Say this. Everyone in the chat watched the video one after another. Especially after seeing the cool aqua sound effect swirling around the sword and slashing with huge destructive attacks. Flying Squirrel and Peter Parker are two middle school boys. Even more excited without him, tie pants are hot. Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-haired Tablet, it feels so beautiful. I made a profit. Familiar of Zero Miss Pink-haired Tablet, another day when luck beats a certain wolf. Bangtai Silver Wolf, meeting his fate, please drink to our friendship, cheers Tilda. Zero's familiar, the pink-haired tablet lady, you guy. Bai He, who has been spying on the screen. This time I took a deep breath and calmed down immediately. After thinking for a moment, I'm also preparing for a 3-shot lottery. Let's see if we can come up with something awesome. After all this everyday world, horse riding is getting more and more dangerous. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, everyone. Look at me, I have an announcement. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I'm. Oh no, that's easy to say. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I just adjusted my points. So I will definitely draw 3 prizes. The results of the lottery will be announced soon. Super God sad fairy little fox, it's you again, doggy. You're here to stimulate a non-chief like me again. Aren't you? I also want to draw a lottery. Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. I will send you the follow-up plot of Super God later. Privately or in a groups. Super God sorrowful reminder to the little fox. Super God sad fairy little fox, is it true? Foster father. Super God the sad fairy fox, there is a loud bang in the sky. The old slave makes a grand appearance. Foster father, please go and draw the lottery first. Bangti's Yinlangt. Bangtai's silver wolf, watch your face. Bai He saw this. After smiling slightly, he took a deep breath. The group member world lottery interface is opened. By the way, he also took a look at the previously updated group chat mall interface, but found out nothing good came out of it. The only one who has ever seen it, that is to say. In the Spider-Man world view, a set of Mark V suitcase armor has been refreshed. Although very handsome, but it's of no use. Let the lottery begin, just pump me 3 times in a row. Reckless wave by he took a long breath. Start extraction suddenly. The interface of the chat group suddenly transformed into a large airdrop box again. Immediately an airdrop of virtual light. Then he slowly landed in front of Bai He. Reward drawn successfully opening. Congratulations, you have obtained the Daily Worldview Unique Ability Plunder. Congratulations, you have obtained the Worldview of Bone King, a Iggdrasil game account locked to individuals. Congratulations, you have obtained a Super God's Worldview, the genetic research data of the 3rd generation super soldier. So golden legend. Bai He took a deep breath and stared at the 3 rewards drawn out. This horse is more perverted than the last, first. Ability looting from everyday worldview. Introduction, you can temporarily transfer your consciousness to a single target. If the target has the same ability, you can directly plunder its superpowers subjectively. Tip, the more you possess this ability, the greater the demand for brain capacity. And ordinary people can easily become idiots. Sure enough, the ability to plunder, but if the looting ability comes out, then does this mean that there is also a Charlotte storyline in this world? That's really hot in tie pants, Bai He's eyes flickered. If Charlotte's plot existed, that means there are still many adolescent superpowers hidden in this world. Correct. Bai He seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly asked the chat group. Don't tell me. This ability to plunder will also disappear with the passage of puberty. Soon the Wanji chat group responded, answer no. Answer, the abilities held by the chat group will be in sync with all worlds and will not only follow the rules of a single world. It's fine if you don't. Bai He finally breathed a sigh of relief subsequently. He looked at the next heaven-defying reward that was drawn out. The special props Yggdrasil blank account. From Bone King Worldview. Introduction: Yggdrasil is a game that is about to be shut down. But this game seems to be connected to the supreme power of this world. There are very few lucky humans who can inherit all the game's abilities and equipment the moment the game is shut down. Tip: the effects of the props are in sync with those of Wanji, and the user will 100% inherit the game abilities and equipment. Absolutely amazing, it's so awesome. If before the game is shut down, Mamonga can be dragged over to help with leveling up, and he will get some god-level equipment. Wait until the game is shut down. That's when I take off on my horse, it's so perverted. Compared with this, the research data on the genes of the third-generation super warriors based on the super god's worldview seems a little bit cheesy. Bai He suddenly looked at the third reward with disgust. Compared with the above two rewards with extremely high ceilings, this third-generation super soldier genetic research data in the super god worldview really seems to be dispensable. After all, this thing is not the third-generation divine body, nor is it directly given. You still have to study and conquer it yourself slowly. Bai He is self-aware. He probably won't be able to figure out this thing. Alright, integrate the predatory ability first. Go to the chat group and take a look at the dog group members. Bai He closed his eyes. There is only one ability he needs to fuse this time. That is the top skill that appears in Charlotte's plot plunder. Next moment, with Bai He touches the fusion option. A tingling fluorescent green color slowly condensed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, about 10 seconds passed. Bai He clearly felt that there were some hints about how to use his eyes in his mind. See this? Bai He also opened his eyes directly, haha. I haven't experienced the ability yet, but my eyesight is much improved. Bai He nodded with satisfaction. There is no need to rush this test of ability, anyway. There is no homologous ability in Charlotte's plot nearby. Think of this, he opened the group silently. And I am going to send direct screenshots of the 3 rewards I just drew. Kenny is also doing a live lottery. Bai He just opened the chat group. Then I found that Kenny had also just drawn 4 consecutive rewards and was posting pictures in the group. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, it's over. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, but this reward. There seems to be something wrong. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, fast. What could be wrong with this? Did I win something good again? Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, sad. Another European Emperors. Zero's familiar Miss Pink-haired tablet, hurry up. Hurry up, the flowers will wither after waiting. Bone King's flying squirrel, open quickly. The flowers will wither after waiting. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, hurry up. Hurry up, the flowers will fade after waiting. Super God sorrowful reminder to the little fox, good guy. Really good guy. Super God sad fairy little fox, for 4 consecutive draws. I won my own world and they were all breathing techniques. In the end, I synthesized the most perverted breath of the sun. Super God sorrowful little fox for a while. I don't know whether to call you fake you or Ao Huang. Super God sorrowful reminder to the fairy little fox, say you are not a chieftain. You have breath the whole day. Super God sorrowful reminder to the fairy little fox, let's talk about you. Ao Huang. Other worldviews have powerful perverted abilities. But I haven't drawn a single one. What Su Xiaoli said was clear and logical, but she still longs for this extraordinary ability after all. Recently, many wealthy people in Juxia City seem to have received some news and began to move their families. For a while, Juxia City, a super first-tier city that was originally extremely lively, has become inexplicably desolate and desolate. Seeing that, Su Xiaoli became more and more uneasy. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, it's okay tilde. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, in addition to the Breath of the Sun. I have just strengthened the ability to penetrate the world, which is also an extremely powerful ability. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, what? You even created the world. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, I was wrong. You are the European Emperor. Super God the Sad Little Fairy Fox, at some ultimate blue and white alien. It's your turn, let me show you the pictures. Suzaya Ali chose to ignore the European Emperor. And curiously called Bai He, see this Bai He, who has been peeking at the screen also finished editing. Clicked send directly. Daily, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture named Bone King Worldview Iggdrasil blank account. Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture named Genetic Research Data of the third generation super warrior of the super god worldview. Every day, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture named Daily Worldview Ability Plunder. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, here he comes. This ability is just average Chinese letter ing. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. I shouldn't be asking you this question when I'm riding a horse. What? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, Bone King's blank account. It also has the ability to plunder turtle. You are suddenly rich. Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, Emperor O. Look at the sword, speak backing. Bone King Flying Squirrel, wait a minute. Bone King Mamonga, why does the name of your game look so familiar? It's Bone King Mamonga. Bone King Mamonga, isn't this what I'm playing? This thing can actually be played across borders. Bone King Mamonga, if we can play Iggdrasil together. We are good brothers, if you go up you will go. I will take you flying, Bone King Mamonga, no. Wait a moment. Bone King Mamonga, this introduction says. There are a very small number of selected lucky humans who can inherit the equipment and abilities in the game when the game is closed. Bone King Mamonga, are you so stupid? Suzuki Satoru took off his gaming device directly. The eyes are full of excitement, obediently. If only he were chosen. That depends on the wealth she has saved over the years and her ability to account. Why don't you take off directly? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, didn't I tell you? At Flying Squirrel after you close the game. You will take everything in your game account with you. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, travel into the world of Iggdrasil. What? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, then he becomes a big skeleton of nonsense. Bone King Flying Squirrel. Bone King Mamonga, what the hells? Bone King Mamonga, such an important thing. I should have said it earlier. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, you didn't ask picking your nose. For a while, Suzuki Satoru felt like vomiting blood. Especially looked at the hint of nonsense. He looked at his game character again and saw that his whole body was made of bones. For a while, Suzuki Satoru actually regretted it. Grandma S. If I had known that the characters playing the game could travel across the world, I would have chosen a feathered skeleton. This is just great. It is completely unrealistic to practice account training again. It's really nonsense. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Chinese letter. This account of mine seems to be playable in the everyday world. Please take care of me when the time comes. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, thank you very much. Bone King Mamonga, where is the guide? The guide must be comfortable here. Suzuki Satoru doesn't feel that helping Bai He is a drag. After all, with the inheritance from Bai He, Nima will be able to rule the universe casually until the end. Do you still care about such a small game world? Such thick legs, it's better to hold on tight, see this. Bai He also nodded mindlessly. This kind of online game that recharges Krypton Gold is only fun if it is brought by top players. Then wait until the server is closed. Directly inherit all the abilities of the game. Take off on the spot, it's so cool, private chat. Suddenly, Bai He found himself on the interface of the Wanji chat group. Suddenly, a private chat invitation popped up. Angel Kesha, invite you to open the private chat window. Agree or not agree, Bai He nodded. He roughly knew why the angel Kesha came estimate. It was the genetic research information on the third-generation super soldier that I had just drawn that attracted this little angel who had been diving. Really, the next moment Bai He agreed to chat privately. The angel Kesha on the opposite side couldn't wait to send the message. Angel Kesha, hello. Angel Kesha, excuse me for interrupting you. But I really need the third-generation super soldier genetic research data in your hands now. Angel Kesha, if you can lend it to me. Then I can give you 50% of the points I get from changing the future. Angel Kesha, can I? Angel Kesha is really a little anxious now and she was not peeking into the chat group before, but leading a group of female angels to avoid Huayi's pursuit. Just finally took a break. Only then did I see the picture posted by Bai He. I hope so. Super God World. Miro Homeland, the era of Heavenly Palace Order. Under the jurisdiction of the Huai Heavenly Palace Order. The entire Milo homeland is in an extremely pathological way of civilized development. They possess the genetic abilities of a generation of super soldiers. There are even Huayi and other high-ranking male angels who possess the powerful combat power of second-generation super warriors. But the development of the entire civilization is still in a semi-feudal system. Transportation between cities is extremely weak. This is also the reason why Kesha can hide here and there with a group of female angels. Certainly, this is also closely related to the family relationship behind Angel Kesha. Here are you agreed in an extremely dense forest. Kesha was leaning seriously against a towering tree. She was silent and her eyes flashed with anxiety. And next to Kesha, there is also a female angel with the same delicate cheeks. Long silver hair and a curvy figure with downcast eyes. Not yet, so I'm not sure he would agree, after all. Based on the description and related information about him in the group. His power seemed to be enough to rule the entire universe for tens of thousands of years. Although the accuracy of these messages is uncertain, look at Kesha saying nothing but. She has been looking through various chat group records of previous group members. The only one that caught her attention. It was a certain ultimate blue and white alien. And a sad little fairy fox who shared the same worldview as her. Ruling the universe for tens of thousands of years. Do you believe it? The angel with long silver hair has a scholarly air. It is none other than the future Tianji King, He Zai. Hexi let out a long sigh. She also sat next to Kesha, leaning against the towering tree behind her. Her white legs under her skirt looked extremely white and tender under the sunlight. The universe is extremely vast. Just in the universe they know. There is no possibility of domination after all. Dominance and civilization are at their peak. There is still a huge gap, I believe. This chat group is not simple. It really has the ability to communicate with other worlds. Therefore, he said I would be a king in the future. I will believe it too, I must believe it too. Kesha looked at the surrounding female angels who were also resting. Under the oppression of Huai Heavenly Palace Order. She has unknowingly become the leader of this group of female angels. What she now carries, it is the hope that leads these female angels to continue to live. If the future is really successful, become a king, why not? Becoming a king, king of heavenly blades. It still feels so far away, Hexi shook his head. She is now in her teenage years and has not yet met that pervert Sumeri. Therefore, her desire for power and her own strength is actually not that great. But I am extremely interested in doing scientific research and the like. Iva suddenly, just when I still wanted to say something. Kesha's eyes suddenly lit up, just scream. Interrupted her words, he agreed. And the genetic research data of the third-generation super soldier was directly sent over. Quick. I cut off the data link and directly unilaterally conduct confidential transmissions to you. Hexi, look at it, how usable are these materials? Kesha took a deep breath. The solemnity just now disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a touch of indescribable excitement. See this, I also became serious. He directly received the message from Kesha without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, I immediately checked it out. The third generation super soldier. What a detailed genetic source code. The required materials and steps are all on time. Or even, you can also easily deduce the genetic evolution methods of the first and second generation super soldiers. Well, to be honest, in fact, Hexy has been talking about the chat group of all realms that Kesha said. Have deep doubts after all as a scholar. You should be curious and skeptical about everything. But now go to hell, scholars. The genetic information of this third-generation super soldier is actually real. That means everything Kesha said before is true. Hexy, this genetic research information on the third-generation super warrior. Do we have enough materials to use? Kesha was still a little uneasy after all. This evolutionary gene also requires the consumption of materials and resources. And now the group of female angels she leads are almost as poor as a jingle. If the genetic evolution of the third-generation super soldier requires a lot of resources, then Kesha is really desperate. No, definitely not. My good sister, this is the gene of the third-generation super soldier. No one in the entire angel civilization is a third-generation super soldier. I presume, if this third-generation super soldier wants to improve, it will probably be in the realm of gods. Hexy rolled his eyes beautifully. Creating a third-generation super soldier would be enough to protect himself under Hua Yi. Even if we make a few more, then maybe you can have the capital to make Hua Yi fearful and gain momentum. So the resources required are huge, that. For a while, Kesha's excitement just now turned into a touch of sadness. This feeling of something rising right before our eyes. But not enough resources to use it. That's the most disgusting thing, do not talk. I'm not done yet. Although the resources we have now cannot create the third generation of super soldiers. But I can use this information to reversely deduce the genetic evolution that is more perfect and more suitable for female angels. Hexy saw that he had had enough jokes. He also hurriedly explained, You. Kesha took a deep breath. He glared at Hizai, to be honest. She was really scared by Hizai just now, but Kesha didn't pay attention to Hizai immediately. Instead, he looked at the private chat box with Bai He. And reply immediately, thank you. I will definitely transfer the points I share as quickly as possible. Was the other side in the everyday world. Bai He also smiled knowingly when he saw Angel Hexy's reply. Then he replied, No need to say thank you, we are all in the same group. It would be nice to invite me over as a guest when you have time. Bai He said, he definitely didn't want to see real female angels and enjoy the feeling of being drunk among angels. Absolutely not, Angel Kesha, okay. I'll definitely invite you over if you have the chance. See this, Bai He also said goodbye. Then he closed the private chat box directly. But just when he had just closed the private chat box with Angel Kesha, Mamonga suddenly popped up a private message. Mamonga, lead me, do you want to play games? I'll teach you how to create a super powerful hidden character. Hidden profession. Bai He was stunned for a moment. In fact, there is something about the profession and even the game mode of the Iggdrasil game that Big Bones played before traveling through time. Not sure after all at that time. I was just watching Big Bones showing off with the black goat and teasing the lizard man. I have no idea about the structure and professions of this game at all. But the problem shouldn't be too big after all. He had a rough understanding of the operating procedures of online games before. Think of this, Bai He nodded, replied Bai He, okay. Bai He, let me try out the props and create an account first. And after Bai He replied to Suzuki Satoru, he just took out the special item he had just obtained, Yggdrasil's blank account. Immediately afterwards, a game device that looks pure white just covers the eyes. Nose and ear sand is full of technology. Then he slowly appeared in front of Bai He. Is this a virtual reality gaming device? I didn't expect that. When I traveled through time in my last life, I didn't even wait for Lao Mi's virtual reality plan to start. But now I'm in the daily world of Zonghua. They built a virtual reality game device for me. Bai He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Take a deep breath with some curiosity. I slowly put on the pure white semi-wrapped helmet. Next moment Bai He felt it clearly. There was an invisible light that slowly swept across his face. Immediately afterwards, the vast nothingness that was originally pitch black in front of me. It also gradually became colorful, here. It seems to be a temple. Bai He looked around, calmly experiencing the feeling of virtual reality gaming. It can basically imitate smell, hearing, and even touch. It's truly a virtual reality game. Please select your initialization occupation. Just when Bai He was looking around and feeling a transparent virtual panel, but it slowly appeared in front of him. On this virtual panel, there are dozens of low-level common professions, such as archer, swordsman, shield, warriors, magician, sec. These professions are full of strong Western magic style. I remembers that Mamonga guy. It seems he wants to give me some kind of hidden profession. Bai He flipped through these basic low-level professions. No one is satisfied immediately. He remembered the private message sent by Mamonga before, so he was going to log out directly to discuss it with him. But just when Bai He is about to log out, the translucent virtual panel in front of him suddenly began to flash crazily. Even along with the entire gorgeous temple, everything began to flicker and began to waver. Vault. Adapter positioning error, fault under repair. Repair completed. Please select your initial occupation. About 10 seconds later, everything around him slowly returned to normal. The temple no longer trembles and crumbles. The translucent career selection panel in front of Bai He also returned to its stable appearance. Something's wrong, these professions. While Bai He was looking for the logout buttons, he subconsciously glanced at the translucent career selection panel. Suddenly I was stunned, especially after seeing the outrageous profession that was refreshed again on the career selection panel. I was completely stunned. Guardian of the World, high-level limited occupation. Sword Master, high-level limited profession. Alchemist, high-level profession. Holy Knight, high-level profession. Barbarian Lord, high-level profession. Curse Knight, high-level profession. World Disaster, high-level limited professions. The author's settings for these professions may be somewhat biased, so please be gentle. Tip: after a single profession reaches the level, a high-level profession will be automatically selected randomly. Good guy. Bai He stared blankly at these high-level professions. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This thing. Isn't it also a bug caused by the chat group? Hiss. It's such a high-profile start. I like it. Bai He took a deep breath as the brief shock passed. A sense of unreasonable excitement also surged into my heart. According to the game worldview of Bone King, if professionals in this game want to keep leveling up, they have to acquire new professions and learn new skills. And the levels of these professions are superimposed. At last, this is the complete professional level. For example, level 15, basic occupation. Level 10, intermediate occupation. Level 5, advanced occupation, that is to say. If Bai He uses this bug well in the future, all high-level and powerful professions will be created. Then wait until the game is shut down possible. It's really time for Bai He to take off. It is estimated that even big bones can be crushed at will. Choose a high-level limited occupation, world disaster. I remember that the output method and damage of this thing are higher than super magic. Bai He looked at all the high-level professions that were refreshed. Finally, when I saw the final world disaster profession, my eyes lit up. World disaster occupation. It is a top vicious profession known as the strongest output in the entire game world. In the most powerful and perverted skill, that is. Great calamity. A curse compressed into a physical phenomenon. Formed by the hatred of the leaves, the world that fell from the world tree. Let the vortex of pure destructive energy cover a large area. The output effect is extremely powerful. If I could learn this thing before shutting down the server, Then after, little brother Mora and little Ary will reveal their monster bodies and fight. I can go up and pretend, Bai He nodded with satisfaction. Finally, after deciding on his profession World Disaster, and setting his nickname as a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Directly choose to log out. He opened the chat group interface, and found that Mamonga's private chat pop-up window was sending messages one after another. Mamonga, brother, are you still there? Mamonga, you're not asleep, are you? Mamonga, brother, are you still playing? Mamonga, this. Mamonga, if you see the message, please leave your game ID. I will add you later, see this. Bai He glanced at the time, realizing that it was already past 1 in the morning. I yawned sleepily after replying casually. Then he went back to the bedroom, hugged the two little ones, and fell asleep. A certain ultimate blue and white alien, I was just choosing a career. But I didn't see it. A certain ultimate blue and white alien, the ID is also this, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. You can just add me as a friend later. A certain ultimate blue and white alien, I will pass after I see it tomorrow. It's in the world view of the Bone Kings. Suzuki Satoru as an old liver emperor. How could he go to bed at 1 o'clock in the morning? Therefore, after he saw the message from Bai He immediately started searching in the game, to be honest. Suzuki Satoru is also really curious, by head leader. What initial career will he choose to start? Yes. ID is a certain ultimate blue and white alien. The occupation is a high-level limited occupation. A world disaster, High-end limited profession, world disaster. World disaster. This is a top-notch profession that is limited and can only be obtained by killing the holder. Why would Mao appear on a first-class account? This isn't it right for a while. Suzuki Satoru was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that Bai He would be the best. So he would choose a profession like summoner that summons monsters to fight. After all, according to the speculation in the group, this leader seems to rule the universe by controlling powerful monsters. But even if you don't choose a profession like summoning, but this start directly affects the top output profession of world disaster. Something is wrong, right? Never mind. The leader is the leader, he can play any game so well. There are still about 10 days until Iggdrasil is shut down. Should be able to at least help the leader to upgrade to level 80 and above. Finally, Suzuki Satoru could only cover his face and sigh, choosing to ignore this behavior that seemed like cheating. Anyway, this crappy game is going to be shut down. It is estimated that even if it is cheating, the official side will probably not care about it. Correct. I remember that Albert seems to be the holder of the world disaster profession. Anyway, after the server is shut down, I can 100% inherit the account's strength and equipment. Then I will collect all the equipment of Albert and other Supremes. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Suzuki Satoru took a deep breath. I looked at the Great Tomb of Nazarick in the game through the virtual reality device, and my heart beat faster. The strength of the Great Tomb of Nazarick is at the top level in the entire game. And because many of the supreme members of the Great Tomb of Nazarick have been busy with real-life matters over the years. Therefore, most people's accounts were handed over to Suzuki Satoru. Now it's a good opportunity to transfer equipment. This is about to get rich instantly. If I inherit these artifacts and props after passing through the game server, then I can feel at ease much better. Suzuki Satoru's eyes flashed. He is originally a player who prefers analysis and strategy. So he has that big bone in the plot that fights wits and courage with the air. So now I know that I will travel through time in the future. Then collecting all these supreme things is what must be done. Just do it. Suzuki Satoru just stopped sleeping. Cut the number, start stealing to travel through time. The next day, in the early mornings, with the warm sunshine outside the window, Bai He also got up from bed comfortably. He glanced around him. Little brother Mora was sleeping with her back stretched out, and she would scratch her tender belly from time to time. Little Ary was riding a circled quilt ball with the corners of his mouth raised. It seems like I am having a sweet dream, see this. Bai He's movements also relaxed a little. Didn't wake up these two little ones. And prepare today's bento in the kitchen, as well as breakfast and lunch for little brother Mora and little Ary. Then he opened the door and walked towards Sabutaka. Today is a very ordinary day. I didn't see Sakurajima Mai in school, and I don't know where she went to test her presence. Maharu Sha paid attention to Bai He many times, but because of her angel character, she didn't come over to talk. Bai He is naturally happy to be pure. Time flies by. Soon it was time for school to end in the afternoon. Teacher Xiaojing, why don't you block the door directly like this? It's very difficult for me to do this. Looking at the sun setting outside, Bai He had just finished packing his things when he saw Hiratsuka Shizuka waiting silently at the door of the class. The momentum directly frightened the surrounding students who were leaving the classroom, and their steps could not help but tremble and speed up a lot. Is it difficult? That is not the case. You have led me astray. Hiratsuka Shizu didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior. Only I usually hear some flirty words from Bai He's mouth. But I subconsciously made up a sentence. Do you remember what I told you yesterday morning? Hiratsuka Shizu subconsciously wanted to get a cigarette. But then I thought about it. This is the teaching building of Sabo High School. So he held on to the action again. Take me to a nice place after school? No. Is this nice place the kind of place I thought it would be? Hiss, although I have no objection. Teacher Xiaojing, you are so sudden. I'm still a little shy. Bai He said as if he suddenly understood, and even pretended to be shy. He felt a little disgusted when he saw it. Hiratsuka Shizu's face darkened. What kind of rubbish are you thinking about every day? I'm bringing you into the club. It's a club B*******D. As an adult, Hiratsuka Shizu can certainly understand the meaning of Bai He's words instantly. But I'm used to hearing this guy talk. After just a few casual remarks, the topic got back on track again. Societies. It's not the service department, is it? Bai He didn't beat around the bush either. If he really went to the service department, he really didn't want to go after all. After this, not only did he have to face Yukin Ishida's poisonous tongue, but he also had to face a series of unpredictable things later. This is unacceptable to Bai He. Why, how do you know? Hiratsuka Shizuka was also stunned. She really didn't expect Bai He to guess the service department. Could it be? This kid also pays attention to some clubs in the school. But then Hiratsuka Shizu shook his head again. There are 3 in total. The service department is just one of them. There are 2 others. You kids should be interested. One is the classics department. This club doesn't have enough people, so submit it to me. You kids spends all your time acting bad. You should like this kind of club, right? Hiratsuka Shizu nodded. Bai He was handed a promotional poster of the association. Bai He glanced. Then I roughly know the details of this society. This classical literature club should be from Hyoka. And one of them is the famous Chitanda Uru. There is still one. It's called the Superpower Research Club. It's a club that mainly looks for people with superpowers. There are only 2 members. And they were submitted because there were not enough people. The names are Tamori Nao and Takagi Jishiro. The requirements for members are humans with superpowers. Read this to the end. Hiratsuka Shizuka couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes. This should be Sabo High's second club looking for people with superpowers. The first one seems to be from Aso's club, and he does nothing serious all day long. Now here comes another one, now Tamori's. Superpower Research Club. Bai He blinked and felt his head was buzzing. No. The looting ability he just drew last night. Did you meet Tamori now this afternoon? Isn't this a bit too coincidental? And in the original works, shouldn't the location where Yuri Nao and Takagi Jishiro are located be in the student union? Has this area been so weakened that it has become a small community with only 2 people? and is even pitifully facing the problem of abolishing the department. Think of this, Bai He finally nodded. Go check out this Superpower Research Club. Teacher Xiaojing, you also know that I like to show off. I guess even if I go to the literature department, I will be a hindrance. Then it's better to go take a look at this Superpower Research Club. Maybe we can actually develop a superpower. Bai He said half-jokingly, leaving Hiratsuka speechless for a while. Come on. I'll be happy if you can calm down and meet 2 more friends. Hiratsuka Shizuo waved his hand and walked directly to Bai He. Lead him towards the location of the Superpower Research Club. God developed a F***G superpower. If superpowers could be developed so easily, then the world would probably be in chaos, maybe. Bai He's eyes flashed. Let's experience school life as if joining a club is part of the experience. And by the way, you can also get in touch with Naotomori and Jishiro Takagi, the 2 female protagonists and male supporting characters in the Charlotte plot. After that, I had the opportunity to come into contact with Charlotte's superpowers. There will be more in this case. Then the ability he can plunder will be more, it seems. This club really needs to take a serious look. Bai He nodded, keeping up with Hiratsuka Shizu's pace. As for in the original work, the person who plundered abilities lost his mind and amnesia because he plundered too many superpowers. There was no way he was going to happen, after all. This is just a collection of superpowers on a planet. And at most they have the power to destroy a city or a country. It won't cause him, Leonix, to lose his memory otherwise. That would be such a shame for Reblondo. Arrive. Go in by yourself. And remember to get along well with others. Did you hear that? Hiratsuka Shizuka patted Bai He on the shoulder. Then he handed over the filled-in application for joining the ministry that was brought to him on the way. Okay, why don't you, Teacher Xiaojing? Try to do something evil to me. Otherwise, you'd be so nice to me. I'm really embarrassed, Bai He said this. Some are joking and some are serious after all. Ever since I met Shizuka Hiratsuka, this little rich woman helped him with various problems in life in various ways. I'm afraid that in the early stage after time travel, if it weren't for the help of the rich lady Shizuka Hiratsuka, Bai He would have had to struggle for a while longer. Hear this? Hiratsuka Shizuka just wanted to retort. Suddenly, a breeze blew the ends of Bai He's bangs that had been covering his eyes. This moment, the young boy's delicate Bai He had a smile on his face and his eyes were bright. She was stunned to see it. Stop talking nonsense. Get in quickly, don't keep people waiting. Hiratsuka took a deep breath and suppressed her inner panic. Bai He was directly forced into the gate of the Supernatural Research Society. Immediately then he took a long breath. He patted his cheek hard. Hiratsuka Shizu, what are you thinking about? You are almost 10 years older than him. And he's also a teacher, Call. You can't have this kind of thought, but this boy is quite good looking. I don't know why I cover my face every day and act like a transparent person. The other side in the Supernatural Research Club. Don't push. Bai He walked in cursing and glanced at the surrounding layout subconsciously. A small room. Various unsealed boxes were randomly placed around, as well as many books whose names I couldn't understand. And in the innermost part of this room, there was a neat table with a map spread on it, new member. While Bai He was observing, a handsome boy with a slim figure and a middle parting suddenly appeared from the pile of cartons on the side. It was Gao Changzheng Shileng. Do you have superpowers? Gaya Changzheng Shileng pushed up his glasses and stared at Bai He, as if to see if he would lie. Is it so direct? Have it. Does this count? Bai He walked to the wall and stretched out a finger, as if poking tofu, gently slid it against the wall. Immediately afterwards, the wall seemed to be really made of tofu, easily broken by Bai He's seemingly weak fingers. 2 words were written in the writing of force, Bai He. First meet, just call me Bai He. This should be considered a superpower, right? To be honest, Bai He is somewhat dissatisfied with his current abilities. If you have a gorgeous magician skill at this time, you can definitely show it off. What a pity tilde. Want to get this gorgeous and powerful skill? Still have to wait until Big Bone's game is shut down tilde. Gaya Chang is ready. This kind of power is definitely not something that humans can possess. He should be a power user with enhanced strength. Suddenly, just after Bai He introduced himself, a girl holding a camera suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl has a pair of turquoise eyes and beautiful white hair, with two small bunches in front of her ears. And the hair at the back is tied up with a black hairband. It looks rather weird and cute, this. It was none other than Tamori Now. My name is Tamori Now, and his name is Takajo Jashiro. Since he is a person with superpowers, then welcome to the club, as Yuri now spoke. She walked to the table at the end of the room, crossing his legs casually. Those white thighs looked somewhat eye-catching in the sun. As you can see, we all have superpowers just like you. And this world is not simple. There are many humans with superpowers. The purpose of our association is to restrain or gather these humans with superpowers. Certainly, if these humans do evil, we will take care of it. Tamori now said it very easily while talking. He was still filming everywhere with the camera in his hand. Are you two the only ones here? Bai He's eyes flashed. If he remembered correctly, there should be a soaked bear ear next to Tamorinao in the original work. Any questions, Bai He member? Yuri now stopped the rotating chair and looked at Bai He quietly. Immediately a report sheet was thrown to him. Certainly. We will not force you to participate in these things. Check it out. The eldest lady of the Shinomiya family has been targeted by several humans who are suspected of being superpowers. I guess we will participate in this matter in our next club activity. There's definitely a danger in this. If you don't want to come, we won't force you. In addition, if you have superpowers, you should also know the uncertain and dangerous consequences you will face once your superpowers are officially known. Right? So even if you don't go to participate, it is also recommended that after you retire, you should use your abilities less and talk less. May I? Go, why not go? But having said that, to gather or restrain other superpowered humans, is there any reward, after all, for such a dangerous thing? It doesn't make sense to not give any reward, right? Bai He did not refuse after all. His current plundering ability has not yet robbed any superpowers. And without the plundering skills of superpowers, at most there will only be a garbage mind controlling the opponent for a few seconds. Is it really useless? So currently, following this small original group, you may be able to plunder superpowers faster. Remuneration, of course, furthermore. This time I am going to help a super large conglomerate like the Shinomiya family. So the reward will naturally be huge, but I guess we're not the only ones who will go. Yuri now nodded. There is definitely no problem with this kind of reward for doing tasks. After all, the danger of gathering and restraining superhuman beings in this area is indeed extremely high. Then there's no problem. What time will it be? I will arrive on time when I arrive, Bai He nodded. The eldest lady of the Shinomiya family. It should be Shinomiya Kaguya, who is also the heroine in a normal daily drama in his previous life. And the Shinomiya family is indeed a very famous consortium in the entire Neon. That is to say, if this doesn't go well, you can become rich overnight. Just come over before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It is said that there are also various onmyojis, ninjas and other suspected extraordinary humans who are going this time. We used to actually just look and study more. So you don't need to be nervous. Yuri now said with an indifferent expression. In fact, their small superpower organization is just a small wave of a large number of superhuman beings invited by the Shinomiya family. But just a small wave. The reward is also extremely considerable, so this time I went there most likely just to join in the fun. Take the money and leave after all. With so many large-scale superhuman organizations, it is basically impossible for them to join, at most. I can just be a salty fish on the side, watching the battle or something. Good study. I like studying the most, Bai He said as he also walked towards the door. He really likes this. In the past, you didn't even need to use your hands. With just a few glances, you could plunder two people's abilities and do great things easily. Well, Garner, I'll be here on time tomorrow. As the doors of the Superpower Research Society close, Gao Chengjing Shilling, who had been silent all this time, finally pushed up his glasses and spoke, agreed so easily. Well, aren't all other superpowers supposed to be extremely unruly and unruly? Gao Chengjing Shilling smashed his mouth. They had also restrained several boys and girls who had awakened their superpowers before. And those boys and girls all had a sense of unruliness after gaining superpowers, and a sense of displeasure after hearing that they were about to be controlled. Therefore, he really has never seen it. People like Bai He took the initiative to come to the door and were restrained. Check it out, Bai He. In the 3 years of Sabo High School, his grades have been ranked in the middle and very inconspicuous. In the class, he also occupies an extremely inconspicuous position. He never takes the initiative to cause trouble. And he never seems to be afraid of causing trouble. It's actually better for this kind of person to gain superpowers. Yuri now stretched. He directly threw the piece of A4 paper in his hand to Gao Chengjing Shilling. She didn't really play with the chair for a long time. Rather, find information about Bai He with the help of the Sabo High School student information prepared previously. That's it. Gao Chengjing Shilling pushed up his glasses. Not talking much. Is outside the door. Hiratsuka Shizuka had already heard the conversation between Bai He and Tamori now and the others, and confirmed that they had successfully joined the club. He left with a satisfied smile therefore. Bai He also walked towards the apartment at home after finding no one around. Speak of it, it seems like it's still raining today. Bai He took out the umbrella he had prepared and looked at the dark sky full of dark clouds above his head. Feeling good, to be honest, he quite likes rainy days. Subsequently, Bai He also subconsciously opened the Wanji chat group, ready to see what these dog group members were talking about. Butterfly Canny, are you going to kill Musen? Is it so exciting? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, Canny. Are you sure you have completely learned and mastered the breathing of the sun? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, if you learn the breath of the sun, Wuhan will be easy to fight but not easy to kill. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, after all. The way the body spreads out and runs away is really disgusting. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, and once it fails for the first time. In the next 100 years Wu Qi will not take the lead at all. Suzai Ali had watched Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. After all, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba's production plot and combat special effects are both excellent. It's really fun to watch, so if she can remind her. She should remind Butterfly Canny more, otherwise. If I were to alert the enemy, I would be forced to run away by Wuhan again. That is unless we find Infinite City. Otherwise, we really have to wait for hundreds of years. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, I've thought about it. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, and I spent another 500 points before to strengthen myself again. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister, after strengthening. I learned another ability, Zebus. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, that's right. I drew a general again before and I got something like this. It seems that I have very strong control over Mukai's regeneration ability. Demon Slayer Butterfly House Sister. Butterfly House Sister uploaded a picture named Demon Slayer Worldview He Dao Limited Version. Demon Slayer Big Sister Butterfly House, it's a pity. It seems that only I can use this He Dao. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, absolutely awesome. The three-piece set of infinite joy comes to life. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, the stripes strengthen the body. The world is transparent to accelerate combat power. The He Dao suppresses regeneration, tusk tusk tusk. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, this is such a familiar scene. I guess Musen will think of some not-so-good memories after seeing Canny. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, for example. Uani, where is the fun, where is the fun? What do you think of lives? Super God, sad fairy little fox, huh? Super God, the sad little fairy fox, Wuxian, I think it's Bayar. Brother, Demon Slayer, Big Sister, Butterfly House. These three abilities and weapons are indeed very restrained and flawless. Demon Slayer, Butterfly House Sister, but I'm still a little unsure. Butterfly Canny is now in the Butterfly House, looking outside at the Demon Slayer swordsmen who were injured from fighting evil spirits from time to time and were sent to the Butterfly House for training. Take a deep breath, she knew clearly. If Wu Qiai were destroyed a little sooner, countless lives would be saved. But according to Su Xiaoli in the group, there once was a strong man with the same configuration as her, or even stronger than her. But it seemed that he couldn't completely kill Wu Mei, so can she succeed? No, even if you can't succeed, you have to try your best wherever possible. We can no longer sit still and wait for death. Butterfly Canny took a deep breath. Since I met Tongmo last time and was rescued by Bai He and the others, Butterfly Canny saw the worry and deep fear of her sister and friends. There must be no further delay, this moment. That's when Butterfly Canny made up her mind. The Wanji chat group responded again. Chat group, it has been detected that the Demon Slayer world is about to start a major event, destruction without tragedy. Chat group, this incident will affect the future direction of the entire Demon Slayer world. Chat group, therefore the chat group triggers the task. Mission, go to the Demon Slayer world, destroy Demon Dance Tsuji Musen. Task time, 1 day, number of people on the mission, 30. Task reward, 10,000 points. Task will start in 30 minutes. Tip, in view of the current comprehensive combat strength of the chat group, this mission is highly dangerous. Please act within your ability. Tip, any major changes occur in the world, the chat group will generate tasks. Going on a mission. Butterfly Canny was suddenly startled. She really didn't expect that the 10,000 Worlds chat group would actually generate a separate in-group task for her own world. But after seeing the last tip, Butterfly Canny will understand, really. If we completely kill Musen Demonbutsuji, then all the evil spirits in the world will disappear. This is indeed a major change that can affect the entire world. Well, isn't it? Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, is there such a good thing? I'll do it. Bai He's eyes lit up. The dishes in my hand were almost thrown away. 10,000 points. This is enough to start the second stage of evolution of Leonix. Definitely go, and with his current strength, there is absolutely no problem in going to Demon Slayer world to protect himself. As for the rest, then leave it to the little monster girl. Just enough for Zio Aila, brother and the others to unleash their true form and wreak havoc. Anyway, it's all for the purpose of destroying Wu Qi. I guess no one will say anything. Little Ary recently seems to have been a little affected by Leonix's desire for destruction. It's just a good time to take him over to vent. I don't believe it. Even if Kibutsuji Musen can run again, he can still outrun Zio Ary's lightning ravage Sir Mr. Brother's super shock wave. Think of this. Bai He chose to take on the task without hesitation. Then he quickened his pace and walked towards his home. If there is a mission next, that would be a good time to let Mr. Brother, Zio Ale and the others eat something to cushion their bellies. Time passed little by little. Bai He just brought little Ary and Brother G over here to eat something to cushion their stomachs. In the Wanji chat group, 3 places have been allocated for this mission. The list selected this time is a certain ultimate blue and white alien, a mass-produced spider, a sad little fairy fox. The mission will start in 10 minutes, please be prepared. Familiar of Zero, Miss Pink-Haired Tablet. Oh tilde, it seems that I failed to get points this time tilde. Bone King Mamonga, don't panic, keep playing the game. Wait until this game breaks the server. I'll be invincible when I step on a horse. Bone King Flying Squirrel, at some ultimate blue and white alien. Will you play a big game when the boss comes back? I just bought a Supreme Artifact set, which is just suitable for your world disaster profession. Bangti's Silver Wolf, it's a pity that I didn't get it. But I've been busy here for a while recently. I have to go to the Black Tower space station with Kafka Tilda. Super God Angel Kesha, the first generation of Super Warrior genes will be researched soon. If necessary, group points will be exchanged. 50 points for the first generation and 100 points for the second generation Tilda. Super God Angel Kesha, absolutely innocent Tilda. This is an unprecedented mission for the chat group. It exploded directly to all the water ghosts diving in the group. Silver Wolf is going to the Black Tower space station. Then it seems that the story of the Iron Collapse is about to begin. When the time comes, maybe we can have a fight with the Iron Bee ***G Doomsday Beast. Bai was so shocked that he didn't say anything. Keep diving. Quietly watching the lively chat in the group chat.int. He also knew about Kesha selling super soldier genes in the chat group. He even gets 50% commission Tilda, Little Ary. You can destroy it at will in a while, are you excited? Bai He looked at the last 10 seconds of the time travel countdown, teasing the long black and white tail of the little King Ary next to him. Yes, don't move your tail, Bai He, you bad guy. Little Ary chose to use his own head and hit Bai He directly in the stomach as if it was a joke. Her tail can be used to whip and shock enemies during combat. But don't know why. Once you transform into a monster girl form, you will be very sensitive. When the little brother Mola on the side saw this, he suddenly realized it and followed little Ary into Bai He's arms. What a coincidence it was at this time. The countdown of the last 10 seconds is over. Start traveling, end of transmission. Demon Slayer Squad Yubayashiki Mansion. This is the famous scene where Tanjiro Talma knocked out Fuhashira Sanya Fusukawa. And at this time, as 3 beams of light fell, Butterfly Canny and even all the Demon Slayer pillars also took a deep breath and waited. The first to come. It was Suzayaali with long black hair and an exquisite face, wearing a simple sportswear and carrying a knife. Immediately afterwards, it's Spider-Man wearing a red tights, Peter Parker. At last, it was Bai He who was playing with little Ary and little brother Mora. Time traveled. Until the surrounding scenery changes. Bai He finally realized the time travel then. This embarrassing scene of playing with a monster girl in her arms made all the pillars, even Suzayaali and Peter Parker, stunned. No. Are you playing so arrogantly? In the courtyard of the birth house, as Bai He arrived holding a monster girl Loli in one hand, the awkward atmosphere quickly spread throughout the audience. For a time, no matter the pillars, Suzayaali and Peter Parker, who were still standing, just arrived, were both stunned for a moment. Finally, this kind of atmosphere, Suzayaali, who was still somewhat discerning, cleared her throat and narrowed her eyes. Oh, Tilda. Brother Tilda, so you are a lolican Tilda. However, Tilda, you cannot be so blatant, Tilda. Following Suzayaali's words, the surrounding pillars, including Butterfly Canny, all looked at Bai He with a sense of strangeness. Bai He. Bai He's you fart, I'm not. Bai He's face turned dark, God-riding lolican. It's a bit outrageous to be called a lolican just after arriving in a different world. Isn't it? But the monster girls summoned before were indeed Loli. Hiss. We have to see if the next monster girl can summon a royal sister. Even if it's not Yuji, a girl is fine, it's okay. I understand. Peter Parker was so confused that he really believed Suzayaali's words. He winked at Bai He as if he really recognized him. You know, a hammer, go away. Bai He's eyes twitched, and he kicked Peter Parker to the ground without even thinking. It is indeed the Dutch brothers' version of Spider-Man. He looks so stupid, I believe everyone has seen that Hua Zhu did not lie with words. So please leave for now, I think. Let's talk to these guests alone about something. At last, Yubayashiki Yashia, who had been sitting quietly under the eaves, coughed twice as if he was weak, interrupting Bai He's embarrassment. Those seemingly dull eyes also looked faintly at the pillars standing around them. Yes, I heard the Lord speak, these pillars, who were originally worried about Yubayashiki Izaya, also looked at each other silently. Then he took a deep look at Bai He and the other three. Without saying another word, he walked towards the door. Only they were also vigilant and did not leave too far, staying near the Ayashiki courtyard intentionally or unintentionally, to prevent any changes that may threaten Yubayashiki Yashia. Wait for the pillars to lave. Yubayashiki Yaya then looked up at Bai He with a smile. I believe this is Mr. Bai He, right? Although Yubayashiki Yoya's forehead is full of ugly bulges, he gives people an extremely gentle, stable and trustworthy feeling, but it can be recognized by so many pillars. And it is normal to have this kind of temperament. The other two must be Miss Suzayali and Mr. Parker, right? I am the 79th leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Yoya, Atsuya Shiki Yeazai finished speaking. He also bowed slightly towards Bai He and others. As if doing a ritual, the attitude is very low. This made Bai He and others a little uncomfortable. Especially when Bai He heard Ayashiki Yoya calling Peter Parker Mr. Parker. He always felt an inexplicable and strong sense of violation. Not so polite. I believe Canny should have told you the purpose of our trip. Right? Bai He waved his hand. He didn't care at all about these formalities, anyway. If he doesn't like it, just do it to the other person. So there's no point in being polite. It seems pleasing to the Ievan if you don't do any courtesy. Then everyone is still a friend, yes. According to what Canny said, Mr. Bai He must have killed Tong Mo on the second string, right? On behalf of all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, I would like to thank Mr. Bai He for your generosity. You are the first person to truly kill the demon of the 12 demon moon waxing moon since the creation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubuya Shiki Yaya's eyes were dull. His emotions could not be seen at all, but his body was slightly trembling. Bai He could still feel Ayashiki Yaya's excitement. After all, He, the one in charge, understands the power of the rising ghost in the 12 ghost moon even better than all the current pillars. And according to Butterfly Canny, Bai He was actually able to control his pet-like existence and easily torture and kill Tong Mo. It's simply extremely powerful. Now that we understand everything so clearly, then I won't say any more nonsense. The time you have to come to this world this time is limited. I will use the fastest and safest method to completely destroy the Ghost King. Onibatsuji Musen, so in the future, where you need to use the help of the Demon Slayer Squad's pillars, please ask Miyashiki to be the master. Don't make any excuses. Bai He quietly looked at Yoya Yubayashiki in front of him. The world is still very big. If Wumi is shocked by the absolute strength of his monster mother, then as long as she can't get out of it until she dies, then Bai He can completely destroy the entire planet except for the little Gamora and the little King Ary. Basically, there is really no way to achieve extermination in one day. So just to be on the safe side, Bai He is going to let the monster girl appear last, to completely destroy Wumi then. The monster girl and Wumi fought, so they destroyed Tokyo and other neon cities or something. Shouldn't that's normal, right? Cough cough. Everything is for a complete kill without mercy. Absolutely not to let the monster girl vent her desire to destroy with the neon city. On nature, it is already a great kindness for you to come to this world and help me kill Onamui Tsujimachin. If we still don't cooperate, then we will be somewhat ignorant. Seeing Bai He, Yuya Yubayashiki made it clear. I am no longer going around in circles. Instead, he said directly with a serious expression. Yuya Yubayashiki believes that Bai He and others are definitely not from this world. After all, from the clothing point of view, you can easily see the clues, so your reward should be. Yubayashiki Yashia is the leader of the Demon Slayer Squad. Naturally, I also understand that if you hire someone to do something, you have to pay some money otherwise. This is more or less unreasonable. I will ask Canny for my reward, as for them, you'll have to ask them. Bai He smiled. I didn't expect that the ghost killing team was the leader. And it was quite good, so I was in a hurry to pay the reward. However, it is normal to pay, after all. They came this time to help him get rid of such a serious trouble as Gui Wu Tsujiwumi. I just want some neon antiques and water breathing. Hereby he say this, Suzaoli's eyes also lit up. Originally, she was prepared to pass the mission like a salted fish this time. I didn't expect Bai He would mention them. Of course there's no problem with antiques, but does Miss Suzaoli really only need one water-breathing technique? Yubayashiki Yoya asked with some uncertainty. He understands if you want antiques. But this water-breathing method is somewhat difficult to understand. Could it be? How can these powerful beings who came from other worlds appreciate their Demon Slayer squad's small breathing skills? Of course that's enough, anyway. The guy next to me and I will also be used to make soy sauce in the future. So we don't dare to ask for more. Suzaoli smiled heartlessly. She wants antiques because she is really short of money. And the reason why I didn't learn the more advanced sun-breathing technique from Butterfly Canny. That's because Suzaoli felt that she didn't have that talent. Therefore, instead of aiming too high, I don't know if I can learn the most difficult breathing of the sun by learning this. Then you might as well learn some simple water breathing. So when Blue Star encounters the arrival of aliens, it will have greater ability to protect itself. Then I'll be like hers. After thinking for a moment, Peter Parker nodded. At this time, Peter Parker has not yet inherited Tony's inheritance and is a poor man who has just become Spider-Man. He is also really short of money, by the way. If I could still learn such a cool breathing technique, I would be able to punish evil and promote good in New York in the future. Can't it be more awesome? Swing through the skyscrapers of New York on spider silk. And use the 10 forms of water breathing to flow. Lower everyone's. You can see a water dragon whizzing past in the air, damn it. Hiss, it's exciting just thinking about it. Is this what it feels like to be a gangster following a big boss on a mission? So cool you don't have to do anything. And you can still use your prostitution skills for free. Demon Slayer World View Butterfly House. Bai He and Butterfly Chain sat opposite each other, drinking tea slowly. Suzaoli and Peter Parker went to find Shuiju to learn water breathing. Little brother Mora and little King Ary are recuperating in the Leonix fighting equipment to avoid starvation. This moment, everything seemed extremely peaceful and peaceful. Apart from the butterfly Ninja Canny's younger sister, was lying behind the crack of the door, always peeking cautiously as if she was wary of Bai He. All right, Zio Ren, don't lie there and peek, come in. Finally, or Butterfly Canny smiled helplessly, after shouting towards the position outside the door. Soon, a girl wearing the same Ghost Slayer uniform as Canny Butterfly, who seemed to be a smaller version of Canny, quickly walked into the room and sat beside Butterfly Chana Hui very rigorously and seriously, silently looking at Bai He in front of him. While she was looking at Bai He was also looking at the girl in front of him quietly. Butterfly Ninja in the previous life. Ghost Slayer Blade has already been launched. And with the phrase Moxie Moxie Tilde, the character exploded in popularity. He is still very knowledgeable only. The butterfly shinobi I see now has not experienced the pain of losing her sister. So her character is not like imitating the gentleness and maturity of her sister Canny in the future. At this time, it is still a normal, serious, and rigorous girlish mood that is easy to get angry tilde. Sister, he is the white guy you think about day and night. Woo woo woo, the butterfly nin here just sat down. After looking at Bai He for a while, he said straightforwardly only, this is not finished yet. Canny directly pressed her small mouth nervously. So Dai Dai could only look at her sister with wide eyes full of doubts. What's the situation? If based on the information she knows, the young man with slightly long hair in front of him should be Bai He, who saved his sister from the ghost of Shanxian and even killed the ghost of Shanxian. Right afterwards, my sister obviously drank tea from time to time in a daze, muttering Bai He and so on, like a S*** T, but this. Why don't you let me talk about it after you see it, Bai Hethies is my little sister Zio Ren Butterfly Ren. You should already know it well. I won't introduce you too much, said. Butterfly Chanahui took a deep breath, blushed a little and looked at her aggressive sister, and fell silent for 2 seconds, said slowly, Zio Ren. You go and make 2 more cups of tea first. Bai He and I still have something to talk about, may I? Butterfly tilted her head reluctantly, and after thinking for a while suddenly enlightened. She seemed to be disturbing her sister's good business. His gotta go, okay, I'll go right away, finished. Butterfly ran out of the room to make tea amidst the helpless expression of her sister Canny. Call him Bai He, you said before. You want me to get paid for helping to kill Kibutsuji Mumi this time. After my sister Butterfly Ren left, Butterfly Canny took a deep breath. Then it returned to normal and there was still a trace of anticipation in his eyes. And he asked softly, right. I'm going to take advantage of this time to see if you can take me with you. Kanito comprehend the breath of the sun and stripes. And the final transparent world. Of course I will also pay the points, Bai He nodded. He really wants to learn this 3-piece suit of joy and sorrow. Certainly. The main thing is the markings and the transparent world. After all, when my current body strength reaches the first stage of Leonix, it has already exceeded the limit of the human body. So if I turn on the markings and the transparent world assistance again, I'm afraid that just relying on his own explosive power, he can reach a terrifying level. It's just a part of Bai He's blueprint to improve his strength. According to Bai He's idea, he is going to gather all kinds of body-strengthening skills and abilities from the heavens and the world to forge the strongest inner strength. And the external strength is Lebrando's unique driving monster girl. If this continues to develop, whether it is their own internal strength or external strength, they will gradually develop to the top. The perfect quad warrior, as the saying goes. A false summoner who summons a bunch of summoned creatures to siege others. A real summoner before summoning a bunch of summons can rush up and overthrow everyone by himself. If you can't do it, let the summons come up again. It's just that's it. Butterfly Canny pursed her lips. She didn't know why she suddenly murmured such a sentence. Same. Ever since he was rescued from Tongmo by Bai He for the first time before. And then he pressed his handprint with a fever in his head. Butterfly Chanahui is full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge about everything about Bai He. With this feeling, even Butterfly Channy herself was taken aback. But that's right, it didn't stop in the end, that is it. With Bai He's strengthened body, his hearing is naturally excellent, therefore. I heard the whisper of Butterfly Channy very clearly. Subsequently, Bai He took a deep look. And the Butterfly Chanahui on the other side had a somewhat awkward and strange attitude. Then he smiled, otherwise. If you really want to thank you, you can send more benefits. I hear these familiar words. Butterfly Chanahui suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Bai He opposite again, especially after seeing that smile again that was like the first time we met. I don't know what to think. This time he nodded without hesitation. Good. This is a good sentence. Bai He was slightly startled when he heard this, but then he smiled and shook his head. If he can't hear what the other person means, then you should really die. Think of this. Bai He stood up slowly after hesitating for a moment. He gently grabbed the little hand of the somewhat silly Butterfly Canny in front of him and slowly walked towards a guest room where he lived. Do not misunderstand. It's just a matter of changing clothes, tilde. Just to better practice the breathing of the sun and the patterns and the world. As for why 2 people go into a room to change clothes, that's unknown. Change clothes this time. But it took several hours finally. Bai He walked out of the room refreshed and already put on the Demon Slayer's spare uniform. And a few minutes after Bai He left, only then did Butterfly Canny walk out of the room tremblingly, and just happened to bump into the Butterfly Ninja running around. Elder sister, are you okay? Why do you feel so weak? Is it that Bai He who bullied you? No, I have to go talk to him. Butterfly Ninja has some symptoms of sister control. Now I see my sister. After following Bai He into the room for no reason, She looks like this extremely weak. Suddenly, I felt a little angry. Come back, Shinobu-chan, Bai He didn't bully my sister, that is, for a while. Butterfly Canny didn't know how to explain it to her innocent and lovely sister. This can't be said, are you tired? Anyway, I have nothing to do. Zio Ren, you go and do your work first, L. Have something else to do, finally. Butterfly Canny seemed to be running away, and directly left Butterfly Ninja's side. The Butterfly Ninja looked at his sister's somewhat embarrassed figure. Then he recalled the sound he heard in the room that was not right. For a while I also became a little curious, then. The Butterfly Ninja did what he said and began to quietly ignore his sister's words. Chase in the direction Bai He left just now. Butterfly house backyard. Bai He was sitting under the eaves at this time, looking at the blue sky and white clouds somewhat absent-mindedly. He really didn't expect it. This is the second time that ghosts destroy the world. You can feel this huge top-notch benefit, all right. It's time to start learning the breath of the sun, said. Bai He took a deep breath. His expression became calm and serious, and he took out 3 small notebooks from his clothes. The color of the small notebook is light pink, and there seems to be lingering fragrance on it, it is clear. This is one of the items Bai He dropped after the battle with Butterfly Canny Tilda. Seriously, in fact. Butterfly Canny didn't want this powerful breathing method and body-strengthening method to be lost. So when she obtained it, tried to understand it. Summarized into 3 small notebooks. Try the stripes first, Tilda. Bai He took a deep breath. According to Demon Slayer's introduction, swordsmen who turn on their markings generally do not live past the age of 25. Which should be uncertain after all. I longed for that idiot Jiguo Yuani to be able to live to be 80 years old if he turned on stripes and transparency. When the oil finally runs out, they all still have the power to fight against the Black Death Eye. One of the upper strings visible. This thing should be determined based on human body constitution. Let me see. Whether it's the standard for turning on markings or opening up the world. It seems to force the body to put more pressure on it, thus developing more powerful potential in the body. Bai He's eyes narrowed, wrist reversed. He took out the Nichiren sword that he had received from Ayashiki Yoya a long time ago. Watch as the color slowly changes to a pure red. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Compress your body's potential and then explode out. The body of an ordinary human can still launch devastating attacks. Then a stronger body like mine, in addition. The weapon power of Gundaruft, left hand of Godi's blessed. Oh, swing a knife, try it. Bai He held the Nichiren sword tightly in his left hand. And with the help of Gundaruft's experience, he quickly figured out how to open the pattern finally. Flame lines really slowly appeared on Bai He's forehead, and the Nichiren sword in his hand began to turn red. Immediately. Next, the body will be suppressed to the extreme. Suddenly, he swung his knife towards a small mountain not far from Butterfly House. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson sword energy suddenly took shape. In an instant, the small mountains and rivers not far away. Cut it off with one knife and this scene. It happened that the Butterfly Ninja who followed up saw him clearly. Butterfly Ninja, to be honest, in fact. The Butterfly Ninja had strong doubts about Bai He's ability to kill the ghost from the very beginning. If it weren't for my sister Canny who kept stopping me. The Butterfly Ninja rushed up to ask about the battle as soon as he saw Bai He. But now the Butterfly Ninja looked at the small mountains and rivers that roared and exploded in the distance and continued to collapse. Then he looked at Bai He, who looked relaxed and seemed very satisfied with his results. He swallowed his saliva. Butterfly Ninja really believes it now, even. She not only believes that Bai He can kill the powerful ghost of Shanxian. Just this kind of slash that destroys the world. I'm afraid that without the blessing of the breathing method to guide the power, I guess I can directly challenge Musen Kibutsuji directly. Right, cut across the mountains and rivers with one knife. How much power does it take to do such a perverted thing? Too outrageous, Gyudong. Butterfly Shinobi took a deep breath. He forcibly calmed down the shock in his heart. Subsequently, then prepared to leave quietly again. Turtle she saw Bai He now, especially when she thought of the terrifying slash just now. My legs always feel weak. Then you dare to continue observing. If this made her angry and slashed her with a knife, even the gods would be hard-pressed to save her. Is it Shinobu-chan? And just when Butterfly Ninja was about to escape from the backyard, Bai He's devilish voice, it directly caused Butterfly Shinobi's body, which had just relaxed a little, to tremble slightly again. Stopped forcibly. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm Master Bai He, due to the shock of the strength just now. Butterfly Ninja chose to use honorifics to Bai He without hesitation. Just call me Bai He, no need to add the last two words. Is your sister okay? Bai He looked quietly at the timid Butterfly Ninja in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. I guess this little girl just saw her casual slash right. Otherwise, it is impossible to suddenly change from a slightly arrogant state to such a cowardly little girl in an instant. Zoke-san knows not good. Sister, she seems to be very weak, Butterfly Ninja said. I really couldn't help but glance at Bai He. Now she really doesn't dare to raise an army to hold him accountable. Very weak. It's my fault, I was a little too over the top the first time. Zio Ren, please help me say sorry to your sister. Bai He cleared his throat somewhat embarrassedly. Subsequently, as if thinking of something, continued. After that, let's talk to the head of Ayashiki and ask all Hashira and members of the Demon Slayer squad to spread the word about the location of the Blue Higanbana. It's best to attract Wuhan directly, so it also saves me wasting time looking for it, anyway. As long as Wuhan is Killadal, the ghosts in the world will die. Right as soon as Bai He said this, Butterfly Ren subconsciously wanted to refute, after all. Onambutsuji Musen is the terrifying Ghost King, who has been fighting against the entire Demon Slayer Corps for hundreds of years. But, thinking of the effect of Bai He's casual knife cutting through the mountains just now, in the end he swallowed his rebuttal. After nodding his head very obediently, as if he was running away, he quickly left the backyard of Butterfly House and ran towards the courtyard of Utsuya. This girl, Bai He smiled and shook his head. Subsequently, then he began to continue experimenting with breathing through the world and the sun. According to Bai He's understanding, the breathing method in Demon Slayer is also one of the means to tap the potential of the human body. It's a body training method with a very high upper limit. But compared to the stripes and the transparent world, it seems extremely peaceful. As for saying, will the potential of the human body be fully exploited? Laughing to death, the theory of the famous prison-suppressing power of a certain divine elephant and the 840 million particles in the human body can be solved. How can the potential of the human body be fully exploited so easily? Not to mention, Bai He's current physique has already surpassed that of humans. As for the transparent world, it feels like physical skills have developed into eye skills. It would be really powerful if one could predict the opponent's muscle movements during battle. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu didn't go to find his sister immediately, but went to the yard of Yaeya Shikai's maternity house. After all, Zio Ren can also distinguish priorities at this time. Killing Oniwutsuji Mumi is naturally the most important thing at the moment. You say, oh, mister. Bai He just cut across a mountain range with a knife in the backyard of Butterfly House. Yuya Yubayashiki listened to Butterfly Shinobu's narration in a daze. Then he quickly got help and stood up, and looked towards the backyard of Butterfly House. Really? Then I looked at the mountain range that had stood quietly for hundreds of years, and it really seemed as if someone had chopped it off. The cuts are even extremely neat and flat, to be honest. Although Yubayashiki Yashia knew that Bai He had the ability to instantly kill the ghosts on the string. He could even rival Musen Onimushuji, but cut off the mountains with your sword. Isn't it a bit too outrageous, have this strength? I'm afraid he didn't just compete with Kibutsuji Musen, but directly crushed him on horseback right for a while. Yubayashiki Yoya's whole body started to tremble somehow. He feels. The Yubayashiki family and Onibatsuji Musen have been fighting against each other for thousands of years. Maybe it's true it's going to end today. Tell all the pillars to come immediately. From now on, we will all obey Mr. Bai He's instructions. Behead Demon danced Tsuji Musen, close at hand. Without any hesitation, Yubuya Shiki Yaya directly sent all the eagles to start moving the pillars that had left before. Called back quickly after a while, the originally somewhat empty Yubayashiki courtyard was once again filled with people. Yubayashiki Yashia waited quietly until, after all the contemporary pillars except Butterfly Canny are present. Then he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Everyone, look where you are. Do you feel any difference?" The pillars looked towards the position of Yubayashiki Yoya's finger. Stare carefully for a long time, but still didn't see the reason. "My lord, there seems to be nothing wrong, right? Wrong. What's wrong? Where do I remember? It seems like there was a mountain before." Suddenly, Immortal Kawasanya's eyes widened and he said in shock. Only then did everyone react. They all looked towards the mountains and rivers pointed by Immortal River Sanya. Sure enough, I could clearly see the mountains and rivers cut in two by Bai He. This is the result of a single strike. The eyes of Ligao and Jiro twinkled. It was as if I had discovered a new world. And I burst out laughing. Cut off the mountains and rivers with one knife. Turn out to be. Are there still such top-notch experts in the Demon Slayer Corps? Have you finished reading it all? I believe you are all curious about who is the person who cut off the mountains. Right? Yubayashiki Yaya's expression did not change. His eyes were still expressionless. It was exactly what one of the previous guests, Mr. Bai He, did. Now I have decided with Mr. Bai He on the plan to kill Musen Demon Butsuji. So I ask for your full cooperation. Yubayashiki Yashia took a deep breath. His expression became serious. Now, each pillar will lead some team members individually to spread the blue hibiscus flowers to the outside world near the butterfly house. Slay ghosts when encountering them. Judging from Wu Kai's ability, the more he kills, the more he can see and the more he can believe. Green flower of the other side. This is something Wuhan has been searching for thousands of years and has never found. Yubayashiki Yoya believes it. As long as the news of the cyan Bana flower emerges, that Wuhan will definitely go and investigate in person at all costs. By the time, just look at Mr. Bai He. Infinite City. Just after the Demon Slayer Corps deliberately exposed the location of Cyan Higanka. It even directly launched a large-scale ghost-killing operation. For a while this made Tsuji Musen, who was originally known for his caution, a little curious. After all, this is the blue Higan flower. This is something he has been looking for nearly 1,000 years without finding a single clue. This is his only hope to evolve into a perfect creature and no longer afraid of the sun. Then, under Kibutsuji Musen's repeated thoughts, it is convenient to recall all the currently living winding ghosts in Infinite City. What's the situation? Shanxian's Black Death eyes shook away the blood on the knife, and his eyes quietly stared at Narunu holding the lute not far away. Seems to be curious. Why suddenly recall all their winding ghosts, it seems. Tangmo was killed by a young human girl before. Is it because of this that we were recalled? After winding for a long time, the dog lay on the ground. He looked like an old man in his twilight years and spoke intermittently. But he still turned his head towards Naru's position with great respect. Certainly he wasn't worshipping Mingnu instead. He was just waiting for Musen Kibutsuji, who would definitely appear after a while. Tangmo is dead, or was he killed by a young human girl? What a waste. I think about eating women every day. But in the end I am killed by a woman, soon. Shanxi and Yuazuo also slowly appeared. Then after hearing the conversation between Black Death Eyes and Haftian Dog, he also smiled disdainfully. He and Tangmo were extremely at odds with each other. Tangmo only likes to eat women, but he doesn't like to attack women, therefore. There have always been great conflicts and differences between the two of them. Master Wuhan is here, at last. With the arrival of the PR asterisk sent asterisk asterisk Ute Taro, the ghosts quickly shut their mouths. Quietly he looked in the direction of Naruto C. From the dark shadow behind Naru, a young man wearing a white top hat, a black gentleman's suit and blood-red eyes slowly walked out. Have you all heard some news about the blue hibiscus flower recently? This young man is one of the forms of Oniitsuji Musen. The forms of ghost dance Tsuji Musen vary, including children, women, young people, and even old people. He walks around the world in various identities and appearances. Just to find the coveted blue bana flower, tell me about it. How credible do you think this news is? Oniitsuji Musen looked at the crowd of ghosts below with an expressionless expression. He has been looking for the blue flower on the other side for thousands of years. So naturally he is not short of such a short time, so might as well think about it for a little longer. Avoid this being a conspiracy or trap by the opposite Demon Slayer team. Starting today in Flower Street, swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps have been spreading news about the blue hidden flower. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps has found a secret from the blue hidden flower that can greatly increase the strength of the pillars. In addition, the crazy counterattack and demon slaying by all the Demon Slayer swordsmen today. So it's very possible that this is true. After a long silence, the PR asterisks and asterisk asterisk Ute Taro spoke first. He has been wandering in the Flower Street, so he is extremely sensitive to information and other things. All the news about the cyan hibiscus flower. He understands even better than Wuhan. The general attack launched by the Demon Slayer Corps. Oniitsuji Musen's scarlet eyes flashed actually. He also believed that the news PR asterisk sent asterisk asterisk Ute Taro got was very likely to be true. After all, Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen has been around for thousands of years. I have seen the pillar-level combat power of countless generations of demon slayers. But it is not as powerful as the current generation of demon slayers at pillar level. Even some time ago, Tongmo was also completely crushed and killed by a girl who looked very young. Everything. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps has really found a way to quickly strengthen the pillar-level combat power from the blue hidden flower. It's probably true. And their purpose is probably you. The PR asterisk sent asterisk asterisk Ute Taro lowered his head. All the ghosts present here have lived for 100 years. And they can definitely see the news that the Demon Slayer Corps deliberately released the blue Higanbana. Mostly to draw out the appearance of Musen Kibutsuji. Then use some sudden mysterious power to kill it completely. Is it located at the Butterfly House near Yubayashiki Yoya's courtyard? It's really a big investment. Yubayashiki actually exposed the location of his own courtyard. Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen always had a bad feeling in his heart. But all these signs were madly indicating to him that the blue Bana flower was probably really in the Butterfly House. This is a conspiracy specifically against him. There is no way to avoid it, finally. Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen slowly raised his head. Let's go. Just wait near me if anything goes wrong. Take my body and run away immediately, understand? Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen ordered cautiously. No way. What happened to Jiguo Yuni back then is still vivid in his mind. At first, he thought that Enishi Jiguo was just an ordinary little swordsman. And he was just going to tease and tease him as a result. The opponent came up with 3 fatal questions. In the end, he was even crushed and almost killed on the spot. If there weren't enough split pieces of meat. Run fast enough. It is estimated that the grass on the grave is now more than 10 battles tall. The ghosts nodded in the end. Wuxian and worriedly called over the useless 12 ghost moons. The mission just now was changed again after all. Although Zixian is a weak group, it can still be used as a cover-up and cannon fodder when running away. For a while, as Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen set off, all the evil spirits everywhere seemed to have received the call and ran towards the Butterfly House in great numbers. It can be said, each of these evil spirits can be counted as a life of Musen Kibutsuji. As soon as he splits, one of these ghosts can escape. That ghost-danced Tsujimume will also be resurrected again. At the same time, in the backyard of Butterfly House, Bai He is pulling Peter Parker Suzayali and the two sisters Ayashiki Yeaya and Butterfly, eating the sukiyaki happily. To be honest, look at this sukiyaki pot with pure color and rich fragrance. Bai Hyuho had been practicing Heavenly Sword for a long time. Was really great. Subsequently, after taking a slight taste, he also nodded with satisfaction. The taste of sukiyaki that has traveled through a whole world has a unique flavor. The master of Ayashiki Shinobu, why are you in such a daze? Eat, Bai He said while smiling and eating. Yubayashiki Yeaya, Butterfly Ninja. One big and one small looked at each other. Then he looked at the delicious Butterfly Canny, Peter Parker Suzayali and others. He swallowed involuntarily. Certainly, this is not gluttony but panic. According to the information obtained by Yubayashiki Yoya, Kibutsuji Mume has now led countless evil spirits towards the location of Butterfly House. Calculate the time. I guess this meeting is almost here, right? In this situation, how on earth do you manage to eat? No, Mr. Bai He. Kibutsuji Musen should be arriving soon. Aren't you just not ready to prepare? Yubuya Shiki Yeaya was trembling all over. He could almost clearly feel the increasing number of chaotic footsteps outside now. Every sound of footsteps, they are all evil spirits. Harm, uncle, don't worry, trust me. It's just Musen Kibutsuji. So there's no need for me to take action. You can destroy it with a snap of your fingers. Suzayali is very tired today, after studying for a long time. I learned a little bit about water breathing in the end. Someone summarized the water breathing practice method and sent it over. And that was the end of it. Therefore, while Suzayali was eating and drinking, he didn't forget to start the live broadcast in the group. After all, this kind of interesting thing must be shared with fellow sand sculpture friends. Really? Yubayashiki Yoya still asked with some uncertainty. After all, this opposite is coming after all. He is the terrifying Ghost King who has been fighting against their Demon Slayer squad and the Yubayashiki family for hundreds of years. Why don't you be so casual, uncle? It's okay. Look at Canny, she's not worried at all. Peter Parker on the side also said comfortingly. At the same time, he has also put on the spider suit, ready to kill a few imps or kill him at any time. After all, his power was discovered after receiving the same super soldier serum from Captain America. The original explosion had a force of about 25 tons, but it was further strengthened. And when I went to learn water breathing today, I also learned some techniques for using power. But I was worried that no one would try it. This is just the right time to try it with the attacking evil spirits. Canny, Yubayashiki Yoya looked over subconsciously. Then I happened to see Canny picking up a piece of food to eat. My lord, it's really okay, said. After Canny comforted her lords, she also looked at the Wanji chat group in midair. Zero Messenger, Miss Pink-haired Tablet, hey you guys. You said you were going on a mission. You actually ate behind our backs, you have no conscience. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I will send you a red envelope later. Zero Messenger, the pink-haired tablet lady, I didn't see anything, put less chili, thank you. Super God Angel Kesha, what kind of food is this? It looks delicious, Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Sister, if you want to eat, tell me early. I will send you a large portion right away. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, by the way, sister, do you have other angels over there? If there are more people, I will send more. Bangtai Silver Wolf, laughing to death. Just like a licking dog. Bone King Flying Squirrel, laughing to death. Just like a licking dog. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, you know how to use a hammer. Our sister is the future Angel King. Canny Hui looked at Suzayali, who was quarreling with many people in the group. He couldn't help but smile, but this smile disappeared quickly, and he looked in the direction of the door of Butterfly House with a serious look. This moment, it's not just Butterfly Canny. Even Peter Parker, Ayashiki Yashia and Butterfly Ninja all stopped what they were doing. All eyes were focused on the door of Butterfly House as if something terrifying is about to appear somewhere. Now that we're here, want to come over and have something to eat? Perhaps this may be your last meal in this world, Tilda. Bai He didn't have any abnormality. While chewing the food in his mouth, he wiped it gently. Then he looked at the door, smiled. Are you the backbone of the Demon Slayer squad? Musen Kibutsuji did not take action immediately, but slowly took off his hat. And in the shocked eyes of Ayashiki Yoya and Butterfly Ninja, come over. He actually sat on the empty seat and stared quietly. There is no smell of other pillars here, it seems. You probably did it to attract me with the blue higan flower. Right, there's no blue hibiscus flower here, right? Bai He smiled slightly. After wiping his mouth with the paper in his hand, he threw it aside in a very uncivilized manner. Wrong. Why don't you look down into your bowl, Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen frowned sharply. Then he subconsciously looked into the bowl, and there was actually a withered blue higan flower. Say this. Oniwu Tsuji Musen no longer had the calmness he had just now. I want to devour it right away, but he abruptly stopped his movements halfway. Then he looked at Bai He with fixed eyes. It seemed full of suspicion. Blue higanbana exists, and it requires extremely harsh cultivation land, which is where Jai Goyuan died. But it only blooms during the day and only blooms twice a year. Bai He held his chin with his left hand. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. The blue flower of your dreams is right in front of you. I just don't know, it's time for you to enjoy it, Tilda. Hear this. Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen's expression immediately changed. It is to swallow the blue hibiscus flower in the bowl and reach the perfect state. But a very familiar aura hit him directly in front of his face. Breath of the Sun, are you that guy's descendant? Oniwu Tsuji Musen suddenly dodged, eyes widened. All of a sudden, it actually feels like the blue flower of the other side, which is so close in front of me, suddenly becomes very far away. It's not interesting. It seems that I haven't mastered my breathing skills yet. Bai He ignored the shocked Ghost Dance Tsuji Wume. Instead, he shrugged. He slowly put the Nichiren sword in his hand aside. Immediately afterwards, he snapped his fingers lightly. Brother Mara's little King Ary, Tilda. It's time for your performance, Tilda, in an instant. The Leonix fighting instrument in the void around Bai He began to tremble crazily. Then it flew out suddenly, and two of the exquisite monster cards flashed across the sky on the Leonix fighting instrument. King Ary Virtual Materialization Battle State. Arrival. Gamora Virtual Materialization Combat Status. Arrivals in an instant, boom, boom, boom. A huge and terrifying figure with thick and powerful limbs. A figure that looked a bit like a lizard, with fangs and sharp horns, suddenly descended in front of all the humans and evil spirits present. The aura on his body directly caused the bodies of 12 ghost moons, who were ambushing outside, to tremble subconsciously. As if it's like being crushed directly on the life level. Then it's not finished yet with the arrival of Gamora. Beside him was a flash of golden thunder, and a terrifying behemoth with a thick and domineering body. The firstborn star and moon horns, and yellow-black skin also came with boundless golden thunder. Ho. Two monster girls released their original forms for the first time. He also roared with excitement. The sound is as loud as a bell. It shocked the human beings and the weak evil spirits outside the demon-slaying team to the point of splitting their livers and gallbladders. What is this weird monster? Why is there such a monster here? No. If you fight this kind of monster, you will really die. Is this the enemy that Lord Wuhan is going to face? Can Lord Wuhan really kill such a terrifying giant beast? For a while, the evil ghosts were still majestic and vigorous outside. They all looked at the sky with dull eyes. The roaring King Ary and Gamora. A sense of fear surged into my mind, making them subconsciously want to flee. The other side, the pillars of the Demon Slayer squad, were originally a little worried. At this moment, He was also looking at Gamora and King Ary with wide eyes. Turn out to be is Mr. Bai He's real power, this terrifying giant beast. It turns out, if it's such a terrifying giant beast, then okay. I'm afraid it can really be completely destroyed. Move. This time, we must completely cut off all possibilities of Wu Qi's resurrection. The 1,000-year grudge, it ends here. At the same time, the ghost danced Tsuji Musen in the butterfly house courtyard. The moment King Ary and Gamora appeared, they directly chose to self-destruct and run away. Turtle. Is this horse really something that a human can beat? Even if this is a ghost, it doesn't have such a terrifying individuality and power. Right? Aren't you going to run and wait to die? Run away. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Bai He's mouth. Just waiting for you to run away if you don't run. I really don't have any reason to let Gamora and King Ary go to the neon to destroy it. Think of this. Bai He immediately pretended to be serious and said, Brothers, little Aries, immediately start destroying all areas where there may be hiding places. We must completely destroy them, understand? You must not let go of any area, must. Q, how does it feel to watch the neon Tokyo being gradually destroyed? Bai He replied, it's pretty cool. Standing on the top of a mountain, Bai He and the members of the Demon Slayer squad, Peter Parker, Suzuya Olian, the two butterfly sisters, looking quietly not far away, the Gamora and King Ary who bombarded the neon Tokyo capital like crazy. To be honest, at this time Bai He felt really happy. I don't know if this is Leonix's inheritance causing trouble, or something else. Anyway, this feeling of controlling a huge monster and destroying everything in the world. Really comfortable, Mr. Bai. Are you sure that this can really completely destroy Musen Kibutsuji? Yubayashiki Yoya glanced at the two giant monsters that were wreaking havoc. He swallowed his saliva. Damn it. If this destruction continues, it will probably be completely destroyed. Then Tokyo can basically be rebuilt, don't worry. Ayashiki is in charge. As long as Kibutsuji Musen is completely dead, we have a way to be 100% sure whether he is really dead. It's fine. Bai He patted his chest. He signaled to Ayashiki Yashia next to him that there was nothing to worry about. On you, Bayashiki Yaya. Is this what I'm worried about? What I'm worried about is that you continue to destroy things like this. I guess the horses here will sink, right? But seeing that Bai He is working hard to eliminate Ghost Dance Tsuji Musen, Yubayashiki Yoya really doesn't have much to say. He could only watch silently at the same time. Friends in the chat group who are watching the live broadcast. I was also shocked by the original monster forms of Little Brother Mora and Little King Ary summoned by Bai He. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, Tuigui. I used to feel nothing when watching Ultraman fight on TV. But now I watch it up close and in real time. Tusk, tusk, tusk. This sense of oppression is really strong. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, really. If there weren't so many people, I feel like I would be scared to death. Zero Messenger Miss Pink-haired Tablet, hey, no way. There are many people outside. So you are shameless in the chat group. Honkai Impact Silver Wolf, that's right. If you have the ability, pee on the spot. That's what Louise likes. Zero Messenger Miss Pink-haired Tablet. Zero Messenger the pink-haired tablet lady, you fart. Bone King Flying Squirrel when playing games. Worship a group of big bosses every day. And wait for the boss to come back and fight together. Super God Angel Kesha, is this a monster that can run rampant in the universe? It is indeed powerful. A place in the mountains of Merlot's homeland. Angel Kesha's beautiful eyes widened, and she silently looked at the little brother Mora and the little King Ary who were wreaking havoc in the chat group live broadcast room. A monster of this level. If only one could be released into the current Merlot home. I'm afraid that Merlot's homeland can be completely destroyed in a matter of minutes. No, it's time for me to speed up. The creation of the genes of the first and second generation super warriors has attracted Huayi's attention. If nothing else happens, the war will begin. Demons destroy the world half an hour. Tokyo was completely reduced to ruins, with King Ary and his little brother Mora roaring wantonly. After an hour's, just as King Ary and his younger brother Mora were preparing to leave Tokyo and head towards other cities. The chat group has been silent for a long time. Then there was finally a reaction. Congratulations, you have completed the chat group task. Destruction Kibutsuji Musen. Diversion is being carried out based on task contribution. Diversion completed. Task contribution, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, 9. 0 points. Task contribution 2 mass-produced spider, 600 points, including 400 points guarantee. Task contribution 3. The sad fairy fox, 400 points, including 400 points guarantee. Mission completed, will return to the original world within 10 seconds. As the task completion prompt sounded, Bai He shook his head somewhat disappointedly. Well, this ghost dance Tsuji Musen is too disappointing. If this is running a little further, wouldn't it be possible to destroy a few more cities? Mr. Bai He, what are you? Yubayashiki Yair on the side shook his head somewhat disappointedly when he saw Bai He. I thought it was a devastating move. But something unexpected happened. He asked nervously immediately, fine. It's just that Wu died miserably. Bai He shook his head helplessly and slowly put the little brother Mora and the little King Ary back into the Leonix fighting instrument. Who had had enough fun, Yubayashiki Yair? What's the situation? Wuhan died. Why do you still look a little disappointed and unfinished? Are you afraid that the destruction of the world is a lie? Or that the destruction of the world is real, outrageous? Bai He ignored the confused Yubayashiki Yair instead. He slowly walked to Butterfly Canny and gently touched her head. See you in the chat group Tilda immediately. Accompanied by a pure white light beam as it came, Bai He, Su Zayali, and Peter Parker also slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Real world. After Bai He returned home, he stretched out comfortably. He immediately released the 2 dirty little ones. Really, it was pretty crazy. Bai He looked at little brother Mora and little King Ary, who were dirty and sleeping with contented smiles. He couldn't help but smile helplessly, immediately. He carried the 2 little ones directly to the bedroom, took off their clothes, and threw them directly into the washing machine. Bai He is very skilled at doing this kind of thing. Certainly it's not because he's a pervert, but before. Little brother Mora always liked to dig holes in the backyard alone. As a result, Bai He took off his clothes and got used to it. Tilda. After placing the 2 little ones, Bai He also went to the refrigerator to get a can of ice and sat down on the sofa comfortably. He glanced at the rising sun outside, happy decision. I'm going to skip class today, Tilda. Just think of it as your own reward for completing the mission. Talk about rewards, Bai He suddenly stopped. As if he remembered something. Immediately summoned the big monster summoning ability. Next moment, the big monster summoning ability, which had been dormant for a long time, finally responded again. Good guy. If you go to the world of Demon Slayer, Kaimsu no Yaiba, you will have a great harvest. The first stage of evolution of little King Ary and little brother Mora has been reached directly. And they have started to evolve, check it now. Bai He glanced at the new awakened forms of little brother Mora and little King Ary. And the small words clicked to view details at the end. And the bottom 2 lines of lottery information. After a moment of final hesitation, I still chose to take a look at the attribute blessings and appearance of these 2 new forms first. After all, this lottery can be used as a betting dog at any time. But there are really not many opportunities to see every new form of monster girl. Let's take a look at little brother Mora's first. Tilda. Bai He smiled. This feeling of watching your own monster girl gradually develop and become stronger. I still feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Name Gamora race ancient monster. Growth period height 40 m. Weight 20,000 tons. Skill super vibration wave violent state. Introduction. the first individual discovery was the survivor of an ancient dinosaur living on Jalsan Island in the South Pacific 150 million years ago. It is characterized by its crescent-shaped horn-slung tail and thick limbs, but due to the influence of the successor of Reblondo, it is difficult to control its desire for destruction. New Form Violent State Edition. After Gamora turns on the violent state, the monster's body will begin to flow with red flames, which has the effect of burning the enemy, and all abilities will be instantly multiplied by 10 times. After Gamora turns on the violent state, the monster girl state will transform into a royal sister with long red hair and a bright red robe. And her personality will also become extremely strong and ferocious. Duration 10 minutes. Consumption large. Cooling nuns. A cruel royal sister with long red hair. And all her attributes are instantly doubled by 10 times. As expected of Gamora, but these 10 minutes. It's still a bit short otherwise, Bai He shook his head. Put aside the dirty thoughts in your mind. Then he looked at King Ary's new form, dark form. I remember King Ary's dark form. It should be the same as Hypa's form. A form derived from arcade machines, hiss. Then it should be strong, not weak. Bai He is looking forward to it. In addition to the dark form of King Ary in the arcade, there is also a poisonous King Ary. There's nothing cool about that, named King Ary. Race Space Monster Growth period. Height 53 m. Weight 25,000 tons. Skills Crescent Light Blade Melee Electric Shock Lightning Beam Darkness Falls. Introduction: a monster wandering from the universe does not have much desire for destruction. But after being bound to Leonix, it has an irrepressible desire for destruction. New Form Darkness Coming Form Edition. In King Ary's monster state, the yellow skin of the whole body will completely turn into pure black. The light yellow flashing eyes will also turn into flashing blue. And the original Golden Thunder will transform into a more powerful dark Golden Thunder. All attributes increased by 5 times. Golden Thunder evolves into Dark Gold Thunder. In King Ary's monster girl state, the originally dull blonde Lolita will turn her hair color into pure black. Restrain all her rich expressions. Temporarily enter a 3-no-cold state. And crazily increase her inner desire for destruction. All attributes increased by 5 times. Golden Thunder evolves into Dark Gold Thunder. Duration 10 minutes. Consumption large. Cooling nuns. Tip: the duration of the special form of all monsters will be extended according to the monster level tilde. Black-haired little Lolita's okay. This really pokes my XP. The most important thing is the 5 times increase in all attributes, and the effect of directly temporarily evolving the original power. Really perverted. As expected of a form that shares the same worldview as Hapa. Bai He nodded with satisfaction. This time we go to the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. I'm afraid apart from the 9,000 points gained, this is the most exciting way to evolve the big monster. All right. It's time to start the most exciting lottery draw. Draw monster skills first. I haven't smoked this thing yet, Bai He took a deep breath. After seeing the new form of Monster Girl, I immediately started the lottery for big monster abilities without stopping. I'm coming, it's time to be a betting dog again. Instruction receiving. Preparing to extract monster skills for you. Under extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the only monster skill. Monster Arms skill Monster Arm setting only. Ability: the monsters you currently own can turn into monster weapons and attach to yourself during battle. Or they can attach to other monsters and merge them together. Tip: the weapons transformed into each monster are unique. So there are no fixed abilities. Cooling, none. Consumption, none. Usage tips: you can throw the monster card that the monster has turned into, and it will turn into a huge monster shadow in the air. And then the blessing will begin, Monster Arms. Isn't this the thing that guy with headphones made? This thing can actually be drawn, that. Yes or no? Suddenly, Bai He's mind twitched and he had an extremely bold idea. Big monster, do you think? Is Ultraman a kind of monster or cosmic being, after all? The definition of a monster is one that usually has a huge size, great strength and an uncontrollable personality. This has nothing to do with Ultraman, but Ultraman is definitely a kind of cosmic being, so since Ray Brand can control even monsters and space beings, there's no reason why he can't summon or control Ultraman. To be honest, Bai He has considered this issue before. But because I was delayed by these recent things, I forgot to ask. The big monster seemed to be stunned by Bai He's outrageous point of view for a few seconds. This finally gave the answer, however. Ultraman has a strong sense of autonomy and belief, which cannot be extracted at the moment and is prone to backlash. Absolutely awesome. Altman is still riding a horse it can really be drawn. And based on the urinary properties of this perverted thing, it is estimated that the Ultraman extracted will probably be in a sissy state. Hiss, wonderful tilde Bai He smashes his mouth. He felt as if he had found a new way to open Reblando. In the afternoons, I have to follow Yuri now to go to Shinomiya's house to earn money and plunder abilities. This matter cannot be delayed, but it's still early, but we can continue with Shushuiquin. By the way, let's take a look and upgrade Leonix's second stage. Bai He stretched. It's probably because his physique has become stronger. He found that he had stayed up all night and felt like nothing was wrong with his body, even still full of energy and vitality. As if this is just like being prepared to stay up late. Wanji chat group. The 10,000 Realms chat group that had just ended traveling through time was extremely lively. In the most talkative. It belongs to Suzayali and Peter Parker, who are still in a state of excitement. After all, these two guys have really never traveled through time. This time, I suddenly had such a journey through another world. I'm afraid as long as you are a normal person, even if you are mentally prepared, you will still be excited for a while, especially if you go here, you can still get your points for free. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, Grandma. I've been watching you draw for so many days. It's finally my turn to draw. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I just strengthened my body. And it seems that some kind of charming fairy has awakened. What the hell, what kind of ability is this? Is this really the charming Sudaji? Suzayali was chatting in the group, while quietly pressing the self-strengthening button. Finally, Suzayali looked in the mirror with a confused face. A pair of big, fluffy black fox ears suddenly sprouted from this head. A fluffy fox tail slowly grew out of the tailbone on the back. At last, according to the prompts of the Wanji chat group, only then did Suzayali clearly learn the name of her ability. Super God Angel Kesha, at Pathatus Enchanting Little Fox. It looks a bit like the development route of a genetic warrior. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, hey. My current abilities are one of charm, one of throwing small, powerful magic bullets, and a fox tail and ears that have improved my physical fitness. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, isn't this just a replica of Sudaji? Is this what I want me to do to continue doing what my ancestors did? Suzayali sighed with this genetic ability. It seems that the fate of being a mistress for generations in my family is probably influenced by this gene. Could it be? Do you want to follow the old path of your ancestors and become a mistress and lover? Who's just when Suzayali was thinking wildly. Peter Parker also posted his lottery results. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what the hell is this? It looks black. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider. Mass-produced spider uploaded pictures named Marvel Worldview Venom unconscious version. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, but looking at this thing, I always feel inexplicably close. Peter Parker looked at the ball of black venom that was sitting quietly in front of him. He couldn't help but squinted his eyes. He really felt that he and this thing seemed to be made for each other. There is always a sense of inexplicable fit, that's weird. The other side, seeing this scene, Bai He also smiled. Good guys, the venom was drawn out by Brother Holland. It's absolutely perfect. And it's the unconscious version. Doesn't this really recreate the ultimate Spider-Man again? Think of this, Bai He smiled slightly. Daily, a certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture named Bully Maguire. I'm going to put some ashes in your eyes, Tilda. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what is this? It looks a little familiar, something is wrong. Let's take a look. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what the hell is this? A darkened version of Spider-Man from another universe. But why do you look so stupid? Bone King flying squirrel, others turn into evil, murder. Arson betraying conscience. King of Bones flying squirrel, Parker's darkening, threatening a salary increase. Ransacking discount stores going to the disco. I'm in ashes. Super God sad fairy little fox, as expected of you. New York City's good neighbor Spider-Man. Super God angel Kesha, even if the spirit is contaminated by venom. The worst things that can come to mind are these. I have to say, your ideas are very consistent with some of mine. Bengtai Yin Lang, this talent for dancing is also acceptable. Yin Lang expresses his approval for you. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced spider, I'm so embarrassed. What a shameful moment this is. At some ultimate blue and white alien. Take it back quickly. Peter Parker had black lines on his face. Although he also felt that his early days in the parallel universe in the video were indeed too frustrating. The blackening at the back is really comfortable, but can't you be a little more black? At any rate, a €0 purchase is fine, think of this. Peter Parker shook his head, he knows. Buy something for €0. It's not just the blackening of this parallel world that I can't do. I'm afraid that even if the current self turns dark, I probably won't do it for a while. The group's original attitude of teasing Sue Ziali suddenly turned to persecuting Peter Parker. See this, Bai He also laughed a few words. He skillfully opened the self-enhancement interface of the chat group. Now there are about 11,006 points in total. Just upgraded the second stage of Leonix. This will give me a little confidence to go to some powerful worlds in the future. Bai He took a deep breath. The second stage of evolution Leonix is required. After all, this soul protection mode is quite perverted. Instruction confirmation. A certain ultimate blue and white alien, starting to strengthen his body for the second time. Detecting the inherited person, Reblondo. Start targeted reinforcement strengthening success. Deducted points 8,000 remaining points, 3652. Your body enters the second stage of Blue Star Leonix. Unlock the only major ability, Soul Protection Mode. Soul Protection Mode. Your soul will be frozen at the moment you pick up the combat instrument. Even if you die in the worlds, you can still pay points to be resurrected in the original main world. Leonix fighting instrument is evolving. Evolution successful. Leonix fighting instrument evolves into a battle-specific form, the second stage. Monsters summoned by the fighting instrument will randomly receive a combat buff each time. Your body awakening form, Leonix form. Leonix form, your body releases part of the originally buried power of Reblondo. And you will receive a multiplier bonus. The intensity of the bonus is determined by your desire for destruction. The stronger the desire to break the story, the stronger the multiplier 1/10 times. The next stage, the permission to use Belial's power will be opened. It can be injected into the monster girl, and Belial's fusion state will be obtained. Sublimation of Leonix fighting instrument, turn on weapon mode. Next stage evolution points, 80,000 points. God is riding a horse with 80,000 points. Bai He's eyes twitched wildly. This time the evolution points increased tenfold. He, who was already not rich just after strengthening, was even worse, but in the next stage. The power authority of Belial will be opened. It will allow you to create the fusion beast state of Belial. Which is good, I just don't know how to inject this into the monster girl, physical. Bai He understands everything with a gentleman's smile. But Bai He felt that he had underestimated the power of this soul protection mode. Originally he thought, this soul protection mode can at most resurrect in place. If that is the case, He also had to consider whether Old Six would squat on his resurrection point. But if you die in all worlds and this world is resurrected, that would be fun. You can travel with confidence from now on. As long as you don't provoke anyone who can forcefully cross the world to F***ku. You have nothing to fear. Enra Blondo's fighting stance. Bai He waved his hand casually. I silently chose to enter the state next moment. Bai He has a clear feeling. It was as if there was once more hard armor on my whole body. Go to the bathroom and look in the mirror, Black and white Leonix fighting stance. It looks a lot like Raymond's dark state, quite handsome. Immediately after Bai He had had enough. He also waved Leonix's state back. Now it's 3 hours before the appointment with Tamori now. Get some sleep first, Tilda, no way. Although the body and energy are full. But the biological clock Bai He has developed over the years makes him still feel a little sleepy after staying up all night. It's afternoon. 4:10, the sun here in Neon has gradually set. Bai He also came to the coffee shop location mentioned by Tamori now. Hearing a crisp female voice, I heard it and turned away. Bai He saw it. Tamori now wears a black peaked cap on her head. Wearing light yellow casual clothes, but still wearing a small skirt. He was waving to him with a carefree expression, coming. Bai He responded. He also quickly walked into the coffee shop. Glancing at Takagi Jashiro, who was sitting opposite Yuri now and drying his coffee. Bai He chose to sit next to Yuri now without any hesitation. Cough. After all, it is comfortable to sit next to a beautiful girl. Yuri now saw Bai He sitting next to her. But she didn't react at all after all. According to the setting, she seems to belong to that rare type of beautiful girl who doesn't know her own beauty. Certainly, it may also be that he was bullied at school, which caused him to have some mental problems, right? Think of this, Bai He frowned. Tamori now has principles and is unwilling to use her superpowers to deal with the girls who bully her. But Bai He has no principles provoke him. But it doesn't matter if she's a girl or not. She still does it and it's over. Now that everyone is here, then let's talk about our plan to go to Shinomiya's house this time. Correct, come and see this thing. Yuri now said as she took out a stack of photos from the small bag she carried with her. This thing seems to be something that the Shinomiya family distributes to every extraordinary group. It is said, this is a picture of the mysterious entity threatening the Shinomiya family. You all watch and take notes. What does a mysterious existence look like? Bai He also picked up a photo curiously and took a look at it. Immediately I was just stunned, lost demon. Bai He's eyes twitched wildly. He looked at the people in the photo carefully. A man is naked. And his lower body is connected by a huge and stronger body. Like a giant, how does this thing look? It looks like a lost devil set in Devil's High School, but if all these lost demons appear, that means the world view of Devil High School was also included in the daily world and merged into his world. Good guy. This broken world is getting more and more dangerous. In Devil's High School there are godstemons. And a bunch of other things this moment. Bai He was convinced again. Taking points to strengthen yourself is really the right decision. In this horrible world, only strong. Only then can we continue to perform smoothly, correct? I almost forgot to draw a new monster girl. I was so excited by the appearance of Devil High School. Bai He also rang suddenly before myself. It seems that only monster skills were drawn. It seems that there is no lottery for monster girl. Think of this, Bai He took a deep breath. Without hesitation, I chose to draw directly. Extract the monster girl, and after extracting it, temporarily store it in the Leonix fighting instrument. The moment Bai He gave the orders. Big monster summoning ability, it also moved quickly. After a while finally responded. The monster girl is being drawn, the draw is successful. What? Congratulations, you have obtained the super ancient monster Gatenji Infancy, Loli version. Name Gatenji growth, infancy height 200 m. Weight 200,000 tons. Skills Tentacles Shadow and Black Mist, Penetrating Light Tongs. Introduction, Gatenji is a terrifying enemy known as the Dominator of Darkness. 30 million years ago, while Kaijla confused the human mind, the Giant of Light disappeared, invaded and destroyed super-ancient human civilization, and led Zoga rules the world. Evil god Gatenji, to be stored in Leonix's fighting instrument, can be opened and viewed at any time. Bai He. Bai He looked at the prompts given by the big monster's ability several times in a daze. An OKI really drew out the evil god Gatenji. He also took a sharp breath of air. Turtle. Ho 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 ho, it's a golden legend. This riding horse was directly made by the evil god. Then you are afraid of a chicken feather god devil. I really p*** d me off, the evil god descends directly. What do you mean by something? In order for humans all over the world to have a good night's sleep, let darkness cover the sky completely, finally. Bai He calmed down slightly just now. The sense of urgency that made him nervous, because he knew the world view of the demon high school. It's also slightly lowered. Bai He. What's wrong with you? Do you know the people in this photo? Tamori now raised her head in confusion and glanced at Bai He, who was doing work beside her. This thing started when I just saw this photo. Something is wrong. Now it seems like he is suppressing something. Could it be? Do you really know the person in the photo? No. Just seeing this thing reminds me of some past events. Bai He shook his head. After the trip to the Sigong family is over, let's release little Gatenyi when we get home temporary. Just feel wronged and wronged first. And stay in the Leonix fighting instrument. I'm so sorry. You're a weird person, anyway. That's about the information. And the Shinomiya family also warned all the extraordinary forces. The existence in this photo is probably extremely powerful. So we must also be vigilant and prepared. Tamori now complained immediately. He also became serious. They went there this time. Although there is a high probability that they went to make soy sauce. But this is the thing in the photo at first glance. It looks like the kind of thing that can cause huge damage. Therefore, necessary vigilance is still necessary. Otherwise, if in a battle for a while, one is accidentally killed by the goods in the photo, that's it, good. Once there is any large-scale danger, I will use my ability to take you away. Gao Chengjeng Shilling finished the coffee in his hand. He pushed up his glasses and said, his superpower is to move at high speed. It can be regarded as an extremely good attack and life-saving skill. Moving at high speed. Gaia Cheng, have you heard of Jayadu or the Head of Heaven? Bai He's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but subconsciously ask. To be honest, he was watching Charlotte before. After seeing Takashiro take Shiro's ability, I couldn't help but think of the Forced King in Jayadu seem. As long as Gao Cheng is skilled enough, it seems that it is really possible to reproduce the turning night kick that forces the king. Kaido Tiandao General Secretary. Gaia Cheng Zhang Shileng was stunned. The neon lights in this world lack a lot of popular comics and special photos in the previous life. Naturally, there is no more classic Kamen Rider. Fine. It's not a big problem if you don't know. Bai He waved his hand. There is no work of Kamen Rider in this world. And he just remembered it, but Bai He still refused to give up. Then Gao Cheng, after you use your ability, does everything around you become extremely slow in your eyes? Then have you ever thought about it? Take this ability as a means of attack, for example. Turn on the ability at the moment when the enemy is about to attack, and silently recite the countdown in English 3, 2, 1. Then turn around and use super fast speed to complete a perfect roundabout kick. Bai He has a playful smile. Okay. I have completed all the sound effects for Kato. Gaia Cheng Zhang Shileng was stunned. Immediately afterwards, subconsciously, according to Bai He's dictation, he began to practice. Immediately afterwards, the more you practice, the better you get. Hiss. This seems to be really possible. But you have to protect your legs, otherwise I might not be able to bear the shock caused by high-speed movement. That man doesn't like to show off. This high-burning turnaround night kick. Takashiro Takeshiro understood Bai He's meaning almost instantly. Oh yes, yes, yes. I can design a set of armor for you in the future. Guaranteed to be handsome, Bai He nodded in agreement. How can Jayado not have armor, even if it's a low-end version? It must at least have an appearance right otherwise. If you show off, you will always feel like something is missing. Immediately Gaya Cheng Zhangshalang, who was not familiar with Bai He at first, gradually became familiar with him in the end. We even forgot about Tamori now who was doing it next to us. Hey, no, I'm talking about you. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Shouldn't we talk about preparations to go to the Shinomiya family now? Never mind, the world seems to be too late. Let's just go. Tamori now looked at Bai He and Takagi Jishiro with a look of helplessness. Although, she also thinks Bai He's suggestion is quite interesting. But is now the time to talk about this kind of thing? Obviously the timing is wrong, see this. Bai He also restrained himself a little. Following Tamori now, he walked out of the coffee shop and walked towards the Shinomiya family villa not far away. After a while, with the arrival of Bai He et al., that's when I discovered it. The Shinomiya family's manor seems to be filled with all kinds of strange people and strangers dressed in weird clothes. Bai He glanced slightly. This gave him a rough idea of the urine nature of everyone present. Within this group of people, almost 2/3 of the wonderful people are pure swindlers. And the remaining thirds, they were some onmyojis and monks in ordinary clothes. Correct, there are also a few ninjas, but just relying on the power fluctuations in these people, I am afraid that there is really no way to deal with the appearance of the lost demon. If no demon nobles come to deal with the lost demons this time, the Shinomiya family and everyone present probably won't be able to escape. Bai He shook his head immediately. He followed Tamori now to a seat that had been prepared. Next, then you see the center of the manor. 3 or 4 figures slowly walked out. 2 middle-aged figures, a man and a woman. And 2 young girls, 2 girls. Bai He took one look and roughly recognized his identity. One of the girls with short black hair and delicate face with red eyes should be Shinomiya Kaguya, the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, right? Next to Shinomiya Kaguya, the blonde girl wearing a maid outfit should be Hayasaka Ai. If that's the case, the remaining 2 middle-aged men and women should be Shinomiya Kaguya's father and mother. Oh, it seems the Shinomiya family wants to meet some real strange people in the name of helping. Bai He smashes his mouth. The head of the 4th house in the center lowered his posture and talked and laughed at these strange people one by one. Shook his head. He wasn't interested in this back and forth of fame and fortune. The distance is lost to the devil. It will probably take a while. Just in time to see what the sand sculpture friends are doing. Oh, think of this. Bai He deliberately chose a corner location. Silently opened the chat group. Kesha was attacked by Hua Yi. And the first war is about to begin. Is it so exciting? As soon as Bai He opened the Wanji chat group, he saw the 99+ message, and then slightly glanced at the chat history, that is to say. We have a general understanding of the reason for the matter. It seems that Kesha made the 1st and 2nd generation super soldiers, and even mastered the method of making the 3rd generation super soldiers, which was reported to Hua Yi by several female angels, thus completely breaking up with Hua Yi laid to. Now Hua Yi is speaking out publicly. Either Kesha hands over the genetic sequences of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generation super soldiers. Otherwise, war will start completely. Super God Angel Kesha, I currently only have the combat power of 3 2nd generation super warriors, and less than 3,000 female angels of the 1st generation super warriors. Super God Angel Kesha, but Hua Yether are fully 300. 0 male angels of the 1st generation super warriors, and even dozens of male angels of the 2nd generation super warriors. Super God Angel Kesha, my side has no advantage. Bone King Mamonga Tusk. It's a pity that my game hasn't been closed yet. Otherwise, I would have traveled over immediately to help. Honkai Impact Silver Wolf, I can go over and help. But I'm alone, it doesn't seem to be able to help. Zero Messenger Miss Pink-Haired Tablet, I used to be the one who delivered food. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, I can't go over and directly charm those male scumbags. Can I, Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox? No. When encountering difficulties of this level, shouldn't everyone in the chat group start a mission? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, even if there is no mission. Sister, why don't you go find Bai He and ask? Super God Angel Kesha, Bai He in Merlot Homestead. Kesha looked at the dejected female angels and couldn't help but gritted her teeth and shook her head. Finally, prepare to trouble Bai He again. Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, here he comes. At Angel Kesha, it's not a big problem, don't panic. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, when I finish dealing with things here soon. I just want to try out my new big treasure. After Bai He replied. The chat group was immediately closed, this time. Regardless of whether the chat group gave him a task or not. He was ready to go and have a look after all. He still has half of his profits with Kesha. If it were Kesha Ga, isn't that a waste, just right? You can also go over and let little Gatenji out to play. Let the darkness cover Miro home or something tilde. It seems we need to deal with this lost demon quickly. Bai He's eyes flashed. Then he looked up and saw that the originally clear sky was beginning to become covered with dark clouds. And among the dark clouds, there seems to be a giant beast tumbling vaguely, coming. In the sky with the dark clouds gathering, this huge phenomenon happened. The faces of all the strange people and strangers present in the Shinomiya family all changed. Then, there are many Taoist priests or monks who come to deceive people. When I saw the huge, terrifying figure wandering crazily in the dark clouds in the sky, my face instantly turned pale. What the hell? Why is there really a monster on the horse? Ahem. Master of the Fourth Palace. I remembered that there was still a Dharma assembly at home that I had not done. So I was very anxious, so I left first. Gyudong Devil. Is this horse a demon? When I came, didn't I say it was just a little evil spirit? How did the Shinomiya family get into trouble with such a being? Did he commit suicide to steal something from this demon? For a while, the old monk was still talking to the head of the fourth house family. After clearly seeing the terrifying lost demon in the dark clouds, he broke free from the hand of the fourth house master in an instant. And in his desperate eyes, turn around and run without hesitation. What the hell? This kind of stuff is definitely no longer something humans can handle. Right, and there were countless talents and strangers who, after seeing clearly the true appearance of Sansenki, Chu lost the demon. They all ran towards the outskirts of the Shinomiya manor without even thinking. Although they want to make monies, but this kind of money really involves extraordinary money. Although it is a lot of money, you still have to be lucky to get it. It's better to run first. The head of the fourth palace family stood there blankly. These deceitful Taoist monks can run away. But he can't run away, that scary thing in the sky. But they are targeting everyone in the Shinomiya family. There's no way to run away, it seems. Today is really going to be honest. The head of the fourth palace family thought that many of these talented people and strangers he had recruited must have come here to cheat. But he is also in prayer and hope. Can one or two more or less real people help them resist this terrifying monster? It was all he could do to resist this terrifying monster. Let their family survive. Then he will agree to any conditions. Gee. Look at the situation now. I'm afraid I really have to stay here completely today. Evildoer suddenly. Just when the fourth palace patriarch was in despair, several rays of golden light rose into the sky, heading straight towards the lost evil in the sky. Take a closer look. These were just a few monks staring at the bald heads, holding up alms bowls in unison, as if they had formed some kind of formation. Boom, 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 with the bombardment of golden light. The lost demon in the sky was really injured. Quickly descend from the dark clouds to the Shinomiya manor, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Does it work, this moment? the head of the fourth palace family, and all the monks looked at the lost demon in the smoke with bated breath. But wait for the smoke to clear. But all he saw was a small patch of red on the lost demon's arm. This injury, not surprisingly. It was caused by the strongest blow issued by the group of monks who had just formed a formation. It's a little itchy, Tilda. Would you like to come a few more times? The lost demon stretched out its long tongue and slightly licked a small red wound. He looked at the group of monks as if mockingly. And these monks? After seeing that he had gathered the strength of everyone and launched the strongest attack. It only caused so little damage that was worse than a mosquito bite. The pupils also contracted suddenly. I turned around and wanted to run, but now the lost demon has arrived. How could they let go of these delicious blood foods with extraordinary power so easily? I saw the lost demon jump slightly. Even when he came directly in front of a group of monks. The giant-like body beneath him started to move instantly. And punched him hard, boom, at the beginning. This group of monks can also form a mask, block. But as the lost demon attacks become more frequent, catch. The mask suddenly shattered next moment. The group of monks were immediately grabbed by giant hands before they could react. It's like squeezing a chicken, use a little force. Then he directly crushed all the monks to death. And devour it in one gulp, delicious Tilda. This kind of blood food is indeed much more delicious than ordinary humans. Said the lost demon showed a strange smile. And slowly turned his gaze. Put it on the remaining ninjas and onmyoji and this moment. These onmyojis and ninjas who originally had some strength. After seeing the miserable state of a group of monks. Became angry. He turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Oh shit. Their strength is similar to that of the group of monks just now. But these monks were casually killed by this demon. Once they were caught, their fate would not be much better. Pity this group of ninjas and onmyoji are still too weak. After running around for a while, he could only be forced to the edge of the hidden formation. In the end, He was forcibly caught by the lost demon, and with a cruel smile devoured him bit by bit. Subsequently, after completely devouring the humans with extraordinary power present, the lost demon seems unaware of the superpowered being. Rather, he walked slowly towards the position of the head of the fourth house. This movement is very slow. It's like a terrifying hunter's last play before eating his prey. The head of the fourth palace family could only stay there helplessly. Protect your wife and daughter beside you. Unable to do anything, he is just an ordinary human being. And he has no power to resist this kind of thing that transcends reality. I can only wait for death and pain, but watching the show. Bai He was ready to see the strength of the onmyoji monks and ninjas. After determining and estimating these strengths, he finally stretched his body lazily. He glanced at his side and saw Naufari, who is also hiding in the corner and frowning. Hold on. I'm going to take care of that thing. I won't go back with you for a while. I have some things to do after finishing the matter, said. Bai He also ignored the obstruction of Tamori Now and Gao Chengjing Shilling. Just like that, he swaggered towards the location of the lost demon. This action, it immediately attracted the hopeful gazes of the people trapped in the formation waiting for death. But see you again as a young man. This kind of gaze is subconsciously disappointing again. Humanities know I've never seen the aura on you, Tilda, but it's still delicious, Tilda, interesting. The lost demon also noticed Bai He's figure. Turning around with interest, he looked at it. Excellent. You're interesting too, tell me. Are you the dog that ran away from that noble family again? Bai He waved his hand. The setting of lost demon is own desirous, this escaping from the demon master. The most depraved demon pawn. This setting was something he just accidentally remembered. You actually know about demons, but you still have strength with a weak body like yours. So what if you know? The lost demon was really shocked by Bai He's words. He ran away for so long. This is the first time that a human being who looks very ordinary has completely recognized his identity. But he carefully observed Bai He for a long time. It was finally confirmed that there was really no supernatural power fluctuation. Only then did I feel relieved again. Estimate. He's just an ordinary person who accidentally learned about demons. Right, the breathing method comes from yourself. You really can't sense it and deal with this garbage. Bai He is not planning to use monster armor. Save that thing as a big surprise for the male scumbags. Breathing technique. The lost demon was stunned too. 5. This was the first time he heard this term. But before he could continue speaking, then he suddenly discovered that the human figure in front of him had disappeared in an extremely strange way. To kill a man-eating ghost is to kill. Beheading the demon that eats people is also killing. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Suddenly, Bai He's voice came from behind the lost demon. The lost demon's expression suddenly changed and his pupils shrank. Just turn around, but it was too late. Let me think about it. The name is 11 type Halo Dragon Head Dance. A moment. Everyone present, I saw it with wide eyes. The fiery red blade held in Bai He's hand actually brought up a huge red dragon and slashed fiercely towards the head of the lost demon. The red dragon is roaring this moment. Shock the hearts of countless people. Please customize. 7 damn it, finally the request was fulfilled. Take a rest. Your hands are numb. I will continue to update in a while. Dragon Head Dance of Sun Halo. The moment Bai He finished speaking, the crimson flame is madness spreading on the blade in his hand. And Ying showed her head. Like flowing dragon-shaped flames, cut. Bai He's eyes didn't change at all. And he directly used the red fire dragon on the sword to slash the neck of the lost demon opposite him. No surprises. The strengthening of the breathing method plus the strengthening of the markings, as well as Bai He's current terrifying physique in the second stage of Phoenix. The head of the lost demon on the opposite side almost touched the Nichiren's sword. It's as easy as cutting tofu only. Just when Bai He subconsciously wanted to put the knife away, but suddenly found out. After the head of this lost demon was cut off, he actually ran away from Shinamiya's house at an even weirder and faster speed. Bai He was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled. I'm used to killing ghosts and killing people, I forgot. What? It seems that the weak point of the lost demon is not its head. Bai He still didn't panic after all. As far as the lost demon's escape was concerned, he couldn't even escape the range of the fire dragon's roar on the blade. Chinese letter. Then there was another crisp sound of the knife. The lost demon who was about to run outside Shinamiya's manor only felt a sudden pain in his legs. Immediately, you can't directly feel any feedback from your legs. He looked down quickly. Really? My legs have been cut off by Bai He from behind. God. Father, I won't let you go, the lost demon howled in pain. He spread his wings behind his back and seemed to be trying his best to escape. But how could Bai He, who had already made the mistake of underestimating the enemy once, give him such an opportunity again? If I give it again, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Before dying, are you fooling around? Very good. I remember this so-called priest, and I will kill him tomorrow. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. I didn't take the threats and curses of the lost demon at all. Even he was also somewhat grateful to the lost demon. After all, nowadays, good people like this can still give out their companions or leaders before they die. Not much left. The lost demon was stunned. Before my brain could even react, just then, he vaguely felt the light of a sword with a crimson dragon body, completely killing his body to pieces. And at the last moment when the devil's consciousness was lost. But I am thinking too, it seems like he tricked the priest, right call. It seems that we can't underestimate the enemy next time. Bai He stood there, slowly dispelling the red dragon body wrapped around the blade, and sheathed the blade. I wiped the non-existent sweat from my forehead. At the same time, he also learned the lesson from this time. After all, the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Fortunately, this time it was just an ordinary lost demon who pulled garbage. If this were a boss-level existence with hidden methods behind his back, he might actually fall into trouble. This, sir. Thank you for your generous action. After a while, with the complete death of the lost demon, The barrier that was densely surrounding Shinomiya's house to hide the aura and trap people was slowly dissipating. Say this. Countless strange people and strangers immediately turned into birds and beasts and dispersed. And countless people were running away. They also took a deep look at Bai He's face and remembered it firmly in their hearts. Just in case you end up doing this kind of work in the future. You will behave with your tail between your legs after all. Just the few slashes with fire dragons that the young man had just wielded. Then you can make a certain judgment. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person, so. See you later. It's better to retreat quickly, no thanks. Just pay me as usual, after all I'm quite short of money. Bai He waved his hand. He comes this time. This was just to follow Yuri now and fish in troubled waters for some reward. Unexpectedly, the opposite side turned out to be a lost demon. He almost got killed by his employer when he stepped on a horse. Therefore only Bai He will take action to kill, otherwise. It would be some simple evil spirit or something like that. Bai He estimates that even now, he is still mixing in the crowd and cooking like crazy. After all, it's boring to cut it off. Buza can also get money. Absolutely, you have truly extraordinary means. And you actually saved our Shinomiya family. The reward for you will definitely be enough. The head of the fourth house, that is Sigong Yanan. After hearing Bai He's words, his face immediately lit up. It's good to be short of money. His Shinomiya family has nothing but a lot of money. Although an extraordinary strong man of this level, it is estimated that even if you are short of money, you cannot be bought with money, but being able to use only a small amount of money can leave a sense of existence in the heart of such an extraordinary and powerful person. No matter how you think about it, it is an extremely cost-effective and profitable investment. I will transfer $800,000 to your account later. And if you don't have a place to stay yet, I just bought a seaside villa in Chiba City before. If you don't mind it, they will be served together in a moment. At this moment, Sigong Yanan's posture became even lower. After all, when facing those strange people and strangers whose authenticity was not yet certain, I had already lowered my attitude. Now face this truly extraordinary existence. The natural posture is lowered, can. Bai He thought for a moment. I have been receiving relief from Jinki before. And I can only survive by eating soft food and working part-time. The protagonist was not extraordinary at first. Now you can directly own a luxurious-sounding seaside villa. And even get a salary of $800,000. He must be happy to agree anyway. He has long wanted to change to a larger house. Although it was very comfortable to sleep with the little monster girl in her arms. The environment in the previous small rental house was indeed a bit unpleasant. So I believe that Mr. Brother and Zio Ale saw the seaside villa. I'll probably be very happy too, correct? There is also a little Gatanji, good. Sigong Yanan said while silently looking at Bai He's features. Especially after looking at that young face a few more times. Certainly, this is not because Shinomiya Yanan is gay or anything like that. Rather in surprise at Bai He's youth. If you are so young and have powerful, extraordinary power. Sigong Yanan's eyes flickered for a while. Subsequently, he waved to Shinomiya Kaguya behind him who had just recovered. Kaguya. Then the remuneration and the villa transfer contract will be given to. Forehead Sigong Yanan was stuck for a while. And at the same time his old face was stagnant. Only then did he remember. It seems that he has never asked the name of the powerful young man in front of him. Just call me Bai He answered indifferently. His eyes also silently glanced at Kaguya Shinomiya, who was standing not far away. Shinomiya Kaguya is still in the state of an ice sculpture. She probably hasn't met Shirogane Gauki yet. As everyone knows, Shinomiya Kaguya has several states in total, among them the taciturn and closed-hearted ice sculpture, and the half-awakened and confused sand sculpture at the back are the most famous. Yes, Mr. Bai He Kaguya. I will leave it to you to give the mission reward and the villa transfer contract to Mr. Bai He, do you understand? Sigong Yanan also hurriedly followed Bai He's words. After all, it was really rude not to ask the name of the benefactor opposite me at the beginning, and the remaining heirs of the Shinomiya family. After seeing Sigong Yanan make such a decision, everyone's eyes were downcast and they began to think. Okay, father. Shinomiya Kaguya nodded and walked towards Bai He's position. At this time, Shinomiya Kaguya's heart is still closed, and she has been feeling dull all year round and keeping strangers away. Lonely? Perhaps it was because he had just experienced a life and death event. Shinomiya Kaguya now seems a bit emotional. Hello, Mr. Bai He's, thank you for your help. Shinomiya Kaguya spoke. He also quietly looked at the young man in front of him. Perhaps it was because her stature was too petite. So when she raised her head to observe Bai He, then he could clearly see his face hidden by his long hair. Especially those inexplicably beautiful eyes. This moment, Shinomiya Kaguya subconsciously breathed slightly faster. It seemed like he was touched inexplicably. But he didn't do anything extraordinary. What's wrong? Bai He looked at Kaguya Shinomiya in front of him strangely. It stands to reason they should have never seen it before. Then why did Shinomiya Kaguya feel like he was hesitant to speak? Sorry, Mr. Bai He, I just lost my mind. Shinomiya Kaguya took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. Then he returned to normal and apologized to Bai He. Your remuneration and villa transfer contract. Please also leave an address and I will send it to you later. There are many people in the Shinomiya family who want to slowly get in touch with Bai He by sending rewards. And Shinomiya Kaguya also clearly knew the reason why her father was among this group of people, and called her out. Just seeing Bai He's young appearance. She happens to be a girl of the same age, but just the feeling of my heart throbbing just now. Shinomiya Kaguya feels. She didn't seem to hate the magical feeling of being manipulated into contact. Trouble, just send it to a rental house near Sabuhai. Bai He nodded without thinking much. He wrote down his address and handed it over. There's nothing valuable at home anyway. There are even boss brothers and little Ary looking after the house. Even if you encounter some special circumstances. Bai He had to pray that these two little ones wouldn't be killed by the other side. Finished, Bai He also chatted briefly. Then he walked towards the corner again where Yuri now was. After seeing Yuri now's scrutinizing and twitchy look, Bai He also shook his head and smiled. How? We haven't spoken for a few minutes and you don't know each other anymore. Yuri now took a deep breath. No, but that was your real ability just now, right? You're so strong, you're a liar. Yuri now's brain circuit is originally different from ordinary people. And she is usually weird. And he also has superpowers and has seen the world. Naturally, Bai He will not act like he is afraid of Balabala playing away because of his demonstrated strength. Instead, he talked about Bai He's previous lie about his superpowers. That's really not the case. That's just a breathing method to strengthen the body. The kind that ordinary people can learn, certainly. What I just performed may be a little more difficult. Bai He spread his hands helplessly. Think about it carefully, his true superpower. It should be to summon the monster girl, but this kind of abnormal ability is between the inner and the outer. With only a thought difference. It's better not to say anything. Breathing technique. Damn it. No wonder Bai He you could tell so many gorgeous fighting skills before. You are the real boss in terms of failings. On the side, Gao Chengjing Shilling's eyes also lit up. His uncontrollable high-speed movement ability will require this kind of breathing method to strengthen the body as a starting point. If only the body could be strengthened, #B. Perform an accelerated spin kick, it's really possible. Call daddy. Your boy has packed lunch for me for the next half-term. I teach you. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. He clearly knew what the man with the sultry eyes meant, but it doesn't matter to Bai He, it's just a breathing method. Based on the speed at which I am improving my strength, I'm afraid it will be completely eliminated soon. So teach people or something. Sprinkle some water, dad. You are my biological father, yes. I definitely guarantee it. Gao Chengzheng Shilling's eyes were excited. At the same time, inexplicably, the relationship with Bai He also became closer again. Tamori, now on the side, was also confused at this moment. She didn't want to follow Gao Cheng's Zhang Shilling and shamelessly call Bai He daddy. But, the special effects of the breathing technique just now are really cool. What's the matter, sir? Do you want to learn too? Bai He heard Yuri Nao's hesitation, also smiled slightly. Then a beautiful girl like the minister shouldn't be given some benefits. I'm coming, exclusive welfare benefits are here again. Beautiful girl, Bai He, are you talking about me? Oh, really? Tamori now ignored the word welfare, and instead cared about the word beautiful girl in Bai He's mouth. As a representative figure who does not know his own beauty, Yuri now has never thought she looks cute, plus he has been bullied by girls in his class, as a result. When I heard Bai He's call beautiful girl, my eyes immediately flickered, yes, okay. I still have something to take care of. You and Gao Cheng should go back first. Bai He glanced deeply at Yuri now, then reached out helplessly and rubbed her fluffy silver-white hair with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and walked towards the rental house. Now he has to go back to the rental house to take the two little ones who haven't woken up yet. Hurry up and go to the amazing Merlot home, otherwise it would be embarrassing if our migrant worker, little Kesha, was kidnapped by that beast Hua Yi. On the road, Bai He did not forget to continue opening the chat group to see how the situation developed. Then,
hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.